10 months after that fateful tournament, the storm had not passed, it had only changed shape. Behind calm smiles and peaceful mornings, Gohan carried a decision that could fracture the Sun family forever. The photos were gone. The GI was torn. The past had been thrown away like garbage in the rain. But anger is never silent for long. As old wounds reopen and loyalties are tested, one question hangs heavier than ever. When the strongest warrior on earth returns, will he find a son waiting for him? Or a warrior ready to stand against him? What if Gohan reached his breaking point and refused to forgive Goku? Part 2. As the group stood in wonderment, staring at the X-rays and taking in their meaning, Vegeta smirked. He felt a sense of pride for Gohan that his son was already displaying such potential. It was indeed a testament to the Saiyan bloodline being kept alive. Although a bit perturbed that this level of strength was being exhibited by an unborn child, who was only a quarter Saiyan, he couldn't help but feel impressed. If Vital pulls through, this child's development as he grows older will be intriguing, to say the least, he thought. However, before he could ruminate any more on the subject, he sensed two familiar individuals approaching the hospital. While the rest continued to look over the images, he slipped back into the waiting room. 18 had seen him leave and made her exit not too far behind him. Vegeta, wait, she called out. Where did Trunks and Goten go? Vegeta turned toward her and then back at the horizon through the windows. They are getting Senzu beans for Vital. It may be her only chance. She was about to ask more questions when she noticed two figures approaching from the sky. For a split second, she wondered if it was the two teenagers returning for some reason, but she quickly recognized both energies as a different pair. Standing with Vegeta, she waited at the hospital entrance for the newcomers. When they arrived a few moments later, the former android greeted them. Piccolo. Tien, what's going on? Piccolo spoke up as he approached. Vegeta, we felt you, Trunks, Goten, and Gohan rushing here. Gohan's energy was erratic. Is he in danger? Vegeta did his best to summarize what had happened. We were out hiking near Frying Pan Mountain when Gohan sensed something was wrong with Vital. He took off abruptly and we followed him. When we arrived, 18, Krillin, and Yamcha were already here. They informed us Vital had been involved in a car accident. What? The two said in unison. How is she? Tien asked. This time 18 answered. Not good. Marin and I were here in East City eating lunch when we heard a loud sound outside. She proceeded to give them a detailed account of what happened in order to get them up to speed. While she did so, Krillin came out to the waiting room to see what was going on. Somewhat surprised to see his two friends, he soon realized that he had been so focused on the situation at the hospital that he hadn't sensed them coming. He stood by his wife's side while she finished up her story, and that leads us to here. Vegeta just told me that Trunks and Goten went to go get Senzu beans for Vital. As you can see, the situation is very serious and we are waiting on more news from the doctors. Piccolo eyed his old rival. He knew exactly why Vegeta sent Goten and Trunks to Korin's tower, as opposed to going himself. He was staying behind in case something happened to Vital, and Gohan lost control. Something doesn't make sense though. Tien commented. Piccolo and I came here because we sensed Gohan's ki and knew something was wrong. Everyone here sensed it, no matter how far away we were. What's your point? Vegeta asked, somewhat pointedly. My point, Vegeta, is where is Goku? The Saiyan prince had been so preoccupied with what was going on that he had not thought about him. Tien elaborated. If we all sensed Gohan's power, and knew something was wrong, then Goku should have sensed it too. Despite their problems, Goku should have been the first one here using instant transmission. The fact that you, Trunks, and Goten were following Gohan and exerting as much energy as you did, should have been a further indicator that something serious was going on. He wouldn't just ignore that. So, where is he? Vegeta realized that Tien was right. Damn it. He swore before concentrating to see if he could pick up Goku's ki, but after a few seconds he realized he couldn't. And I can't even sense him myself. If he was here he could use instant transmission to get Den to heal Vital. Piccolo thought aloud. 18, you said you reached out to Chi-Chi. Does she know where he is? No, 18 responded. She hesitated, not wanting to reveal too much information. Krillin started to think out loud as well. And Chi-Chi even called Oog's village, but he's not there either. So where could he have gone after his lunch with Vital? His hands immediately went over his mouth in a physical attempt to keep the words in, but it was too late. They had all heard him. What? Vegeta and Piccolo almost yelled. A vein was clearly protruding around Vegeta's temple. While he was on the verge of an aneurysm, 18 looked in disbelief at her husband. She was going to kill him. Could this man keep one secret? Explain. Vegeta tried his best not to shout. But the tone of his voice well made up for the volume he was suppressing. Right now, Krillin was in between an angry wife and an angry Saiyan. There was no worse situation. He stuttered, looking back and forth between the two. It was hard to tell who was more upset, which scared him even more. 18 sighed as she felt she may as well explain what she knew. Before her accident, I saw Vital sitting with Goku in a cafe not too far from here. What were they talking about? Tien asked. I saw them through a window when I was across the street, so I can't say for sure. 18 then gave her husband a quick glance that told him to not divulge anything about Vital meeting with him and Bulma the previous week, at least not yet. Nothing more on the topic could be said because, at that moment, Gohan entered the hospital lobby from the adjacent room he had been in. Piccolo. Tien, he greeted, as he hugged his friends. It was clear to them that he had not overheard anything that they were just talking about. For the next few minutes, the group recollected as everyone got caught up with situation. Just as they finished updating everyone, Furukawa came back out to tell them that progress was being made with Vital. Thus far, the team of doctors have been able to remove several of the large objects from her and patch up her wounds. She has lost a lot of blood, so she is currently receiving a blood transfusion. As he was about to continue, he was interrupted by someone bursting through the entrance of the emergency room. Vital. Mr. Satan yelled as he ran into the waiting room. He then spotted his son-in-law and Krillin, with several of their friends. Gohan. He greeted him with an emotional hug. Where is Vital? Is she all right? He asked nervously. Gohan faced towards the doctor, not wanting to answer himself. Mr. Satan, my name is Dr. Furukawa. I was one of the doctors on staff when your daughter first arrived here. As you may know, your daughter was involved in a car accident. While she is still in critical condition, she is alive. The doctor went on to explain the complications that were taking precedence, and how right now they had a team of doctors doing their best to keep her alive. As he went on, Mr. Satan felt like he was reliving a nightmare. Thoughts of the past, and what happened to his wife, flooded his mind. What about the baby? He asked. Will there be complication when she makes it through this and delivers him? He had worded his sentence that way on purpose. Vital would make it, she had to. The baby is fine for now. Dr. Furukawa answered. He then addressed the group as a whole. Actually, if you would all mind joining me back in the room we set aside for you, I can relay some of the information I mentioned earlier to Mr. Satan. Everyone then followed him back to the room that allowed them more privacy. Their drive. Furukawa explained to Mr. Satan what he had previously explained to Gohan and showed him the X-rays. Both Tien and Piccolo were quick to pick up what the others had seen before. While the doctor was explaining Vital's current state, Tien nudged Yamcha. Does that mean what I think it means? That's what we were discussing just before you got here. Yamcha replied. Gohan's son used his ki to protect himself. It probably saved her life. Piccolo added. He continued to study the X-ray and came to the conclusion that the baby wasn't only protecting himself, but Vital as well. It was the only reason why all her internal organs remained unscathed. A slight smirk stretched across his face. He thought about his very first interaction with Gohan and the power he displayed at such a young age. It looked like his son was already following in his father's footsteps. While the others discussed the X-rays in the back of the room, Mr. Satan stayed focused on what the doctor was telling him. At least he was trying to. His mind continued to wander to the events that happened over 20 years ago, when his wife was tragically killed in a similar car accident. In fact, the similarities between the two events were quite eerie. Both his wife and daughter were involved in a major car accident in East City. And both were pregnant with their second child. He had never told Vital, but shortly before her mother's car accident, they had found out that she was indeed pregnant. Unfortunately, fate had another plans because, before they had told anyone, both Mrs. Satan and the baby, along with any prospects of having the family he always dreamed of, were gone. Now history seemed to be repeating itself. Except for the fact that Vital was further along in her pregnancy, everything read just like her mother's accident. No, he thought to himself, not everything is the same. They now have more resources at their disposal. Medicine had improved, and most importantly, Vital is carrying the baby of one of the strongest beings in the universe. History was not going to repeat itself. She and my grandson are going to make it through this. Just as he finished that thought, Drive. Kakanuma barged into the room. Son Gohan, your wife, she just went into labor. What? He shouted back. But she isn't due for another month. Quote, I know, but the accident has triggered an early labor. You and Mr. Satan please come with me. She motioned for the two to follow her. It was obvious that this baby was coming, and soon. Because she was wasting no time. Gohan gave one last look to his friends as he and Mr. Satan joined her in a rush down the various hallways to where Vital was. Everyone knew this was the worst possible time for this baby to arrive. Vital's body was already stressed from the accident, that they all wondered if the added strain of labor would simply be too much. Vegeta cursed under his breath. Where the hell are Trunks and Goten? Blank. Koreen. Trunks shouted as he approached the infamous tower. The white cat looked up in the sky, shielding his eyes from the harsh sun with his paw. Who on earth? He asked himself. Koreen, we need senzu beans. Trunks shouted again as he slowed his approach and stopped in front of him, whilst still hovering in the air. Don't you people ever call first? Koreen asked, somehow oblivious to the urgency in Trunks' voice and the fact that he was in his Super Saiyan form, not something too common in times of peace. There is no time, we need some senzu beans, now. The tone Trunks had taken startled the cat. Koreen immediately began searching for his bag of precious beans. While he aged through some of his things, the Super Saiyan became increasingly impatient. Koreen. He yelled the cat's name once more. Ah, here they are. Koreen said as he inspected the small bag. I only have one left. It will have to do. Give it to me. Trunks responded. Koreen then tossed the bag to him. As soon as Trunks got hold of it, he sped off in the direction from which he came. The power behind his speed was so great that he caused a whirlwind, knocking Koreen off his feet and leaving him dazed and confused about what had just happened. I need to RNU before we go in there. That Vital is still in a pretty bad state. Dr. Kakanuma told Gohan and Mr. Satan as they put on the medical gowns, masks, and gloves that were necessary for sanitation purposes. Given the circumstances, we have decided not to do a C-section because it might cause the infection spread. She paused briefly. I need you both to understand that we don't know how this is going to affect her body. Further complications could arise from delivery. I will need you both to give me and the other doctors some space and let us do our job. Not knowing how else to respond, the two men nodded in agreement. The doctors were all they could rely on at the moment. As they marched through several extra sets of doors, Gohan looked towards the direction of Koreen's tower. He could sense Trunks and Goten out there. Based on when Vegeta said they left, they might have reached Koreen by now, but they still had to get back here. Hurry, Goten, he muttered before walking into his wife's hospital room. It was like entering another world. Lights were flashing on various monitors, medical instruments of all sorts were being brought to the half a dozen doctors in the room, and in the middle of it all was the hospital bed carrying the Vital Satan. Several of the health care workers moved to make room for the three newcomers, allowing Gohan and Mr. Satan to get their first look at the battered woman in front of them. They both gasped. Neither one of them had ever seen her in this bad of shape. Vital. Gohan shouted as he rushed to her side, taking her hand into his. Meanwhile Mr. Satan was quick to join his daughter on the other side of the bed. Gee Gohan Dad, she muttered through deep breaths. We're here Vital, don't you worry. Her father reassured in a soothing voice. She let out a weak smile quickly followed by a scream of pain. Another contraction. One of the doctors spoke. She's already 3 centimeters dilated. Okay, this baby is coming in fast. Dr. Kakanuma announced. You're doing great Vital. Just focus on your breathing. In the midst of taking deep breaths to regain her strength, Vital turned to Gohan. She had tears in her eyes but not because of the pain. Gohan, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have come here. Her words were struggling to get out as her energy continued to diminish. Don't be sorry, Vital, Gohan said, still unaware of what she was exactly talking about. Just focus on the baby. Just focus on getting through this. For a moment their eyes were locked together as Vital let out another smile. With her family by her side, she wasn't going to give up. Blank. Goten hovered in the air in a meditative position as he waited for his friend to return. His only job right now was to conserve his energy for the flight back to the hospital. Suddenly, his eyes shot open as he detected Trunks' presence nearby. It didn't take long before he spotted his friend approaching. Without wasting any time, he began to power up and anticipated for the handoff of the Senzu beans. Goten, Trunks yelled as he slightly slowed his pace to prevent from crashing into him. By the time he was within 10 meters of him, Goten had powered up to his fullest. Here, he threw the pouch. Goten caught it and immediately sped off. Trunks' hair fell gently down as it turned from a golden yellow back to its natural lavender. He was breathing heavily, struggling to catch his breath after such an exertion. As he watched his friend disappear into the distance, he managed to muster a simple prayer of hope. Good luck, Goten. She's fully dilated now. Putting a cold cloth on her head, drive. Kakanuma urged Vital on. Okay, it's time to push. Push hard. Using what little energy she had left, Vital pushed. She screamed, arching forward. After a few seconds she fell back on her bed, thoroughly exhausted. That was good, Vital, really good. Doctor, Kakanuma said. I don't think I can do this. Vital started to sob. Her stamina was wavering. Yes, you can. Gohan gripped her hand tighter. Listen to me. You are the strongest woman I know. If anyone can do this, it's you. But you are not alone. I'm right here by your side. She smiled, feeling encouraged by her husband's words. Her face then grimaced. She pushed once more. UUURRRGGGHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHThose 30 minutes felt like an eternity for everyone in the room. While his daughter struggled to deliver her second child, all Mr. Satan could do was look on. Every scream cut through him, making him feel powerless to help her while she was experiencing such pain. At one moment he looked away, fighting back tears. That was when he noticed something. Looking over at his son-in-law, something was different. Gohan had this incredibly intense look on his face, like he was concentrating. Upon further inspection he could just make out an aura that seemed to radiate from the young man's body and settle into Vital's. It took him a minute, but he eventually figured out what was happening. The Demi-Saiyan was sustaining Vital with his own ki. One more push. Doctor, Kakanuma ordered. UUAAGHHHHHH. Vital screamed, which was followed by a familiar wailing. Wah ww haha. It was the cry of her newborn baby. Upon hearing the first sounds of his son, Gohan broke his concentration and looked up at the new child. While the medical team was quick to examine the infant and clean it, he turned back to his wife with a glow capable only of a new father. You did it. He congratulated his wife with a huge smile across his face. She smiled back as she rubbed her thumb across his hand. We did it, she whispered back, correcting him. She was fully aware of what her husband had been doing during the delivery and she knew she would not have made it through without his help. While the two shared an engaging moment, the nurses finished cleaning up the baby with Mr. Satan right over their shoulders. All right, you two, one of the nurses said as she finished wrapping up the newest addition to the family in a soft, baby blue blanket. Are you ready to meet your son? Gently. Gohan got up from his chair and took a few steps toward the nurse. They exchanged the baby, and for the first time since Pan's birth, he remembered what it was like to hold his newborn child. No words could describe the intense and pure joy he had at that moment. After everything that had happened, after fearing he had lost his son, he now had him safe in his arms. The beautiful baby before him continued to cry and wail as he tested the power of his lungs, something that he would do for some time afterwards. A tear dropped down Gohan's cheek as he realized how thankful he was to be cradling the healthy baby. Closing his eyes, he leaned down and kissed his new son on the forehead. While the baby continued to let out a high-pitched cry, it slowly started to become drowned out by another sound, this one steady. When he opened his eyes, Gohan found several of the doctors making their way past him. To his right, he saw a look of sheer horror on the face of Mr. Satan. Forcing himself to turn around, he recognized the source of the noise. It was the heart rate monitor. Vital's heart had stopped, while the hospital room rapidly became more chaotic, as doctors continued to rush in. Gohan just stood there, holding his baby boy in his arms. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Vital wasn't supposed to be in East City. Vital wasn't supposed to be in a car accident. Vital wasn't supposed to deliver the baby under these conditions. Vital wasn't supposed to die. Around him, healthcare workers were shouting orders at each other, emergency signals were going off, and Mr. Satan was being driven to hysterics as he witnessed his daughter go lifeless right in front of him. Watching the scene unfold, the Demi-Saiyan realized that his hearing had abandoned him. Leaving the steady tone of Vital's heart monitor is the last sound that he heard. Vital, he whispered as his other senses began to diminish as well. His body became numb to the point he was completely immune to the nurse beside him, tugging on his shirt in an effort to get him to leave the room, so that the doctors could focus solely on Vital. Lastly, his sight began to blur. It was like he was being possessed by some entity. Every natural thing about him was no longer operating correctly, including his mental state. The emotional burden was too much and he was starting to get lost within himself. This couldn't be happening, he thought as his ki began to rise. This just isn't fair. Blank. In the hospital lobby, everyone's heads shot up to the direction that Gohan was in. Gohan, Tien said aloud, acknowledging what they all were sensing. Does that mean? Yamcha asked without finishing his question. Vegeta and Piccolo clenched their teeth in a nervous reaction. It was just like at his birthday party, only this time. Despite the fact that Gohan's ki was still low, they could tell it was much more unstable. Neither of them predict how much more powerful or explosive it could become. Deciding he had hesitated long enough, Piccolo bolted away from the lobby, towards his former protégé's direction on the other side of the hospital. He was quickly followed by Vegeta and the rest of the gang. With each step they took, their anxiety level increased exponentially, matching the rate at which Gohan's power was increasing. The worst-case scenario that they had all feared was unfolding before them. Godin had the hospital in his sights when he felt his brother's ki. Gohan, he gasped. Something had happened. Was he too late? Drawing from his reserves, he sped up to reach the building, gaining a few extra seconds. When he landed on the hospital balcony, on the floor Gohan was on. He began to sense what the others had sensed. His brother's power was incredibly unstable. The silver lining to this was that he knew exactly where his brother was. He wasted no time rushing the various hallways to get to him. Gohan remained oblivious to his approaching friends. He had almost reached a point of total disconnection from the outside world. His power had taken hold of him and was beyond his, or anyone's, control. Not being able to sense ki, the doctors in the room continued to work on Vital with minimal attention towards the other two men in the room. A few nurses had been trying to get them to move with no success. While Gohan remained insensible to the surrounding environment, Mr. Satan fought to stay in the room. He did not want to leave his little girl. Dr. Kakanuma had brought out the defibrillation paddles. Clear, she shouted before setting the paddles on Vital's chest and releasing electrical current through her body. A part of Gohan's subconscious became aware of what was happening as his wife's chest violently rose with the paddles and then dropped down. Still flat-lining, one of the other doctors responded. Charge again. Dr. Kakanuma ordered as she rubbed the paddles vigorously together. Clear. Once again Vital's chest rose. Gohan cringed. His power began to escalate even further. As now reaching a very noticeable point as the electrical units within the room began to flash on and off, and various instruments began to hover in midair. What's happening? Dr. Kakanuma shouted. Gohan closed his eyes. The attempts made by his subconscious to remain in control were quickly failing. He felt his grip on reality slipping faster and faster away. He was enraged, more enraged than he had ever been. Everything within him was coming completely apart. As his power continued to soar, he felt the last remnants of sanity slip from him. I can't hold on, he thought. I can't. Dot, 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 dot. His eyes opened. Something had happened. He suddenly felt as if he had regained some control of himself. Then he realized that his senses had returned to him, and there was one that was overpowering the sense of touch. Looking down, he saw his newborn son, clutching one of his fingers in his small hand. An act so simple, yet so meaningful for him. It instantly brought him back to reality. What am I doing? He asked himself, realizing just how dangerous his power was becoming. With the loss of Vital, he had become selfish with regards to his own emotions and completely forgot about everyone else. Seeing her die in front of him made him feel like this was the end of everything, when in fact, the baby in his arms was proof otherwise. He had to think about his family, and accept the fact that life continues to go on. Even if a loved one is lost. As his power started to decrease and become stable again, Gohan started to cry. He had almost done something incredibly stupid. He was frustrated and distressed over the situation, but he was also thankful that his son had brought him from the brink of insanity, back to the real world. The infant had saved his father, from himself. Another product of him regaining control of his power was that the electrical equipment in the hospital room began to power back on. No longer under stress from the energy emitted by him, they were once again fully operational. Seizing the moment, drive. Kakanuma charged up the paddles. Clear, she yelled as she pressed the equipment against Vital's chest once again. A second later everyone heard what they had been hoping for. Asterisk beep. Beep 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 beep. Vital was alive. Heartbeat is still irregular. One of the doctors noted. We need to act fast to make sure she doesn't go into cardiac arrest again. While they scrambled to hook up various IV fluids and blood transfusions to her, Gohan's head snapped up. Goten, he muttered, sensing his brother's presence nearby. Wasting no time, he handed his son over to Mr. Satan, with no exchange of words, and stepped halfway out of the room. As soon as he did this, he saw his brother scurry around the corner at the other end of the long hallway. Goten, he hollered with his hand extended outwards. Here, Goten yelled back as he quickly took out a senzu and threw it down the hallway, right into his brother's palm. Gohan then rushed back to Vital's side, making his way past the various doctors. Son Gohan, Doctor, Kakanuma shrieked, wondering why he was interfering with their attempts to save his wife. Ignoring her, he quickly placed the senzu in Vital's mouth, forcing her to swallow the magic bean. A few seconds later she gasped for air as her wounds began to miraculously disappear. Everyone else watched in awe as health of the woman before them was instantaneously restored. Her vitals seemed to be stabilizing. One of the nurses commented, pointing to several of the machines. Vital's eyes fluttered open and the first image she saw was her husband standing over her. With a smile, he gently whispered to her. Welcome back. She returned the smile with her own, before the fatigue she had endured forced her close her eyes and get some much needed rest. Blank. Several hours later, Vital woke up once again, this time in a different and much quieter hospital room. And tried to collect her thoughts as the haze of sleep began to wear off. What had happened? She asked herself, sitting up on her bed. Before she had time to answer herself, a voice called to her. Mommy. Pan yelled as she ran into her mother's arms. Haha, hey Pan. Vital returned the greeting. Her daughter continued to embrace her in a tight hug. Easy Pan. Chi-Chi said gently. Your mom is still healing, we have to be gentle. Healing. Vital thought as she began to recount why she was there in the first place. She remembered being in a car accident, then hearing 18's voice, then a bunch of doctors around her, followed by the baby. Is there room for 2 more? Vital looked back up at the doorway. Standing there was her husband, holding their newborn son. Gohan, she said, almost in a whisper. Pan made room for her father as he made his way over to the bed. Sitting by her side he handed the infant over to her. Would you like to meet your son? Taking the child into her arms for the first time, Vital was overcome with joy she had not felt since she first held Pan in her arms. She thought about how lucky she was to have a healthy baby boy yawning and stretching in her arms. Wait, she thought, was he healthy? Quote, Gohan. The woman gulped, fearing that her son might have sustained some type of damage from the accident. Was he injured in the accident? Are there any complications? Before she could get herself into a hysteria of questions, her husband smirked and responded, no. Quite the opposite. Actually Vital. Mr. Satan screamed, cutting off his son-in-law. The world champion had just entered the hospital room and ran to his daughter, giving her a hug that was a bit suffocating, but careful enough so as not to hurt the baby in her arms. He was sobbing, for joy that she had made it through the ordeal. Not used to seeing her father cry, Vital tried her best to comfort him. Dad, it's okay. I'm fine, the baby's fine, everything's fine. As Mr. Satan regained his composure, the others began to crowd into the room to see the recuperated Vital. With her finally awake, Bulma took the opportunity to capture the first pictures of the baby with his family. The atmosphere quickly became jovial and it turned to a celebration of life with the new baby and Vital's recovery. During this time, Gohan took the opportunity to finish what he had started to tell Vital about their baby. He requested that she be shown the X-rays and pointed out what they had previously seen. As he explained the meaning, which was apparent to her, she looked down at the infant in her arms. Her son had saved both their lives and made it through a premature delivery. Now he was asleep in her arms, looking like any normal baby. She looked back up at Gohan, who had a smile on his face. I told Gohan, that kid is going to give you two a run for your money. Yamcha joked, causing the others to laugh. Pictures and conversations continues, however, just underneath the laughter and the celebrations lay secrets that were being kept. Because of this, everyone was reluctant to stay too long, and took their leave soon afterwards with the excuse of letting Vital rest. By the time evening rolled around, and the sun was setting, everyone had gone home except for Gohan, Pan, Mr. Satan, Piccolo and Krillin's family. Well, I guess we better get going as well. Krillin stated after Chi-Chi and Goten's recent departure. Before you all leave, would everyone mind if I had a minute alone with 18? Vital requested. Sure thing, Mr. Satan responded for the group. He then turned to the others. Actually, why don't we all grab a quick bite to eat while they talk? Krillin, do you and Marin want to join us? Krillin shook his head. Thank you for the offer, but I think we are okay. I don't think they will be talking too long and we really should be getting back. Marin and I will just wait downstairs. His family said their goodbyes to everyone as they went their separate ways, leaving Vital and 18 alone in the room. Vital turned to the former android, who was sitting in a chair by her bedside. Thank you, she said with a smile. If you hadn't had been on that rooftop she motioned to the baby in her arms, might not have made it. You saved our lives. 18 scooted her chair closer. A lot of things happened today, a lot of bad things and a lot of good things. And I certainly don't deserve credit for all the good things. I was just in the right place at the right time, but you're welcome. She then became pensive as she debated bringing up Goku and what she had seen. And what the others knew. This did not go unnoticed. Is everything okay? Vital asked. I hate to mention this while you are still in the hospital, but sooner or later Gohan is going to ask why you were in East City. Vital felt her heart drop. Before she could say anything, 18 continued. According to Goten, you told him that you were going to your work in North City to wrap up some things before you went on maternity leave. Gohan expressed confusion as to how you ended up here, so he may bring it up soon. He has questions, but he doesn't know about your meeting with Goku. Vital's eyes widened. How? She couldn't even get her question out. While Marin and I were walking to lunch, I saw you two through one of the windows in the restaurant you were in. Marin didn't notice, but I told Krillin and he accidentally told Vegeta, Piccolo, and Tien. There was guilt in 18's voice. She hadn't meant for so many people to know what she saw. Shit. Vital cursed as she tossed her head back. She hadn't even thought about what she was going to tell her husband. He was never supposed to know that she had been here. Nobody was supposed to know. And now 5 of her friends knew. What the heck was she going to do? 18 tried her best to reassure her. Right now, nobody else besides us 5, and you, knows. We all understand how delicate the situation is. After all, we all saw how Gohan reacted to Goku the night of his birthday party and how he reacted today. That last part was muttered under her breath. It was something that was not really meant to be heard, but it was. What do you mean today? What happened? Quote. 18 furrowed her brow. It was time that Vital knew what occurred after the accident. She began with what happened from her perspective, then described what Vegeta had told her with regards to Gohan taking off abruptly. She recounted everything that had happened, including the woman's short death, which Vital knew about, and Gohan's almost apocalyptic reaction, which Vital did not know about. Nobody knows how he managed to get control of himself, but he did, before he did anything stupid. We haven't brought any of this up, because this day has already been stressful enough for the both of you, and we especially didn't want to remind him of how he reacted. Vital laid back, silent. I'm sorry. 18 apologized. She felt incredibly guilty for unloading all of this onto a person who already went through so much in the past several hours. I shouldn't have said anything. This has been too much for one day. I should have known not to. No, Vital interrupted. I'm glad that you told me about everything. It's best that I hear this now, from you, rather than be caught off guard later with Gohan. The circumstances surrounding this whole thing sucks. But at least now I have enough foresight to prevent things from getting worse. Vital. 18 grabbed her friend's hand. You don't have to do this alone. We can be here with you. At that moment Krillin opened the door. Hey 18, we should probably get going. 18 turned back at her friend waiting for a response. Should they stay, or should they go? Vital smiled back at her. Thanks 18, but his is one of those things that Gohan and I need to discuss alone. I understand. She stood up. However, if you change your mind you know where to find to us. As she walked towards the door she thought about mentioning what Vegeta had said about Goku and how nobody seemed to know where he was, but she decided against it. There needed to be a limit on bad news for the day. We'll see you again soon. The pair said together as they left the hospital room. Blank. Opening his eyes, escaping from his deep trance, Goku was surprised to find that night had fallen. He had not planned to spend that long meditating, but then again, his meditation training in the afterlife would sometimes last for days. Getting back on his feet, he took a deep breath of the cool night air. He exhaled. Peaceful silence. After a few minutes of quiet solitude, he lifted himself up into the air, deciding to fly home as opposed to teleporting so he could continue to enjoy the night. I wonder what time it is. I hope I didn't miss dinner. While he flew back, he thought about his conversation with Vital earlier that day. He had no knowledge of what had transpired during his meditation and thus continued to have high hopes for the plan he and Vital had set out. He even daydreamed about a happy reunion with his son, hoping that day would come sooner rather than later. The front door creaked as Goku made his way inside his home on Mount Paozu. He was greeted by nothing but darkness. All the lights were off, which meant that either Chi-Chi and Goten were out or. He glanced at the digital clock on a nearby desk. 1:27 a.m. Or they were already asleep. I can't believe it's that late. He thought to himself. Had he really been mediating for that long past dinner time? His stomach let out a slight growl. Sighing, he gave in to the fact that he would probably have to wait until the morning to get some food. For now, it was bedtime. Proceeding to make his way to the stairs, he found himself struggling to navigate his house in the dark. He had almost made it past his living room when he stubbed his toe on the back of the couch. He LPED before covering his mouth with one hand, while the other caressed his throbbing foot. With this awkward stance, he soon lost his balance and fell against a nearby end table, causing a loud crash. The Sun household was suddenly illuminated with light. Goten came racing down the stairs, thinking it was an intruder. Prepared for some heroic action, he landed at the bottom of the stairs in a fighting pose. Only to find his father toppled over the end table with a lampshade, that belonged to a now broken lamp, hanging off his head. Dad, he said a little surprised. Chi-Chi, tying up her bathrobe, made her way downstairs behind her son. Goku, she shouted. It took the Saiyan a moment to regain his senses after his comical tumble. In the meantime, Goten helped him up while Chi-Chi angrily stared at him with her arms crossed. Son Goku, where have you been? She shouted again, ignoring, for the time being, the destruction of the furniture around them. After having been helped to his feet by his son, Goku shook his head in an effort to rid himself of the daze he was in. "You out," he answered. It was all he could think of at the moment. Out? Out where? Where the heck were you this afternoon? Nobody had a clue where to find you. Chi-Chi continued to chastise him. Find me? Goku questioned, finally noticing his wife's tone was more upset than usual. What do you mean? Did something happen? Goten looked at his father with a bit of amazement. He really must not have felt Gohan's ki before. But how could something like that be ignored? Dad, where exactly were you this afternoon? This afternoon I was in the woods meditating. I only recently came out of my state and, because it was such a deep meditation, I didn't realize how late it was. Finally, things were starting to come together for Goten. So that's why you didn't sense anything. Sense anything? Goku was becoming more confused by the minute. Could someone tell me what's going? Chi-Chi and Goten gave each other a glance. It was going to be a long night. Sighing, the latter decided to go into the kitchen. I'll make us some tea. Blank. The three family members sat down to discuss the unfortunate events of the day. While the opening line, Vital was involved in an accident this afternoon, would be shocking to anyone, it hit Goku especially hard knowing that he had seen her earlier that day. But that was only the beginning. As Goten and Chi-Chi recounted that afternoon based on their own experiences, as well as what the others had told them, Goku began to connect more of the dots. That thing that he sensed shortly after he left East City wasn't his mind playing tricks on him, it was Vital's ki quickly diminishing as a result of the car crash. And, as a consequence of him thinking it was just stress, he mediated, causing him to miss everything that happened thereafter. He felt stunned at the cruel irony of the situation. A million, what if, questions began to run through his head. Contemplating an alternative reality where he had just listened to his instincts, and not been so careless. Chi-Chi picked up on her husband's unease and her tone became less aggressive. Goku, we told you she and the baby are going to be fine. It's just that we didn't know where you were. And some of us were worried why you didn't come to the hospital after all of us were rushing there. Goten added, also picking up on his father's unease. None of this made the Saiyan feel any better. He felt guilty for ignoring his senses and for meeting Vital in the first place. If they hadn't met up at the cafe, then she would never have been in that accident. He began to think aloud. And everyone was probably wondering what she was doing in East City in the first place. It started to dawn on him that the whole purpose for the meeting was probably now in vain, as everyone most likely knew that they had met. Thus, the only product of this morning had been to make things worse, much worse. Although afraid to ask the question, Goku eventually came out with it. How did Gohan react when he heard about our meeting? Whose meeting? Chi-Chi asked. Vital and mine's meeting. In East City this more, the blank faces on his wife and son made him realize that they didn't know what he was talking about. Vital must not have told anyone. He had gotten ahead of himself. Based on his presumptions and inadvertently exposed himself. Shit. He swore silently again as he realized his mistake. What? Chi-Chi and Goten said together with great surprise. That was certainly something they were not expecting. You saw Vital this morning? Chi-Chi asked. Well, that explains why she was in East City when Gohan said that she had told him she had a work meeting in North City. Goten added, trying to maintain his role as the calm, observant one between himself and his mother. But, Dad, why did you two meet up? And how come we didn't know about this? Sighing, Goku responded to the questioning. Nobody was supposed to know, at least that's what Vital wanted. For the next half hour he discussed what he and Vital had talked about the previous morning. Everything from the way Gohan had been acting, to Vital's plan to try and get the two to reconcile, had been recounted. He even included that after he left East City he felt he needed to clear his mind and thus stopped to meditate. What he didn't mention was that one of the things bugging his senses was Vital's sudden loss of ki, although he didn't realize it at the time. As he ended his story, his son and wife stared at him, completely dumbfounded. The situation between Goku and Gohan had the chance to escalate even further after everything that had happened. Chi-Chi held her head in her hands, too exhausted to yell at her husband to ask what he was thinking. Then again, she couldn't blame him for trying to mend his ties with his son. No, this was just a freak chance of some really bad luck. Wow, Goten exclaimed, feeling rather speechless. So what now? Chi-Chi turned to her son and then back towards her husband. I think it's best if we let Vital tell Gohan if and when she chooses. Otherwise I suggest we keep this between us. The less people involved the better. With that, she resigned herself to the comfort of her bed. She had no clue how this was all going to turn out, but she knew she no longer had any power in whatever the outcome would be. Being too physically and emotionally exhausted to carry on in conversation, sleep took the top priority. This left Goku and Goten to say their good nights as they headed to bed shortly thereafter. It had been a long day. Chi-Chi woke up the next morning to a ringing phone. Hello, she greeted lethargically. Chi-Chi, she heard the voice on the other end. Chi-Chi, I'm sorry, did I wake you? The woman's eyes popped open as she recognized the voice. Vital. No, that's all right. I'm up. I'm calling to see if you've heard anything from Goku. Chi-Chi clutched the phone tighter. Yes, he eventually came home late last night. Did he say where he was? Vital was doing her best not to sound too interested in the Saiyan's whereabouts, but she was curious. He said that he had spent the afternoon in the woods in a deep meditative trance, which is why he didn't sense anything that was going on. So you explained to him what happened? Yes, and he's glad you're all right. Chi-Chi hesitated. But I also think he feels a bit guilty about everything that happened. She was trying to tell her daughter-in-law in an indirect way that she knew the two had met up. This led to an uncomfortable pause before the younger woman spoke up. What do you mean? She asked, staying cryptic herself. Another awkward pause fell over the two. One of them was going to have to breach the subject first. After a long enough wait, Vital gave in. He told where he was yesterday morning, didn't he? Yes, he told us about your meeting. Chi-Chi responded in a way as if she was delivering some terrible news. Leaning back in her hospital bed, Vital closed her eyes and let out a soft, frustrated moan. So you and Goten know what happened? By the simple tone of her voice, Chi-Chi could detect that she hadn't told Gohan yet. Yes, we do. But Vital, we are the only ones who know. And we realize that this is something that is between you, Goku, and Gohan, which is why we aren't going to mention anything. It was the first sign of neutrality and distance that she had shown since this entire ordeal started. And Vital didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Deciding to take the optimistic route, she responded. Thank you, Chi-Chi. You're right, at this point it is something between us three. We shouldn't involve anyone else. A nurse then entered her room to check up on her. Listen, I have to go. I'm sure I'll see you guys soon after I'm out of the hospital in a few days. I want to keep here for a bit to make sure I'm fine, but once I leave I should be back to my old self. Okay, Vital. Take care. I will. Capsule Corporation, the next day. Ugh. Trunks, can we take a break? Goten groaned as he plopped his face down into his book. The two had been studying non-stop for the past 2 hours for an upcoming test in a class they shared. As he finished up writing a sentence in his notebook, Trunks laughed at his younger friend. Didn't Gohan used to study over 4 hours every day? You are his brother, aren't you? He joked around. Goten looked up at his friend with a slight glare. You're right. I'm his brother, not him. When it comes to studying, I have more of my dad's genes in me than he does. It was well known that his brother and father were on complete opposite spectrums when it came to academics, and he fell right in the middle of that spectrum, which was frustrating at times because people either expect him to completely fail or excel beyond belief. Trunks laughed again. Fair enough. He then changed the subject. Hey, how about snack? Goten perked up. Now that was one thing all the Sun Men had in common, a love of food. The two teenagers made their way to kitchen and began to gather up enough food to feed a large family. As they sat down to eat, Trunks took opportunity to ask about something that had been on his mind. So, you never told me where your dad had been the other day. Huh? Goten asked, caught off guard. At school you mentioned that your dad came home late the day before yesterday. But the bell interrupted us before you could tell me where he had been. I've been curious because he should have sensed us when we were all gathered at the hospital. Oh, yeah, he was Goten had to think for a moment. His mother had expressed concern over telling anyone too much of what happened. He was in the woods in a deep meditative trance. All afternoon. Yay, I guess. He told us that he had only recently come out of his trance when he arrived home. He had completely blocked everything out, which is why he didn't sense us. Goten tried to shrug it off as some weird coincidence, thinking that Trunks' curiosity had been satisfied but it hadn't. How did he react when you told him what happened? Trunks questioned further. Once again Goten was caught off guard. He was shocked, obviously. But once we told him everything was fine, he felt better. I think he just felt guilty for not being there. He had to take a pause. Was he starting to tell too much? Guilty? Trunks asked. Goten remained silent. Had he really said, guilty? That was the sense he had gotten from his father when he and his mother were telling him about the events of the day. He had found out that this guilt came from the fact that his father and sister-in-law had actually met in East City. But Trunks didn't know that, nor was he supposed to. Do you mean he felt guilty because he could have teleported her to Den? Quote. Goten gave his friend a blank stare. With everything else going on he hadn't thought about that possibility. Perhaps his father felt guilty about, not just meeting her in East City, but also about not being conscious enough to sense that something was wrong where he could have helped. Yay, he muttered. But the way he said it was more of an agreement than a confirmation. Which made Trunks suspicious. Goten, the lavender-haired boy, eyed his friend. The two had been friends their whole lives and Trunks knew when his younger counterpart was hiding something. Or not being completely honest. You know more, don't you? The younger Demi-Saiyan's eyes widened. What do you mean? I know no. The pitch of his voice changed several times, giving away that he did indeed know more. Goten, you're hiding something, Trunks teased. And from the looks of it, it's something big, tell me. Poor son Goten knew that it would be futile to withhold information from his friend now. Once Trunks wanted to know something, he was dead set on finding out. It was a quality he got from his mother. Okay. Goten exhaled, as if to release all the tension in his body. He looked his older friend square in the eyes. But you can't tell anyone. Trunks held up his hand in a promise never to break his friend's trust. You have my word. Goten began to divulge in everything that had occurred the other night, all the while hoping that Trunks would not break his promise and keep quiet on the subject matter. His mother had been right, the less people that know, the better. Unfortunately, his concerns were misdirected because unbeknownst to both of them, somebody else was listening in. As Goten concluded his perspective on the events of the other night, Trunks could not help but focus on the irony of the situation. So Vital set up this secret meeting with your dad, to discuss reconciliation between him and Gohan. But now that this accident has happened, it's only a matter of time before Gohan finds out the truth. Thus, everything they talked about that morning was all for nothing. Goten corrected him. No, if it was for nothing then that would be okay. This has provided to make the situation much worse. Leaning against the wall, Trunks folded his arms. How do you think your brother will react? The younger Demi-Saiyan shrugged his shoulder. I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm not really sure of much anymore. Like his mother, he was beginning to detach himself from this tortuous family drama. The two continued to talk and the conversation soon went back to academics. Feeling that she had heard enough, Bulma continued past the kitchen, remaining unnoticed. It had been pure chance that she found herself nearby while the two were discussing the events of the other day and she couldn't help but eavesdrop on their conversation. During her time at the hospital, she had heard from one of the others that there was some confusion as to why Vital was in East City. As she had told Gohan that she was supposed to be in North City that day. While the question wasn't brought up again, Bulma wondered if this had anything to do with the meeting she and Krillin had with her a week prior. Now she had confirmation that was the case. Vital was in East City because she had met Goku there. As she continued to walk throughout Capsule Corp, she kept her head down in deep thought. Should Krillin and I have discouraged her from meeting with him? Should we have been there with her? She began to ask herself question after question. And regarding the circumstances to the situation. Should I reach out to her? Bulma. A voice called out to her, but she was too lost in thought to notice. Bulma. It called out again. Bulma. Vegeta yelled, making his way in front of her, forcing her to stop. She let out a startled gasp. Vital, I mean Vegeta, you scared me. Eyeing her suspiciously, He mentioned that he had been calling out her name several times beforehand. I wanted to ask you if Trunks and Goten were still here. Trunks and Goku, I mean Goten, are here. She stumbled on her speech again. Trunks and Goten are still here. It was easy to see something was off. As Vegeta stared at her, she was quick to avert his gaze. Her flubs with the names and her demeanor lead him to one conclusion. What do you know? Bulma was about to ask what he meant and brush him off, but once she looked back at him, she could tell he would be able to see right through her. I know what Vital was doing in East City. She was meeting with Goku. I overheard Trunks and Goten talking about it. Apparently Goku came home late the other night, and when confronted about where he had been, he explained he had been in a deep meditative trance in the woods that afternoon. That explains why he didn't show up at all despite us all being at the hospital. Vegeta said, more to himself. Bulma took a slight notice as to how calm her husband seemed. Like he wasn't surprised to hear this. That's what Goten mentioned. Apparently Goku then let it out that he had met with Vital earlier, and that's why she was in East City to begin with. Has Goten told anyone else this? It doesn't sound like it. She answered, but she was now growing suspicious of him. She was expecting a bigger reaction. You knew about this, didn't you? Yes, he confirmed. How? When? Calm down, I'm right here. Vegeta responded. While we were at the hospital, Krillin let it spill that 18 had seen the two of them in a restaurant while she was downtown shopping. What? 18 saw them? Did they see her? He shook his head. No, but I wouldn't be surprised if she mentioned it to Vital. We left the hospital before they did. I'm sure she was curious, as we all were, as to why they decided to meet. He thought for a moment. Are you sure Goten hasn't told anyone else? I don't think so. He seemed hesitant to even tell Trunks, and made him swear not to tell anyone. HMMPH. The Saiyan scoffed. Apparently Trunks' trust isn't what Goten should have worried about, but rather who was around the corner. That's some good news, the less people that know the better. Bulma eventually nodded. I agree. Just like Goten mentioned what Chi-Chi said, it's probably best that the news come from Vital anyway, if and when she chooses. Blank. Throughout the day, Bulma continued to ruminate on everything that had happened. As night came, sleep evaded her. She wrestled with her emotions, trying to figure out what she could do. Feeling somewhat responsible for why Vital was in East City to begin with, she wanted to help but didn't know how. Struggling, she eventually decided the best course of action would be to call her and let her know she had her support. The following morning, she picked up the phone. Hello. Vital answered. Good morning Vital, it's Bulma. Oh Bulma, good morning. How are you? I'm fine, although I think I really should be asking you that question. Vital let out a slight chuckle. Oh, everything is fine over here. They just want to keep me under observation and run some tests before releasing me. You know doctors. I actually think they are still in shock that I recovered so fast because of the Senzu bean. I can see where that might spark their curiosity and disbelief. Bulma responded with her own chuckle. Listen, I wanted to call to offer my apologies and support. Vital became confused. Apologies for what? Last week, when Krillin and I met with you, we should have offered to go with you, to meet Goku. If we had, you might not have been involved in this horrible accident. It took Vital a second before she could respond. How did you know I was there to meet Goku? When I first heard of the accident it crossed my mind, especially after hearing from the others that you were supposed to be in North City at the time. But I didn't know for sure until yesterday when I overheard Goten talking with Trunks. Vital began to think to herself about the chain of events. So Goku told Goten, who in turn told Trunks. Great, soon the whole world will know of our secret meeting. She did her best to try to remain calm. This is not exactly what she wanted to hear, because now she felt more pressured to tell Gohan sooner before someone else did. Vital, are you there? Bulma asked, suddenly concerned about silence on the other end. Why yay, I'm here Bulma. She was trying to hide her growing anxiety. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. It's just aft. Our Vegeta confirmed what I overheard from Goten. I wanted to call to tell you that you have our support and perhaps it was the insomnia getting to her, but Bulma had now just let it slip that Vegeta not only knew about the meeting as well, but knew before she did. Vital was quick to interrupt her. Wait, Vegeta knew. Her voice was now raised as she no longer attempted to hide her stress and anxiety. The list of people who knew about this was quickly growing. Bulma cringed both at the increase in volume coming from the earpiece and realizing what she had just said. Yes, she replied softly. Krillin had accidentally told him at the hospital. At that moment Vital flopped back onto her bed. This is not happening. Please tell me this is not happening, she said silently to herself over and over again. Feeling guilt-ridden, that all she had accomplished in the past few minutes was just to make her friend feel worse, Bulma tried her best to comfort her. Vital, you should be the one to tell Gohan about the meeting if and when you choose. You have my word that neither Vegeta nor I will tell anyone else. My purpose for calling was to try to ease the stress by telling you that you have our support. I didn't mean to add to the stress. Taking a long deep breath in and out, Vital finally collected herself in time to respond. That's okay Bulma, I appreciate your concern and I thank you for your support. I'm glad that you called me. There was another brief pause as she decided she needed some time to think all of this over. I'm actually going to go. Lunch is soon and I want to rest a bit before I eat. Okay, but be sure to call if you need anything. By now, Bulma was incredibly disheartened that her attempt to make things better had totally backfired. I will. Thanks Bulma. I will talk to you later. Bye. Vital hung up the phone, laid back on her bed, and closed her eyes. Once again things seemed to have gotten worse. She began to feel as if time was running out in telling Gohan the truth. Blank. What truth? Mr. Satan asked his son-in-law, puzzled by his behavior. It was late in the afternoon and the two were sitting on the balcony of their hotel suite, located near the hospital, when Gohan decided to bring up the topic of Vital. He mentioned he was growing concerned because she seemed more reserved since the accident. The truth of why she was in East City. He answered. Normally I wouldn't care so much, but I checked with her work, and they said there never was a work meeting scheduled that day like she had said. She lied. And I'm pretty sure she knows that I know this, yet she hasn't said anything to me about it. In fact, she hasn't really said all that much to me these past few days. Reflecting on his time spent in the hospital with his daughter, Mr. Satan began to understand what the young man was talking about. I think I know what you mean. Normally she's rather talkative, but since her accident he was having trouble finding the right word, so Gohan helped him out. Distant. Yay. Distant. Mr. Satan agreed. But I don't know, maybe we are just worrying too much. Gohan stared down at his reflection in his drink that he held in his hands. I just feel like something's wrong. There has to be a reason why she lied. Well, 18, Krillin, and Yamcha were the first ones here. Did they happen to mention seeing or hearing anything? Gohan shook his head. No, I actually haven't spoken with them that much. They both called yesterday to see how she was doing, but it was a quick conversation. Mr. Satan thought aloud. This is a bit of a mystery. But I'm sure there is a good reason she didn't tell you the truth to begin with. I'm just hoping that her emotional distance isn't from any psychological trauma related to the accident. Gohan added. He looked up at Mr. Satan and noticed an expression of concern on his face. He realized that might not have been the best thing to say and quickly walked it back. But that's highly unlikely. The doctors would have found out if anything was wrong. Why, yay. Mr. Satan replied, which made him feel better. You know, now that we're talking it out, I'm sure it's nothing. A misunderstanding at best. I think you're right. Gohan lied. He was trying to appease his father-in-law and not make him worry. He, however, wasn't convinced. Something was amiss. Dr. Furukawa walked into Vital's hospital room. Good afternoon. I have some great news for you. We are releasing you today. You officially have a clean bill of health. Already? Vital questioned. I thought they said I was going to be here for a few more days. Well, drive. Furukawa started as he began to look over his notepad once more. All of your tests continue to come out normal. The baby's tests have read the same. Your wounds are completely healed, and we cannot detect any presence of dangerous bacteria in your body. Therefore, you're good to go. That's a relief, she said before looking down at the baby in her arms. You hear that? We're going home today. A few nurses came in and began to turn off and undo the last of the equipment that was attached to her. Dr. Furukawa signed the last page of his report making Vital's release official. It will only take me a few minutes to process these forms. In the meantime you can get dressed and use the phone to contact your husband and father to pick you up. Thank you. After Dr. Furukawa left, Vital let out a sigh of relief. She laid back on her bed to take a few deep breaths before getting up to change. I am finally going home, she thought to herself. Even though it had only been a few days, the entire ordeal had felt like months. All she wanted to do now was be in her own home with her family. However, as she continued getting dressed, she came to a sudden realization. Now that she was being released, the inevitable conversation between her and Gohan was just on the horizon. But she still had no clue what to say. Turning towards the phone by her bed, she was starting to feel trepidation about her dismissal from the hospital. I can't not call them, she thought to herself. Eventually, she walked over, picked up the receiver, and dialed the number to the hotel suite that her husband and dad were staying in. As the phone rung, she prayed it would be her dad who answered. Hello. An all too familiar voice came from the other end. Hey Dad, she exclaimed, perhaps a little too enthusiastically. Oh Vital, we were just about to come by. Mr. Satan greeted back to his daughter. His managed to catch the attention of his son-in-law, who was sitting in a chair a few feet from him. Listen Dad, I just got news from the doctor that they are releasing me early. He went to process the forms so I should be out of here in the next hour. That's great Vital, Mr. Satan said, jumping up and down. What's great? Gohan asked, obviously curious as to what was making the older man so exuberant. Vital's being released today, Mr. Satan responded. Already, Mr. Satan switched back to talking with his daughter. We will check out and drive over there right away. Gohan held out his hand. Let me talk to her. His voice was rife with excitement. Hey Vital, Gohan wants to talk with you. Fearing any type of confrontation at the moment, she quickly made up an excuse to end the chat. Well, actually Dad, I need to get dressed, the doctor will be back soon so I need to go. Oh, okay. Well, we will see you soon then bye. Bye. Vital hung up the phone causing a dull, faint asterisk beep, beep. Beep asterisk sound on the other end. Mr. Satan turned to Gohan. I'm sorry. She said she had to hurry up and get dressed. But hey, we will see her in just a bit. I'll get Pan and Boo and we can go pick her up. As he hurried to gather the others, Gohan sat back down in his chair. He thought that his wife would want to talk with him, but instead she quickly ended the conversation. Don't overthink it, he told himself. They are coming home today. That's the exciting part. Blank. While she gathered her things, a million possible scenarios were going through Vital's head. She was not only wondering what to say to her husband, but also thinking about how he would react. The last thing she wanted was for him to feel betrayed, like she went behind his back. And she didn't want him to blame his father for this. After all, the meeting was her idea. Still, what was the best way to approach this? Struggling with the decision on how to tell him, and when, made her increasingly stressed. It was sound of her newborn letting out faint cries and giggles that made her stop her persistent worrying. Picking the infant up and holding him in her arms, she smiled. Why am I so paranoid? The important thing is that we are alive and healthy, right? The baby responded by grabbing her finger and making cooing sounds. She kissed him on the forehead. Avarit. Hing will be alright, everything will be alright. Blank. Within a short time, Vital was joined by her family and they helped in clearing her room of the various, soon, balloons and baskets that people had sent in. Within a half an hour, everything had been gathered up and the family made their way down to the hospital lobby. They were all elated to finally be going home. In the lobby, Furukawa met with Vital one last time as she signed the remaining forms needed for her release. Alright Mrs. Satan, this folder here has all your information for our records in addition to your son's birth certificate and the additional paperwork that goes along with it. Before you leave, I just need to remind you that we ask that you don't participate in any strenuous activity for at least 3 weeks, and that you call us in the unlikely event you experience any pain or illness. Thank you, Vital responded. She then turned to her family. Everyone ready? Yay! Pan jumped in the air. She was very excited. Her mom was coming home with her new baby brother and they would all finally spend their first night together in their house as a family of 4. Plus 1, world champion, grandfather and one fat pink monster. She had such a unique family. I think this little guy is ready as well. Gohan added, motioning to the baby in his arms. His son let out a few cries in response. For them, it was all the confirmation they needed. Blank. By the time the family arrived home, it was evening and they decided to officiate celebrate the baby's birth and Vital's homecoming with a large dinner. The celebrations, and subsequent wholesome meal, lasted late into the night as they eventually moved into the living room for a light dessert. Soon thereafter, Pan fell asleep on the couch next to her father, with Mr. Satan and Boo not far behind her. I guess it's time we put them to bed, Gohan mentioned to his wife. The children are the other two. Vital giggled, making note of her father's drowsy expression. Both, Gohan replied with a smile. Vital laughed again before letting out a yawn that showed her own fatigue. But yes, I think you're right. She then turned towards her father. What do you think, Dad? She knew she was going to catch him off guard. What? Mr. Satan stuttered, half asleep. Bedtime. Well, it does seem a bit early, but you say so. His speech was still slightly slurred as he continued to fight off sleep. The poor man was trying to show off his vitality and rich energy, but was failing miserably. This caused another slight chuckle from the husband and wife pair. Mr. Satan proceeded to sluggishly pull himself up from the couch and, with the help of the equally tired Boo, balanced himself just enough to walk to one of the guest rooms after saying goodnight. Gohan picked up his sleeping daughter and smiled at his wife. Shall we? Vital, who held the sleeping newborn in her arms, slowly stood up and made her way upstairs with her husband behind her. Their first stop was Pan's room, in which they laid her down on the bed, covering her up with a blanket. They each kissed her on the forehead, silently wishing her sweet dreams. Next was the baby's room, which had already been prepared months ago in anticipation for this day. The moon provided enough light for Gohan to see everything and to place his son in his crib without turning on any disrupting lamps. Laying his son in the crib for the first time caused him to be flooded with emotions that he had not experienced since Pan was born. He felt as if he and Vital had accomplished something great, and he had a tremendous sense of pride that came with fatherhood. Yet, at the same time, he felt as if this was only the start. The young baby's life was just beginning and it would be their job to take care of him, as well as Pan, and any other children they might have down the road. He leaned down to give his son a kiss on the forehead. Sleep well, little one. Yes, sweet dreams, Vital added, kissing him goodnight. She then stood up and leaned against her husband, while still watching their sleeping baby. It was a moment that she wished could be frozen in time because, like Gohan, she was feeling the same sense of happiness that only a new parent could feel. After a moment of silent bliss, she managed to pull herself away from the scene and head to the master bedroom with Gohan following. Once in the room, she set the one-way baby monitor on the nightstand as they prepared for bed. It was now just the two of them, alone for the first time since the accident. As he shut the door to their room behind him, Gohan began to think about all the unanswered questions he still had. Perhaps it wasn't an ideal time, but these questions had been haunting him for several days now. It was now or never. Vital, we need to talk. I need to know why you lied to me and why you were in East City. Vital froze. The moment that she had also spent the last few days thinking about and stressing over was finally here. She turned her head till she was face to face with her husband. There was a long, tense moment. The thought had crossed her mind to ask him what he was talking about, but she quickly dismissed it because she knew that it would only serve in delaying the truth and create more distance between them. No, she had to be honest with him. I suppose I do owe you an explanation. She sighed as she sat down on edge of the bed, staring at the family photo of them on the wall, so as to avoid eye contact. She continued. I went to meet with him. With who? Gohan replied, having no idea who was being referenced. His wife turned towards him once again and spoke softly. Your father. She was sorry. Not for her actions but because she knew, your father, was probably one of the last things he wanted to hear. And she was right. The words struck at him with such wow that there was an Other tense period of unbroken silence between them, during which Vital stood her ground. A surge of confidence had suddenly filled her, and she was no longer afraid of this talk. She had done what she thought was the right thing to do, and she stood by it, despite the circumstances that occurred afterwards. Resolve was needed, and in order for that to happen, the two were going to have to be more open with each other than they had ever been. After the hard swallowing of those two words, Gohan finally responded with one simple word. Why? Because I know what he did to cause you so much pain. She continued to be soft-spoken, knowing they were about to entrench on sensitive details of the past. He was completely taken aback. What? Vital started at the beginning, when she first suspected he was hiding something. She told him about her suspicions, along with her fear of bringing them up with him. With reference to the night of his birthday party and the following morning, she mentioned that the last thing she wanted to do was cause him more pain. With that said, she explained that her suspicions grew exponentially within that time frame. She even confessed to overhearing the conversation between him and her father the night they moved into their new place. After that, I knew you were hiding something from us, something from your past. I could feel the anguish turning inside. Why? Oh, but I knew you would never admit it to me if I confronted you about it. You've always been the type to carry the burden and never share it with those around you. You won't let anyone help lighten the load you have on your shoulders because you don't want other people, especially your loved ones, to go through any of the pain you are going through. I felt that in order to connect with you on this, I had to seek an alternative route. She then explained her meeting with Bulma and Krillin, discussing his past. She was apologetic for going behind his back, but reiterated the fact that he had been shutting down from everyone and she had no other options. That's when they told me about what happened after the Cell Games. The version I never heard from you, nor anyone else. Vital described exactly what they had talked about that afternoon, how Goku had said his goodbyes after his sacrifice with Cell, refusing to be wished back, and how Krillin brought up the notion that he believed Gohan might have blamed himself, although he could never confirm his suspicions. She continued with how she had felt that the next logical step was to talk with Goku about all of this. Again, she became apologetic for lying about where she was going, but it had to be kept a secret in order to preserve the actual function for their meeting. She then described what was said during their talk in the cafe and even explained the plan she had set up to try to get them to work things out. With the whole purpose of the meeting having been destroyed by the car accident, she felt it served no purpose to hold anything back. Honesty was the only tool she had left to work with. Gohan waited patiently until she finished. Despite his initial shock, he had managed to remain calm while his wife explained things to him. Perhaps it was because he was simply happy that she was safe. Perhaps it was because he knew that her actions were altruistic, and she never meant any harm. Or perhaps it was because he could not judge, since he had secrets of his own, lifelong secrets she was catching on to. Why do you want me to make amends with my father? He finally asked. Quote, why are you so against making amends with your father? Vital countered. Gohan let out a frustrated sigh and turned away from her. She immediately stood up and slightly raised her voice. Listen, I can not even begin to understand what you have been through. That's right, you can't. He bit back. Ignoring the comment, Vital continued. I know you have a lot of pain associated with this time in your life. But it's never going to go away if you don't address it and learn to forgive your father. Goku may not be winning any Dad of the Year awards, but that doesn't change the fact that he is still your father. It would be different if he had no remorse over the situation, but I can tell you he does deeply. She took a few steps towards him, placing her hand on his shoulder. He didn't look at her but rather remained fixated on the wall in front of him. Gohan, she said, returning to a soft tone. Despite his vices, I would like for Goku to be a part of this family. He may not be perfect, but he deserves at least that. You should talk to him. Let him understand how you feel. I know you think he won't listen, but he will. Your father loves you. Don't let a few mistakes ruin your relationship. If only it was few. Gohan muttered under his breath. It was meant to be a thought, but it escaped from his lips. What? He turned back towards her, almost expressionless. He felt the truth of his past boiling up inside of him. For so long, He had tried to protect her from said truth, but now it was all coming to the surface. If only you knew how much and for how long I suffered from his actions. Not just after the Cell Games but well before and well after. The two sat down on the bed and he proceeded to tell her everything, starting from his early childhood. He left nothing back, as he openly discussed the intense pain and suffering he had gone through as a result of his father's own doing. The choices Goku made, the feelings of abandonment, and how it all affected his upbringing. It wasn't just one or two mistakes, it was a pattern, and he suffered the brunt of the consequences. As he continued to talk, he felt as if the floodgates of his past had opened and he poured out his heart. Her memories he had never shared with anyone were now being discussed. The more he divulged, the more emotional he became. At times, his whole body would shake, as tears streamed down his face. But he continued. This was the first time Vital was getting a detailed description of her husband's childhood from his own perspective. While she knew his upbringing had been rather unorthodox, she could have never imagined the struggles he faced at such a young age. Some of it was because of others, like his uncle Raditz, but a decent portion, as she was learning, was because of Goku. As Gohan came up to present day in his explanation of events, she realized that there had been so much she had never known about both of them. Wiping tears from his eyes, Vital found herself in a state of shock. His behavior the past year were now put into a completely different perspective. Now she knew what he had really felt. A veil had been lifted. Vital sat next to Gohan in disbelief. His perspective on his upbringing and his father was drastically different than anything she had previously heard from anyone. Krillin was correct in assuming that he had experienced some lasting trauma from the Cell Games. But it went much deeper than what either of them could have imagined. And, as Gohan himself mentioned, that wasn't the only event where his father's actions had a lasting negative effect. In the midst of trying to digest all this new information, one question stood out. Why? She asked sympathetically. Why have you never told anyone all of this? Why did you never talk about how you felt? Gohan sighed. It was a question he had asked himself many times. I never told anyone because I didn't want to shatter the image that they had of him. To everyone else he is a hero, a savior. They relied on that sense of hope he seems to carry around him. So, nobody ever challenged his actions. Nobody ever stood up and said, this is probably a bad idea. She was searching for answers. Surely her husband wasn't the only one who felt this way about certain decisions Goku had made. Unfortunately, her quest for reason turned up empty. No, Gohan muttered. I mean, sometimes his actions were questioned. Such as when Bulma suggested that they ask Shenron where Drive Gero was so they could stop him before he even made the androids. But in the end, it was always the same: he got his way. Which had a tremendous impact on everyone. Whenever he was around, his decision ruled. Alternatives were rarely, if ever, sought. But if his decisions had such an impact, surely the others have at least some of the same feelings as you. She was trying her best to make sense of everything. Gohan slowly shook his head. Like I said, nobody had ever really questioned him and followed through with it. They all trusted him. But then again, they didn't experience the fallout like I did from his actions. He was my father. I relied on him to be there, to take care of me. Instead, he was gone half the time, and when he was here, we were more often than not training for the next battle, battles that could have been prevented. At this point more tears made his way down his face. Vital wiped them away with the sleeve of her nightgown. He continued. But I was too young to question him. Instead I just followed and waited. Always wishing for the life I knew I was never going to have. Choking through his words, he gripped onto his wife for comfort. This was the raw emotion that he had been holding back for so long, and now he desperately needed something to hold to anchor him. As Vital consoled him, she realized that this interaction was something her husband never got before. Living the life he did, he never had a chance to be completely open with someone, to share his deepest feelings with. She was seeing the real Gohan, raw and vulnerable. Her own tears made their way down her cheeks as she sympathized with her husband's pain. They continued to hold each other as they laid on the bed. Nothing more was said between them that night as they both eventually succumbed to sleep in each other's arms. The next morning, the sun rose and shined through the bedroom window, casting a light onto Gohan's face. He squinted his eyes in response, before lazily opening them. He then sat up in bed and looked down at his still sleeping wife. Without a sound, he got up and made his way into the master bathroom. There, he bent down at the faucet and splashed his face with cold water to help wake himself up. After a few more splashes, he used an A.R.B. hand towel to wipe away the moisture. When he was done, his reflection greeted him in the mirror. He studied his face. The man looking back at him was not the same person as yesterday. By finally sharing the secrets of his past with someone else, he had grown to appreciate the comfort that could be felt by another person. He felt that a weight he had been holding onto for so long was now lifted. As he contemplated this new sense of self, a figure moved behind him in the mirror. Turning around, he saw Vital a few feet away, at the entrance to the bathroom. For a minute, nothing was said as the two just looked back at one another. Seeing his wife's baggy eyes and overall disheveled state, he suddenly began to rethink his opening up. Sensing what was going through his head, Vital took a few steps toward him and embraced him in a hug as she laid her head on his chest. "I'm glad you told me everything you know." Gohan returned the hug as he rested his chin on the top of her head. Closing his eyes, he let out a mutter. "I know. Blank. It was noon before Mr. Satan and Boo had gotten up and were ready to head back to their home in Satan City. During this time the former world champion recognized a difference in his daughter. She seemed even more distracted than she had been the previous day. While Boo, Gohan, and Pan were occupied with helping L.O.A.D. up the car with his and Boo's things, he pulled his daughter aside. "Is everything okay?" "Huh. Oh yeah Dad, everything's fine," she replied apprehensively. But she wasn't fooling anyone. "Vital," he answered back in a serious tone. Having dealt with her father all her life, Vital knew this tone all too well. It was his, "I'm not buying any crap," voice. It would be frivolous to dismiss him, so she gave in. "It's just Gohan and I talked last night about a lot of things." Her father's gaze told her he would be expecting more information than that. Slightly irritated, she continued. "He want Ed to know what made me come to East City." Her own tone became a bit abrasive, but Mr. Satan stood his ground. "And?" he questioned. He had been curious as well about the circumstances of the other day. Vital sighed heavily. "I was meeting with Goku." Mr. Satan's eyebrows shot up. "What?" "I had met with him to try to reconnect him and Gohan. Last night I told Gohan everything that happened, but," she trailed off, not wanting to think about the details of her husband's past. "But," Mr. Satan pushed, "but he also told me some things that I never knew about him or his family." She turned towards the doorway, hands clasped around her elbows, to face the outside where Gohan and Pan were helping Boo. "He's been hurting for a long time. In fact, I had no idea until last night just what his past had been like for him. And what his relationship with his father had been like. I'm still processing it all." Mr. Satan didn't feel like pushing anymore. Instead, he wrapped an arm around her and joined her in watching the trio as they packed the hovercar. "You know I'm always here for the both of you," he commented. Vital continued to watch her family. "I know. Blank. At the Sun household, Goku had postponed his training with Oob as he continued to wait for news on Vital. Ever since he heard of the accident, he had been feeling guilty. He had felt guilty for meeting with her, thus putting her in the place of where her accident would occur. Additionally, he was feeling guilty for not recognizing she was in danger when his senses told him something was wrong. He had wanted to visit her in the hospital, but Chi-Chi advised against it. If Vital had already told Gohan why she was in East City, then he would be the last person that his son would want to see. It was best to lay low until she was out of the hospital. Then she could contact him on her terms. Noontime rolled around and the Saiyan was sitting at the dining table eating lunch alone. Chi-Chi had left in the late morning and informed him that she wouldn't be returning until the evening. Goten, meanwhile, was still in school. While Goku ate, his thoughts began to wander off. He was thinking about everything that he and Vital had talked about that afternoon, before her accident. The troubles Gohan seemed to be going through. The young man's past. Everything, he was rethinking everything about that conversation. His son hated him right now, that was no secret. But he wanted them make amends. Forgive and forget. Hopefully Gohan could do that. As his thoughts began to wander even more, his focus shifted from his relationship with his son to his training with Oob. Goku was also feeling guilty that he had taken such a long leave from the young warrior he was training. He felt that he had an obligation to mentor the young man who he thought of as his successor. It was a hard position for him to be in right now, not wanting to leave his home but at the same time wanting to return to Oob's village. He had been so lost in thought that he didn't even realize the phone was ringing until the third ring. Breaking from his lunch, he picked up the phone. "Hello," he greeted. There was silence on the other end. He looked at the phone quizzically, as if he was curious if he was using it right. "Hello," he said again. "Goku," came a soft voice on the other end. "Vital, is that you?" "Yes Goku, it's me. Are you okay? Are you still in the hospital?" "I'm fine. I was discharged yesterday." "Vital, I'm sorry I wasn't there when your accident happened. I was the closest one by, but I was in a deep meditative pose. I had no sense of the world around me. I should have." Vital cut him off. "Don't worry about it. I came out okay. Besides, we can't change what's in the past." Her tone had changed drastically during that last sentence, but Goku missed any reference she was hinting at. Instead, he continued with an explanation as to why he didn't visit during her hospital stay. "When I heard about your accident I wanted to come see you, but Chi-Chi advised against it. She said Gohan was by your side constantly and she knew that I would probably be the last person he would want to see. Especially if you had already told him why you were in East City. We never discussed it while I was in the hospital." Vital responded, and a wave of relief hit him as he hoped their plan would still be on. "However, last night after we got back, he did ask me why I was in East City and why I lied to him about having to work." Relief was replaced with anxiety in Goku as Vital continued. "I couldn't lie to him anymore, so I told him. I told him about our meeting, I told him about our conversation, and I told him about the plan we had made to get you two to work things out." How did he take it?" Goku gulped. "He understood where I was coming from. He knew I did what I did because I cared about him, and because he hasn't been completely open with me, which is why I had go to Bulma and Krillin before I met with you. So what happens now? Would he be willing to talk this out?" "I don't think so." Vital's own anxiety was beginning to grow. "What? Don't you think you could try and convince him to just sit down with me the way you did?" "No, Goku," she replied rather harshly, catching him off guard. "Listen, we talked about a lot of things last night and I realized that," she sighed heavily. "Goku, I can't do this anymore." Vital didn't want to explain what she knew. She didn't want to get into it. "I no longer feel that I can help. I think it's best. I think it's best if we don't speak a while." She was fighting back tears. It was incredibly hard for her to be telling this to someone she once looked up to. But then again, a veil had been lifted. Vital, you don't. I'm sorry. I can't do this anymore. You can't do this anymore. But goodbye Goku. Without wanting to hear anything more, Vital immediately hung up the phone, leaving a confused father-in-law on the other end. What just happened? Goku asked himself. "Good morning Goten. You're here early," Trunks greeted as he sat at the desk next to his friend. Usually he was the first one to arrive to their first period class, but today that was not the case. However, the younger Demi-Saiyan didn't reply. He didn't even look up from his notebook where he was drawing random objects and scribbling nonsensical notes. "Goten," Trunks said as he waved a hand in front him. What? His concentration had been broken and he finally acknowledged his friend's presence. "Are you okay?" Goten changed position in his chair. Instead of being hunched over the desk, he leaned back and stretched. "Yeah, I guess," he replied, followed by a sigh. The lavender-haired boy raised an eyebrow, which was caught by his peripheral vision. Sighing again, he sat back up and continued. "It's just complicated right now with my family." "What happened?" "To be honest, I'm not sure I understand everything, but," he turned towards Trunks. "You remember how I told you that my dad met Vital in East City right before her accident? And they had planned to bring him and Gohan together to reconcile." Trunks nodded. "Well, my dad got a call yesterday from Vital. Apparently, she told him that she could no longer help him, which is odd because she was the one who planned the meeting last week." "What made her change her mind?" Goten shrugged. That's just it, I can't say for sure. Neither can my dad. I tell ya Trunks, my family is so confusing sometimes. The older Demi-Saiyan let out a shlee. GHT chuckled to try to ease the tension built up around his friend. Goten, every family is confusing. His attempt failed as Goten gave him a quick side glance, telling him he was not in the mood for those types of jokes. He cleared his throat as he approached from a new direction. So, what is your dad going to do? Goten crossed his arms. To be honest, I don't know. He must want to take care of it later. Or wait for things to settle down, because he told us he would be heading back to Oob's village tomorrow. Do you think that's wise to be heading back so soon after all of this? Letting out another sigh, Goten continued with a sense of detachment. That's not for me to determine. My dad is going to do what he wants to do. He's his own person. Trunks thought out loud. But aren't you guys curious as to why Vital seemed to change her mind so quickly? A little. He had to think about it for a second as he fiddled with his pencil. Dad did mention that she told him that she had talked with Gohan about their meeting in East City the night before she called. It sounds like whatever they talked about maybe caused her to rethink her plan. He then dropped his pencil back on his desk. But that's all between them now. Trunks was taken aback. Was his friend giving up hope of a reunited family? Goten could sense his surprise and explained. As horrible as it sounds, I've learned that I cannot become too invested in this whole situation because it obviously deals with some unresolved tension that occurred from before I was even born. And I'm not going to take sides because I care about them both. Not that anyone has even asked me to take sides. As the two chatted more, Trunks continued to give him his undivided attention. He knew that it couldn't be easy for him, but then again, his younger counterpart was right. What can you do? Blank. At the Kame house, Gohan and Krillin sat on the beach as they watched Pan and Marin snorkel several meters in front of them. The two families had just enjoyed a wholesome lunch and were experiencing the fatigue that often comes after a big meal. There was a slight breeze in the afternoon. Air and the sea water tickled their feet as it flowed back and forth. Everyone was in a state of total relaxation. So, how is the new job going? Krillin asked. It's going very well. The people that I work with are great and there's the added bonus of being close to work now. Gohan returned with a smile. Do you like North City? Suddenly, Gohan became very enthusiastic. Oh yay. It's beautiful and there is always something to do. Plus, they have some really good schools there for Pan and she is already making new friends. You don't think it's too cold up there? Krillin asked, trying to imagine how cold it must get. Just the thought of it sent a shiver down his spine. He was definitely more of a tropical person. His friend chuckled. Nah, it's not too bad. Even with winter approaching I think we will all be alright. It's actually a lot milder than you might think. He thought for a moment. You and 18 should consider moving up there. I bet you guys would love it. Krillin shook his head vigorously. No thank you. I will stick to the warm weather. Gohan chuckled once again. And the baby's health has been good. He was testing the waters for a topic that he knew was sensitive. Unaware of where Krillin was heading with his questions, Gohan answered. He's doing just fine. He then looked back in the house where Vital, 18, and Master Roshi were playing with the child. He's doing just fine, he repeated, more so to himself. The short man gave a worried look as he glanced back and forth between them and his younger friend. So there haven't been any complications, I mean after, he trailed off feeling it taboo to mention the accident by name. Fortunately, no, the Demi-Saiyan replied as he repositioned himself more upright in the sand. He was incredibly thankful that both Vital and his son were not harmed in any permanent manner. I'm just so grateful that I still have them. So did Vital ever talk to you about Krillin was struggling through his words. If the accident felt like a taboo subject then mentioning the reason why Vital was in East City was outright forbidden. But he wanted to know. Gohan's face dropped to a more serious expression. Yes, we talked about a lot of things that night we got home. A lot of things. He was thinking back to that night and became entangled in a daze. Like what? Krillin asked, bringing him back to where he was. He sighed. I really don't want to go into it to be honest with you. I think too many people have been brought into this whole mess. All anyone needs to know now is that Vital and I talked everything out and we are fine. But I've made a decision not to talk with Goku anymore and she respects that decision. It's just too painful to dive into the past. I want to focus on the future now. The future of Pan and my son. He let out a slight smile at the mention of his children. There was an awkward silence between the two for a few seconds while Krillin processed this information. He hated seeing the events play out as they were. He wanted to ask follow-up questions and encourage his friend to talk with his father. A family unit he had always known was dissolving. He was about to tell Gohan to give his father another chance, but he choked at the last second. More silence. Eventually, he decided to respect his friend's request that it not be discussed further. Instead, he shifted the topic to something else. So, do you think you will have more kids? A big grin came across Gohan's face as he closed his eyes. Most definitely. Blank. A few hours later, with the sun beginning its descent into the horizon, Gohan and his family were getting ready to leave the Kame house and head back to North City. Ready to go, little guy? Gohan said as he picked up his son from the crib. Are you sure you don't want to stay the night? Krillin asked. We'd love to stay. I think it's best if we headed home, besides we are having lunch with Tien and Xiaosu tomorrow. Vital replied as they finished gathering their belongings. Well, make sure you guys come back soon. 18 commented as she and the rest stood on the steps waving goodbye. We will. The family replied together. Thank you for having us. Bye everyone. Pan waved as she hopped into the back seat. Bye and thanks again, Vital added as she moved around to the passenger side. Before entering the car, Gohan faced the crew with his son in his arms. It was striking for Krillin and Master Roshi, who were immediately brought back to the day Goku had first brought Gohan there. It was very poetic to have seen both generations with their sons in the same pose on that same beach. Can you say bye? Gohan asked the baby. The baby yawned and stretched, one of the few ways he knew how to express himself. Gohan laughed and turned back to the others. Thank you guys for having us over. We will be in touch. He then joined his family in the car. They all waved one last goodbye as the car rose into the air and took off. As the next few moments went by, only Krillin and 18 remained on the front steps as they watched the car disappear from sight. With Marin and Master Roshi preoccupied by the TV inside, 18 thought now would be as good a time as any. So did you ask him? I did. Krillin's reply was simple. And he finally looked at his wife. He told me that they eventually did talk. The day that she came back from the hospital. Apparently, they talked about a lot of things that night. What do you mean? 18 arched her eyebrow inquisitively. To be honest, I don't know. He was very candid about everything. The only thing he did disclose was that he and Vital talked and they are fine now. I think he realized that what she did was out of concern for him, but after the night it was decided that he didn't want to have any future contact with Goku. You mean after all of that nothing has changed? Krillin sighed and looked back towards the horizon. He was beginning to feel the same sense of disconnection that everyone else was. Considering that Gohan told me he doesn't really want to bring anyone else into this, and that he already feels guilty for how all everyone has become when he feels it's his problem, I don't think there is anything any one of us can do about it. 5 months had passed since the night Gohan told his wife the truth about his childhood and his father. Any strategies for reconciliation that Vital had made for the two were abandoned. This led to Goku deciding to resume his training with Oob. For everyone, things seemed to get back to the way they were before the horrific accident. While Gohan remained estranged from his father, it was now at a point where nobody wanted to intervene further. There seemed to be an unspoken, unanimous decision to just let things play out between the father and son. It wasn't a lack of caring that caused the others to distance themselves from this situation, but rather it was because nobody wanted to be the cause of any more upset. Everyone knew Vital's intentions were altruistic, and yet that ended terribly for the family. Rather, it was simply best to let Gohan and Goku make their own decisions. They were both adults after all, and could handle this situation, if and when they decided to. The family and friends of the two just wanted peace, and for the past 5 months that is what they got. Piccolo sighed as he approached the door. Gatherings, especially holiday ones, just wasn't something he was all that interested in. He much preferred his solitude. However, Gohan had asked for him to be there, and even tried to reassure him that this was only a small get-together. He hovered his finger over the doorbell. "Here we go," he muttered under his breath before pressing the button. Almost immediately, the door opened. "Piccolo, we're so glad you could make it," Vidal said cheerfully. Come in," she ushered, feeling the cold winter air nip at her. Inside the house, the atmosphere was distinctively different from the harsh weather brewing outside. For one thing, it was warmed by a freshly lit fireplace, but the other noticeable difference was the ambience. The smell of cookies in the oven permeated the air and the entire place was overly decorated in holiday season. While it wasn't in his taste, he could tell the family enjoyed this time of year and that made him happy for them. "Hey." Gohan came out from adjacent room to greet his mentor. "Come on in. Make yourself at home." The Namekian followed the couple into the den where Tien, Xiaosu, and Pan were sitting in front of the fireplace with the baby between them. "Hi Piccolo." Pan waved. Although friendly, he was somewhat taken aback with this greeting. Usually whenever she saw him, she would charge at him to embrace him in a hug. However, ever since the newest addition came into the picture, her focus had shifted to her little brother. Since he didn't do too well with physical affection, he had to admit it was a welcome change. Sitting in a chair next to the husband and wife pair, he decided to catch up with them. "How have things been?" he asked. "Good. Very good as a matter of fact." Gohan replied happily. "The new job is going well, Pan is enjoying school, and we are all happy and healthy. And the kid is doing well." At first, Piccolo couldn't believe he was making small talk, but he had a genuine interest in the well-being of the child. He vividly remembered the X-rays from Vidal's accident. How could he forget? They showed that the child exemplified a tremendous amount of power and he hadn't even been born yet. A trait clearly inherited from his father. "He's doing very well," Vidal answered. "He eats a lot, which has been tiring a bit on me. But we've just finished weaning him so that will give me some rest." Piccolo grimaced slightly. The human and Saiyan reproductive system, and what came after birth, was something he just didn't like hearing about. Why couldn't all species be like Namekians, asexual beings that laid eggs? Even without noticing his mentor's disgust for the topic, Gohan changed the subject to something that he knew his friend could relate to better. Plus, he's rather strong. If he has a toy that he doesn't want to let go of, he will not let go. In fact, he's broken quite a few already because his grip is so strong. And not only has he been crawling, which babies don't typically do until about 6 months, but he's also levitated a bit when he's crawled. Piccolo smiled. Seeing this kid grow up was going to be interesting. A knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Gohan left the room and answered it. "Yamcha, Puar. Hey, how are ya?" Yamcha greeted as the pair made their way in from the cold. "We are all good here. Glad you two could make it. Sorry we're late." Puar apologized. Yamcha got lost again. This was met with a deathly glare from her friend. "I did not get lost. I just got a little turned around." Quote, "Isn't that what you said last time, Yamcha?" Vidal chided as they entered the den. Yamcha blushed. He couldn't help it if all the houses around here looked the same. Gohan laughed. "It's all right. Come sit and relax." While everyone settled in, he was pulled aside by Vidal. "I think your cocoa is ready," she said in a whisper. "Oh, thanks, I almost forgot." As he walked past his wife toward the kitchen, Vidal grabbed at her abdomen and let out a soft moan. "Huh." He stopped. "Hey, what's wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just starting my menstrual cycle and it's been a while since I've experienced cramps." She was trying to keep the terminology as delicate as possible. However, terminology was not what he was concerned about. He stared at her with a look of worry. "Don't give me that look, son Gohan," she said with a weak smile. "I'm fine, it's just cramps. You try being a woman." She ended with a light-hearted laugh. "Well, you have me there. But why don't you take it easy now? Most of everything is already prepared." "Okay, but we can't forget about the most important thing." "What's that?" "The cocoa," Vidal said as she pushed her husband back into the kitchen. While pair went to get the drinks, the rest of the crew continued to greet each other. "Piccolo, you came after all," Yamcha exclaimed with some surprise. He didn't take his old rival for these types of functions. "HMPH. Piccolo grunted, then smirked. I did, and I arrived on time as well. Hey! Yamcha raised his voice, flustered at the snide remark made at his expense. He was about to defend himself again but was interrupted by Gohan carrying a tray full of mugs filled with a warm, sweet-smelling cocoa. Vital tossed a few last-second marshmallows in each one before he turned to the group. "Who's thirsty?" he asked, but was barely able to finish his question before all but one of the mugs on the tray vanished into the sea of hands that grasped at them. The room was silent as everyone was gulping down the delicious fluid, well, almost everyone. "Piccolo, are you sure you don't want to try one?" he asked, holding out the last mug to him. "You have to try some," Xiaosu encouraged as he took another sip. "Gohan makes the best hot cocoa there is." Piccolo glanced at both of them. "You know very well that Namekians don't eat or drink anything except water." "Anything?" Pan asked, rather shocked. She had heard this before but she had never really thought about it. Piccolo shook his head. She walked towards him and looked up into his eyes. Her cocoa milk mustache gave a funny, but cute appearance. As it seemed she was about to say something very profound. "Not even candy?" she asked, completely serious. The directness of the question caused everyone to burst out into a fit of laughter. Even Piccolo chuckled at the child's remark. Meanwhile she just looked down at her drink, in deep thought. "No candy," she muttered to herself, trying to grasp the concept. Taking another sip from her cocoa. She was thankful she wasn't a Namekian. Once everything had settled down and the cocoa consumed, focus went back to the baby who was crawling around and exploring. The questions about health and diet were asked, to which both Gohan and Vital answered, affirming that he was indeed healthy and happy, despite the occurrences around his birth. For a long time, the group continued to chat, sharing old stories as well as some new ones. It wasn't until Vital glanced down at her watch that she realized she had almost forgotten something. "Oh, Pan, it's time to take those cookies out of the oven." "Okay," her daughter replied, and the two headed into the kitchen. "Cookies? Gohan, you guys are going to spoil us," Tien commented. Puar turned to Piccolo. "Still only water." Everyone started laughing again. However, their laughter was quickly cut short. Two loud noises resonated from the kitchen, followed by Pan screaming. Without any hesitation, Gohan sprang to his feet towards his daughter. With the others close behind him, Yamcha scooped up the baby on his way. "Pan, what's WR?" The Demi-Saiyan was cut off mid-sentence by the sight before him. His daughter was knelt over his wife, who had collapsed on the floor. She appeared to be unconscious, with a pool of blood at her feet that was coming from her pelvis. "Vital!" he cried as he rushed to her side, shoving away the nearby baking sheet that she had dropped upon her collapse. His clothes became stained with her blood as he lifted her head up. "Vital!" he yelled once more, trying to get a response. "Speak to me." "Pan, what happened?" Tien asked with urgency. Before Pan could manage a reply through her cries, Vital let out a groan, showing that she was regaining consciousness. "Gohan," she croaked. Something's wrong. What happened?" he asked, trying his best not to sound too panicked, even though he was far beyond that. His hands were trembling and he was scared. Vital grabbed her lower abdomen. "The car accident," she muttered. The baby, try as she might, she wasn't making any sense. Suddenly a wave of pain enveloped her body, causing her to scream out in agony. During her cries, more blood spewed from her pelvic region onto the kitchen floor. Gohan knew he had to act fast. "Xiaosu, get the senzu beans from the top drawer of the table near the stairs." "Piccolo, give me our cape, help me put pressure here to stop the bleeding." While the two went about their tasks, Gohan finally noticed the cries from his daughter at the sight of her mom bleeding profusely. He turned to Yamcha, Puar and Tien. "Get Pan to the other room," he barked. It came off as abrasive, but they realized the gravity of the situation and the fact that Gohan was trying to juggle several tasks at once. As they lead the young girl away, Xiaosu had managed to find the senzu pouch. "Here," he announced, coming back into the kitchen and tossing the bag to Gohan. The Demi-Saiyan retrieved a bean and placed it in Vital's mouth. Come on, he said, encouraging her to swallow the senzu. With some help, she finally gulped it down, and within a few seconds she had regained some composure. Although her appearance still showed signs of extreme strain. Observing that the excessive bleeding had stopped, Gohan looked down into his wife's eyes. "Gohan," she said, looking back up at him. Things wrong. It feels like I'm having contractions. I don't think I healed properly after the accident. Something's wrong," she repeated, trailing off at the end as she once again fell unconscious. He could feel her erratic heartbeat. The senzu beam didn't seem to have much of an effect other than stopping the bleeding. Something certainly was wrong. Without hesitation, he asked Xiaosu to get the front door. While his friend ran and opened the door, he stood up with his wife in his arms, and wrapped her tight in Piccolo's cape before flying out of the house with tremendous speed. Thinking on his feet, Piccolo pursued him. But not before shouting to the others to watch after Pan and the baby. While in the air, Gohan did his best to keep his wife warm in the cold winter air by using his ki. "Don't worry, it's not too far," he muttered as he eyed his destination in the horizon. "The hospital is just a few kilometers away." Speeding through the dense snow, Gohan never lost focus of his destination. He knew he had to make it to the hospital as soon as possible, and he couldn't afford to become disoriented by the snowstorm around him. As he sped along, Piccolo was close behind him. In mere moments, the destination had been reached. Gohan rapidly descended and rushed through the hospital entrance. "Someone please help. It's my wife," he shouted, catching the attention of everyone nearby. The hospital staff was quick to action. One of the nurses pulled up a gurney and helped the distraught husband gently lay Vital down. "What happened?" the nurse asked as other healthcare staff joined his side. "She was in the kitchen with my daughter and just suddenly collapsed. My friends and I rushed in when we heard the commotion, and she was lying on the floor unconscious with a pool of blood trailing from her pelvis. She managed to come to for a few seconds while we stopped the bleeding. She kept saying that something was wrong, that it felt like she was having contractions, and that she didn't think she healed properly after the accident." "Accident?" the nurse inquired further while the others finished situating Vital. They started to wheel her back when Gohan, ignoring the nurse he was just talking to, made a move to follow her. "Vital!" he cried, but his path was cut short by the same nurse he had ignored. "Sir, you can't go back there." "But, sir, you have to trust the doctors right now. There is nothing you can do for her in there. The best way you can help is by telling me everything you know and answering some medical questions regarding your wife." Gohan knew he was right, but it didn't stop his emotional side from telling him to follow. Fortunately, his rational side won out and he stayed back. The only way he could help his wife right now was to give them the information they needed. By this time, Piccolo had arrived at the hospital. Seeing Gohan in a discussion with the nurse, he stayed behind a few meters, not wanting to interrupt. While Gohan took a deep breath to calm himself down, another staff member joined in the conversation, ready to enter information on the computer while questions were asked. "Now, you mentioned an accident." "Yes," he replied. 5 months ago she was in a car accident. She was just over 8 months pregnant and it triggered an early pregnancy for her. The baby was okay, but she suffered a severe amount of damage that almost killed her. It was like reliving his worst nightmare having to retell the story. A little surprised upon hearing that there was nothing wrong with the baby, the nurse followed through with his next question. "What hospital was she admitted to?" "East City Sanzong Hospital." "And your wife's name?" "Vital Satan." Only 2 letters had been typed into the computer before both of the healthcare workers looked up at him. "Did you just say Vital Satan?" they said in unison. "Yes, Vital Satan," he shouted, somewhat irritated at having to repeat himself. Immediately, the hospital staff member at the computer began to switch to the telephone. The nurse he had been talking to called back to a few of his company workers. Sensing his friend start to break, his emotions took over. Piccolo stepped up behind him. "Gohan," he said in a gentle voice as he put his hand on the young man's shoulder, turning him slightly towards him. "Hi Piccolo," Gohan muttered as his eyes filled with tears. His head was soon buried in the Namekian's chest as he began to sob. "Why is this happening?" "I don't know," Piccolo responded as held him close, comforting him. It was something he knew he needed right now. Gohan had reached a breaking point. Piccolo looked at the nurse. "Is there anything else you need?" He shook his head. "No, we can access all her files from the computer. You two can have a seat if you want. We will keep you updated as things progress." Considering this a good idea, given the Demi-Saiyan's emotional state, he led him to the seating area where Gohan was finally able to relax his body. As for his mind, The only thing Piccolo could do was continue to comfort the distressed husband. Blank, underscore, blank. 20 minutes passed, but it felt like hours as the two waited for news. Finally, Gohan heard his name being shouted from across the room by a doctor. Bolting upright, he darted towards the man, with Piccolo behind him. Yes, that's me. How is my wife? How you found out what's wrong? Son Gohan, my name is Dr. Horikawa. I am Chief of Emergency Medicine here at North City Wujing Hospital. We have identified the problem with your wife. And your W.I. Faye has a bacterial infection that has infected her fallopian tubes and has already spread to her ovaries as well as part of her uterus. I'm not going to lie to you. This is a very serious condition, which is why she is currently being prepped for surgery. Surgery? Gohan screamed. What for? If it's a bacterial infection, shouldn't she be given antibiotics? Under normal circumstances, yes. However, this type of bacteria is rather rare. In fact, we believe she contracted it when she had her accident, as that is the only time she would have been exposed to something like this. Gohan cut him off. That was 5 months ago. And the doctors there said they cleaned up all her wounds. They also provided her treatment for anything that may have gotten into her system. She wasn't released until they ran test after test to confirm that she was alright. I understand. The doctor was trying to approach this as delicately as possible. But this type of bacteria is very resistant to antibiotics. And it's likely that it didn't come up on any of the tests they ran because, in addition to its rarity, it can also remain dormant in someone's system, thus evading test results. I have no doubt. The medical staff at East City Sanzong Hospital did all they could to care for your wife. This is simply something that wouldn't have been on their radar given the rarity of the bacteria. Gohan cut him off again. But why now? After 5 months, he was trying his best to understand everything. One other attributes of this bacteria strain is that certain hormones can trigger it to become active. That is, leave its dormant stage and become pathogenic. One of those hormones is directly involved with starting the menstrual cycle. Gohan rested his elbows on a nearby counter as he buried his hands in his head. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. Mr. Son, he looked back up at the doctor. She's been complaining the past few days about some pain associated with menstrual cramps, but when I asked her if she thought she needed to go to the hospital, she dismissed the idea, saying that this was just a bit more painful than it normally is because of recently having the baby. He rested his head back in his hands. I should have known better. Dr. Horikawa put his hand on the man's shoulder, causing Gohan to look back up at him. Mr. Son, please don't blame yourself. There is no way you would have known. Even if you had brought her to the hospital, they wouldn't have known what was wrong with her either. Based on those symptoms alone, she would have been given some extra strength aspirin and sent home. Suddenly, his pager went off. Reading the message, he announced that he was being summoned back to the OR. Please understand that now that we know what we are working with, we can start to help your wife. But only with this surgery. Gohan stood back up, feeling more agitated at the whole situation. What surgery? You still haven't told me what they are doing. The doctor had previously tried to explain this, but kept being cut off with more questions. Still, he couldn't blame the husband. All of this was a lot to process, which made the news of the surgery even harder to deliver. I apologize, Mr. Son, but this type of bacteria is very damaging to the tissue around it, which is why anything it comes in contact with has to be removed as quickly as possible. Gohan froze. What are you saying? Doctor. Horikawa sighed, knowing this was not going to be easy, especially since they just had a child. In order to have a chance at saving your wife's life, and rid her system of this infection, we have to perform an emergency hysterectomy. The shock of the news hit Gohan with incredible force. Vital's life hung in the balance of these doctors, and yet even in the best-case scenario, with her making it through, their dream of a big family could never come to fruition. They would no longer be able to have more children. Knowing this was difficult news to accept, Horikawa tried his best to reassure him. I am sorry to have to deliver this news, but this is our only course of action. Rest assured that we will have our best surgeons with us during the operation. His pager beeped again. After glancing down at the message, he faced the distraught husband once more. I'm sorry, but I have to leave now. We will be doing everything we can for your wife, Mr. Son. He then rushed off. Piccolo came up behind his friend. There is nothing we can do right now, Gohan. He said solemnly. We have to let them do their job. Come on, let's sit down. As they walked back to the waiting area, everything the doctor had said played on repeat in the young man's head. On the outside, he appeared vacant, completely void of feeling. However, inside he was rife with emotion as the true severity of the situation was hitting him. He found it troubling that despite his immense strength and power, and the decades of training he had endured, he remained powerless against some forces. He was powerless against protecting Vital and his unborn child from their accident. He was powerless against the disease that now ravaged her body. He was powerless in being able to save her life right now. She could very well die and there wasn't a damn thing he could do about it. If that happened, she would be gone for good. It would be considered a natural death, and she wouldn't be able to be wished back with the Dragon Balls. Although he still questioned it, what was natural about any of this? As the shock continued to debilitate him, Piccolo made his best effort to console him. He tried talking with him but he received no response. Then suddenly, someone was trying to get the Namekian's attention. Piccolo. Tien. The Namekian stood up to greet him. I thought I would come here. What's happened? Everyone is still pretty shook up at the house. Have you guys heard anything? We have. Piccolo confirmed. Unfortunately, it's not good. He then began to describe the situation. Upon hearing that Vital's life was in danger, Tien knelt down next to his friend. Gohan, I am so sorry. Is there anything we can do? After getting no response from the man, who continued to stare off into space, Tien tried gently shaking him. Gohan, it's no use. Piccolo told him. He's been like this since we sat back down. Tien stood up to face him. We have to do something. I agree. I need you to go back to their house and call Mr. Satan and Chi-Chi and tell them we're at North City Weijing Hospital. I'll have someone call you when they've arrived. But why not? Just come right after we contact everybody. Tien questioned. Piccolo motioned towards Gohan. He's in shock right now. This isn't something that Pan should see, but if we get some of the others around, we can hopefully snap him out of it. Quote. Tien could see where Piccolo was coming from. Right, he finally muttered. I'll head back right now. Blank. Pan was growing impatient. They flew to North City Weijing Hospital. That's where Tien took off to. We should go there. We don't know yet what's going. Xiaosu explained. That's why Tien left. Let's just wait until he gets back to see what he says. But why wait? Pan said with exasperation. My mom is there and something is wrong. We should be at the hospital now. Xiaosu, Yamcha, and Puar looked at each other. They weren't really sure how to answer her. Eventually, Yamcha tried. As Xiaosu said, we don't know yet what's going on. We don't want to overwhelm or distract anyone. Distract. I'm her daughter, not a distraction. Yamcha winced. Distract had been the wrong word. Of course not. What I meant was, he was cut short as Tien made his way through the front door. Tien, what did you find out? Xiaosu asked. What's happening? Is my mom okay? Pan joined in the questioning. Tien faced all of them before focusing his attention on Pan. Look Pan, your mom is really sick right now. I'm not sure I fully understand how or why, but it has something to do with the accident she was in several months ago. We need to call your grandpa and grandma to have them come to North City. When they arrive, we can go meet them at the hospital. Why is everyone saying we have to wait to go to the hospital? The young girl was now crying with a mixture of fear for her mother and frustration for the situation as a whole. Tien knelt in front of her and put his hands on her shoulders. I understand you're frustrated, but a lot is going on and your dad is having a really hard time with this news. He isn't being too responsive right now. We need to get your grandpa and grandma over to the hospital to talk with him before we can head over. He sighed as Pan's eyes continued to well up. He could tell she still wanted to go. Please trust me on this. A few seconds went by before Pan conceded and nodded. Tien looked up at Yamcha. Call Mr. Satan. Xiaosu, call Chi-Chi. Puar, start making calls to Krillin and Bulma to let them know what is going on. Blank. It didn't take people long to arrive at the hospital. Within 30 minutes of Tien leaving, Mr. Satan and Buu joined Gohan and Piccolo. being that they were the closest at the time when Yamcha had contacted them. As soon as he spoke with one of the doctors, Mr. Satan broke down in tears. Much like Gohan, he was reliving something that he never again wanted to experience. The only difference was that he did not slip into a state of complete shock. But then again, he did not have the trauma of carry vital to the hospital. By the time Chi-Chi and Goten arrived, Gohan had begun to withdraw from his shocked state. Eventually, he summoned up the energy to stand up and walk around. After a few minutes, his brother helped him to the washroom to clean himself up. Turning on the faucet, he grabbed some soap and began to lather up his hands, now caked in dried blood from carrying his wife. Watching he blood mix with the water and swirl down the drain did not help to alleviate any of the feelings of despair he was experiencing, but it did serve to rid him of a constant physical reminder as to why he were there. Goten noticed his brother's blood-stained shirt and took off his own sweater. "Here," he said. "Throw that shirt away and take this." For the first time since the whole ordeal started, Gohan smiled. His brother's kindness reminded him that he wasn't alone in this. He discarded his shirt, cleaning off any excess blood that had seeped through to his chest, and took his brother's sweater. "Thanks," he said softly. As the two exited the washroom, Gohan heard someone call out for him. "Daddy!" Pan cried as she ran towards her father and embraced him in a hug. "Pan-chan," he whispered gently as he returned the hug. It was like he was hugging her for the first time and he squeezed her tight. After a few moments she spoke up. "What's going on? Is Mom okay?" she asked. Gohan sighed. It wouldn't serve her any good to pretend that everything was okay. As they walked back and joined the rest of their family, he told her what he knew. Blank. Minutes turned into hours, which felt like days. As everyone waited for news on Vital, there was no doubt that operation was taking a long time because of the condition she was in. The doctors had informed Gohan that the bacteria had damaged that part of her body, but now he was beginning to wonder just how bad it really was. The simple thought of it made him sick to his stomach. In fact, the whole ordeal made him feel physically ill. How could all this happen? He kept asking himself over and over. But the answer never came, because sometimes there are no answers. Sometimes things just happen and he knew this, but he didn't want to accept it. Family and friends continued to console each other as time tortuously dragged on. Everyone tried to find solace in their own way. For Pan, that came in watching the snow through the hospital windows. As the blizzard dwindled into a light snowfall, she would try to make a wish for every snowflake she saw. It was something that her mother had taught her. The Yule was, you can make as many wishes as you want, but you must make it before the snowflake hits the ground. The purpose was for the wish to be simple and from the heart, not complicated and too thought out. Which might be for greedy reasons. While her wishes always came from the heart, this time they were all the same wish. Let Mama be okay, she thought, over and over again as the small white SPX gently made their way to the ground. Gohan watched as his daughter stared out the window, overlooking the falling snow, which made the whole room dance with light shadows thanks to the setting sun. They had been there 6 hours and yet Pan's solidarity and strength remained strong. He gave a weak smile as he continued to observe his daughter against the fading sunset. It had been around noon when all of this started, and very soon it would be night. They were all emotionally and physically exhausted, but, like his daughter, he still held on to hope. Like his daughter, he was making the same wish among the falling snowflakes. Gohan, Chi-Chi spoke gently as she stood up from her seat. Her eyes were fixated on something behind him. Prying his gaze away from the beautiful scene before him, he turned around to the cold, dim hallway of the hospital. Dr. Horikawa was coming towards them. He was dressed in his scrubs and clearly exhausted, but Gohan couldn't get a read on his expression. Mr. Son, he spoke in a monotone voice. This was at the moment of truth. Gohan already knew that after today there would be no more additions to his family, but he prayed that none would be taken away. As the last glimmer of natural light disappeared from the room, he held his breath for news. Night had fallen. Life would certainly be different after today, there was no doubt about that. Although from Gohan's perspective, it now seemed like change was the only constant. He wondered when he was going to get a chance to take a breather. It was like he wanted to scream at the top of his lungs, or the universe to give him a break, a time out. Of course, things don't exactly work that way. Circumstances happen, and despite whether you like it or not, we have an update on your wife. You cannot change what has already been done. Yes, he said with a gulp. The doctor smiled. She made it through just fine. A huge sigh of relief went through the group. Vital was alive. The surgery was a success, and we can confirm that all of the bacteria has been removed, along with the damaged tissue. Mr. Satan grabbed the doctor's hand and began to shake it vigorously. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, he repeated as he cried tears of joy. His daughter was going to be all right. So, what now? Chi-Chi asked. Now she has to recover, which may be a little while. She has gone through a lot today, and it will take time for her body to recuperate. But despite that, she is expected to make a full recovery. Nobody bothered to question how long the recovery period would be. Thanks to the senzu beans, they knew it wouldn't be too long. Feeling that it was finally safe to ask questions, that he wouldn't jinx anything, Gohan spoke up. When can we see her? She is being transported to a room as we speak. Keep in mind that she is still under sedation and most likely will not wake up till tomorrow morning. Once we get her situated, you will be able to see her, but only 3 at a time. The doctor looked at his watch. I can call them now and see if they have an estimate on time, if you don't have any more questions. There was a pause before Mr. Satan spoke up for the group. I think we are good. Thank you again. Quote, blank, underscore, blank. The wait time turned out to be an additional 45 minutes that, despite the good news, seemed unbearable. All Gohan wanted to do was be near his wife. He wanted to be by her side, take care of her, and protect her. His father-in-law felt the same way. So it was only natural that when the doctor told them that they could see her, Gohan, along with the baby, Mr. Satan, and Pan were the first ones in. While escorting them to her hospital room, one of the nurses told the small crew what to expect when they saw her. Quote, I just want to remind you that she is still under anesthetic, so she won't be lucid. She may also look a bit pale, but that is normal after surgery. You'll see that she is hooked up to a few monitors to watch her vital signs. But that is something that is standard for all of our patients, no matter what they come in with, so there is no need to worry. Pan squeezed her grandfather's hand. The IMOG of her mother hooked up to a bunch of machine was not a pleasant one. Mr. Satan squeezed back. She's right through here. The nurse motioned as she opened the door to one of the rooms. Gohan was the first to step inside. The small hospital room was dimly lit, but he could easily make out the form lying on the bed. He held his son closer to him. The sight of his wife was somewhat startling in comparison to what she looked like earlier that morning. She wasn't just a bit pale, rather she was very white, as if all of the life had been drained out of her. Her head lay to one side and she had a grimaced expression on her face. Almost as if she was in pain. The room was silent with the exception of the heart monitor letting out a rhythmic beep beep beep. As the rest shuffled in behind him, Mr. Satan was heard muttering his daughter's name. He was bravely fighting back the tears. Mommy, Pan whispered as she walked up to her mother's bed. She observed the medical equipment around her. It wasn't as scary as she imagined. But there was something cold about its appearance. Focusing her attention back to her mother, she leaned gently against the bed as her father made his way to a seat close behind her and her grandfather went around the other side. The family was silent for many moments, just watching Vital as her chest moved up and down with her breathing. When will she wake up? Pan finally asked. Probably not till tomorrow morning, Pan-chan. Her father answered. Mr. Satan leaned down to kiss his daughter on the forehead. Rest well, Vital. A few more silent moments passed before he spoke again. We should probably go back so the others can see her. But Gohan didn't want to leave her side. Here, he said, handing over his son to his father-in-law. Take them back to the lobby. I'm going to stay here with her. He scooted his chair closer to the bed and held his wife's hand. Mr. Satan knew better than to argue. He would have stayed as well, but he knew Gohan needed some alone time with Vital. He could see it in his eyes. In his understanding, he nodded and strolled off with his 2 grandchildren. Because they did not want to overwhelm the family, not everyone went in to see Vital during the visitation time, which was quickly coming to a close as the night drew on. Some decided to stay back and were satisfied with a simple report of how she was doing. The aide and extended family of Gohan and Vital were able to make it in and comfort the former. As visitation hours neared the end, Gohan sat with Goten and Pan, the latter of whom was saying goodbye to her mother for the night. Goten, Gohan said as he turned towards his brother. He had bags under his eyes, evidence of the emotional toll the day had taken on him. I need to ask you a favor. I need you and Mom to take the kids home and watch over them tonight. Despite some initial surprise at the request, Goten agreed. Sure, but where will you be? I'm gonna stay here, with her. Will they let you stay here? Don't visiting hours end soon? I don't care. I don't want to leave her side until she at least wakes up. As he said this he clutched his wife's hand. His brother was about to reject but their conversation was interrupted by a slight cough from just outside the doorway. Mr. Satan, Goten announced, a bit startled. The world champion looked from Gohan to him. Could you give us a moment? More looks were exchanged before Goten nodded and called to his niece. Come on Pan, he said with an extended hand. Good night. Rest well. Pan whispered to her mother before she joined her uncle's side. Both exited the room. Mr. Satan took a seat next to his son-in-law. For a minute nothing was said, the two just looked at Vital. It wasn't easy seeing her in this state, but they had at least one thing to be thankful for: she was alive. Son, the world champion finally started as he placed a hand on Gohan's shoulder. Go home. It wasn't so much an order, as it was a sympathy-filled request. Gohan looked back at his wife. I can't. I'm not going to leave her alone. Oh, she won't be alone. Huh. His lack of energy had caused him to not catch on as quickly as usual. I'll stay with her. You go home and take care of your kids. They need you right now, trust me. The two stared at each other for another long silent moment. It was as if they were arguing on the topic without speaking. Eventually Gohan gave in to his father-in-law's demands. You will call me immediately if anything happens. Of course, Mr. Satan answered. Gohan got up from his chair and kissed his unconscious wife lightly on the forehead. I'll be back first thing tomorrow morning. I promise, he muttered. He then turned towards Mr. Satan and embraced him in a tender hug. The older man smiled. Go get some sleep. Okay. Gohan responded wearily. Just then, one of the nurses knocked on the door and entered the hospital room. I'm sorry gentlemen, but visiting hours are now over. Gohan took another look at Vital, contemplating once again if he should stay. Sensing this hesitation, Mr. Satan gave him a nudge. She'll be fine. You go. The Demi-Saiyan nodded before he walked past Nurse T, acking one last look at Vital before he exited the hospital room. The rest would be in fate's hands. Young lady, Mr. Satan raised his voice, startling the young nurse. Why yes sir. I will be staying with my daughter tonight. I request a blanket and a pillow. But sir, visiting hours are. Mr. Satan put on his classic over-the-top performance. Well now surely you aren't going to make the world champion leave his little girl's bedside when she's sick. Of course not Mr. Satan. Well then, hurry up with that pillow and blanket. It's always so cold in these rooms. We don't want me getting sick and then you guys having two Satan patients. It was hard for him not to grin during times like these. Being a celebrity certainly had its privileges. Truth be told, he was all bark and no bite. But there was no way for others to know that. And nobody would want to take their chance and question it. He was the strongest man in the world after all. Right away Mr. Satan. The nurse quickly bowed out. For further questioning would only push her luck. Blank. Gohan lazily made his way down the hospital corridors. Mr. Satan was right, it was best that he go home with his children. They needed him, and he needed them. He would see Vital early tomorrow morning, but right now he needed to regain his strength and recoup from the day. His energy had been so drained that by the time he was close to the lobby, he felt like he was dragging his feet. As he approached the corner, two voices stopped him in his tracks. So nobody in the village knows where they are? No. Apparently they went into the canyons around that area for some training and were going to be gone for a few days. It was his mother and Bulma whom Chi-Chi had contacted when she first heard the news of Vital. They were separated from the rest of the group and were discussing in a hushed tone. Gohan was quick to catch on as to why. But I thought they were going to stay close to the village so you could be in easy contact with him. Chi-Chi's eyebrows twitched. They were supposed to. Gohan could sense the irritation in his mother's voice. She was very upset right now. Chi-Chi continued. We made an agreement that he could continue on with his training for the next few months as long as I was always able to reach him and that he would be home for the evenings. For most of the time, he has fulfilled that promise, but there have been a few occasions when I've had to call down there and it's taken over an hour to find him. Of course, he always says he forgot to stay close. Say that he and Oob got carried away with their training that day. Gohan scowled. So Goku was still training despite everything that had happened. He thought to himself. The other day he mentioned, Ed, that he would be staying down there for a few days, which I agreed to, but he never mentioned anything about traveling outside the village. Apparently, they've done this before when he spent extended time there. But I just never called during those times. Bulma thought for a second before she offered her theory on the circumstances. Perhaps he just assumed you knew that, staying down there for a few days would mean you wouldn't be able to get in contact with him. How was I to assume that? Chi-Chi lashed out before calming herself down again. I'm sorry. I'm just so upset right now. He made a promise. Gohan could tell his mother was on the verge of tears, once again because of Goku. I know, Chi-Chi, I know. Bulma said in a soothing voice. She didn't really know how else to comfort her friend. It was all very problematic. If Goku had been reached, then there was still nothing he could have done. Given the history between him and Gohan, it probably would have been suggested that he not come to the hospital. But still, Chi-Chi at least wanted to be able to confide in her husband as to what was going on. She felt that having emotional support from him wasn't asking too much. After chatting for another minute on the topic, the two wrapped up their conversation before joining the rest of the group. So as not to draw in suspicion that he had heard anything, Gohan kept back for a few moments before rounding the corner to greet everyone. All right, Pan, ready to go home? He asked, trying his best to sound hopeful for the future and ignorant of the conversation he had just overheard. Pan rubbed her eyes and nodded drearily. I thought you were staying here. Goten commented. Mr. Satan said that he would stay with her tonight. He told me to go home with the kids and get some rest. All orders from the champ himself. Xiaosu chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. Gohan lightly laughed back. Haha, yup, we'll come home with you. Chi-Chi proclaimed, standing up with her grandson in her arms. Goten agreed with his mother. You shouldn't have to be alone. Who says he was going to be alone? Piccolo stood up, showing he planned on staying with Gohan to help in any way he could. With eyes half opened, Gohan smiled. Thank you. He then turned towards the rest of the crew. Thank you everyone for your support. When I come in tomorrow I will call you with an update. What do you mean? We will be here too. Bulma quickly shot back. Huh? Gohan questioned, once again not catching on as quickly due to his exhausted state. Yamcha spoke up. Bulma booked a nearby hotel for the night and Puar and I are staying with Tien and Chiatozu. You didn't think we'd just leave you here alone, did you? But, Gohan tried to interject, feeling bad for inconveniencing them. It's already settled. Bulma put her foot down. This is what we are here for, to help in times of need. It was a weird feeling for him. The juxtaposition of having a group of loving Fryan DS and family was contrasting with the absent father he had just heard more news about. But right now, he wanted to focus on the positive. He smiled again. Thank you. Sleep came as an act of mercy on Gohan, for whom the day had been beyond challenging. However, despite its hardships, he could say one thing about today that made him happy: Vital was alive. There were still many obstacles that they would have to face together. Such as the fact that they could no longer have children, but the single most important aspect was that she had made it through. He was also thankful for the family and friends who had rushed to their side during this ordeal. It was only after he got home that he realized how much of a blessing his mother and brother had been. The sheer fatigue he experienced as he limped the stairs in his house made him think that there was no way he could have gotten to his bed without assistance, let alone put two kids to bed. It didn't surprise Goten in the least that as soon as his brother's head hit the pillow, he was sound asleep. Sleep well, Gohan, he whispered, feeling sympathy for him. Today had indeed been a rough one. The night's rest certainly had a positive effect on the family. As Gohan woke up at the break of dawn, he he felt his energy, both physically and mentally, recharged. After getting out of bed he quickly changed into a new pair of clothes and rushed down the stairs. He was intent on getting back to the hospital as soon as possible. However, before he reached the door he was halted by a voice. "Wouldn't you like some coffee first?" He spun around to see his mother at the entrance to the kitchen, holding out a fresh cup of coffee for him while she enjoyed her own. "We haven't received any calls, which is a good thing. But it also means Vital isn't up yet. You have time to sit down for a minute to have a drink and something to eat." As she said this, she handed him his cup of coffee and retreated back into the kitchen. The young man thought for a second. His mother did have a point. He had not eaten since yesterday and was feeling quite famished. Perhaps it would be best if he sat down to get something to eat before heading out to the hospital. After a few moments of hesitation, he joined her. As he entered the kitchen, he couldn't help but draw his gaze to the spot where Vital had collapsed less than 24 hours previously. The area where she had bled profusely was now spotless, like nothing tragic had ever happened there. Chi-Chi noticed her son's gaze but chose not to draw attention to it. Instead she handed him a plate stacked high with what seemed to be a hearty breakfast. "She's not going anywhere, and I'm sure that when she wakes up she would rather see you well nourished." Gohan gave a weak smile. "I guess you're right." After sitting down, the two ate in complete silence. Gohan was quick to scarf down his food, and once he was finished, he stood up with his plate in hand. Hi's mother was quick to take it from him and told him that she would take care of it. "You go," she said softly. Gohan took a step towards her and glanced quickly at the spot in the kitchen that he assumed she had cleaned up. He looked deep into her eyes, ever more thankful for having her here during this time. He embraced her in a hug. "Thank you." They broke from the hug and not a moment later he was out the door, in flight. To be by his wife's side for the time she woke up. Blank. At the hospital Mr. Satan was snoring lightly in his chair by his daughter. Like the others, sleep was quick to take him last night because of all the stress he experienced throughout the day. Now, as the sun beamed through the windows, he started to lazily awaken. The world Pion squinted his eyes as the bright light shined on his face. Yawning, he got up to close the blinds. Afterwards, he sighed as he turned around to see that his daughter had not yet woken from her sleep. "Vital," he murmured as he rested his hand on her head. At least she looked better in comparison to yesterday, he thought. He sat back down and was about to fall asleep again when the door to the room swung open, startling him enough that he fell out of his chair. "Vital," Gohan shouted upon entering the room, half expecting her to be awake by now, given the time he had spent on breakfast. Needless to say, he was a little disappointed to see that she was still unconscious. "Gohan." Mr. Satan said in a shaky voice, the adrenaline still pumping through his body. Mr. Satan, why are you on the floor?" Gohan asked as he helped his father-in-law to his feet. "Oh, never mind that. What about you? You're here rather early. Were you able to get enough sleep?" "I'm fine, I slept well enough. I wanted to be here early in case she woke up." Mr. Satan looked at his daughter. "So far everything is the same as yesterday, she is still out." He then proceeded to rub his weary eyes and stretch. "You should go get something to eat. I'll stay with her." A stomach growl seemed to confirm that this was a good idea, and Mr. Satan left with little hesitation. Ideally, he would have stayed. But he knew he had to get something to eat before he ended up in a hospital bed. Plus, it wasn't like Vital would be alone, she had her husband by her side now. The rest was a painful waiting game. The clock seemed to tick on endlessly as Vital had yet to stir from her deep sleep. By mid-morning Piccolo made his way to the hospital, followed by Bulma, Yamcha, and Tien about an hour later. The rest decided to wait so as not to crowd the family or the hospital hallways. "Where's Chi-Chi, Pan, and them?" Tien asked, noticing their absence. "I think Pan and the baby are still sleeping. Either way, I asked Mom and Goten to watch over them at my place until Vital wakes up. I don't want Pan to be just sitting around in a hospital waiting." "So she's still under from the anesthesia?" Yamcha asked rhetorically. Gohan nodded. "Yes. And the doctors said that she should have been up by early this morning. It's almost noon now." "Well, everyone does react differently to anesthesia. As long as her vitals are okay, I don't think there is much need for worry. Bulma added. The Demi-Saiyan didn't respond, but he was hoping she was right. Blank. You mean you still haven't been able to reach him? Bulma questioned. She was on the phone with Chi-Chi, who had tried several times to track down Goku. No, Chi-Chi responded. Her voice was giving away her frustration. I've tried and tried, but nobody seems to know where he is. They even sent out some people looking for him, but it's all been in vain. Bulma sighed and she rubbed her temple. She was starting to get frustrated by this whole ordeal as well. She knew Goku could be rather elusive at times, but the fact that the village had actively sent people out to look for him, and still couldn't find him, made it more irritating. Where the hell was he? Chi-Chi, listen, we'll figure something out. We'll find him. For now, you have to just focus on the kids. She cool. Tell her friend was getting more upset by the minute and needed direction. I'll call you when we get more news about Vital. There was a long pause on the other end of the phone. Okay, thank you, Bulma. Chi-Chi realized that her friend was right. The present moment required her to focus on her grandchildren. She would have to worry about her husband later. After saying goodbye, Bulma hung up he phone and turned around to come face to face with her former boyfriend. Yamcha. She jumped, a bit startled by his sudden appearance. Hey, sorry to scare you, he said with a goofy grin. I just came down for a snack from the cafeteria and saw you getting off the phone. Is everything okay? You look a little flustered. Thank goodness, she thought to herself. It appeared that he had only the very end of her conversation with Chi-Chi and therefore did not know what their discussion was about. Yay, she replied, quickly thinking up of a lie. I was just calling Chi-Chi to see how the kids were doing. The baby is resting right now and Goten and her are doing their best to comfort Pan. I can only imagine what this is like for them. I mean, Pan was right there when Vital collapsed yesterday. Bulma was about to comment back when Tien came rushing down the hallway. She's waking up. In the hospital room, Vital was slowly coming to. Vital, Mr. Satan cried as if to help lure her from her deep sleep. Finally opening her eyes, Vital saw her husband and her father leaning over her. Dad, she mumbled. It was barely audible, but for the men sitting beside her it was music to their ears. Vital. Gohan added to the excitement as he started to cry happy tears. Gohan, where am I? She struggled through her words. Her body feeling sore and her throat dry. You're in the hospital. We rushed you here after you collapsed in the kitchen yesterday. She was trying to remember through her days. She could recall Tien, Xiaosu, Yamcha, Pu'er, and Piccolo coming over, followed by conversing with everyone in the living room. And then the blood, so much blood. Upon remembering, she tried to sit up, but struggled. Careful, Mr. Satan cooed as he helped his daughter. Could I get some water? She choked. Piccolo, who had been quietly standing next to the table that held a pitcher of water and several glasses, obliged her request. Thank you, she said. While she took a moment to gulp down the much-needed drink, Yamcha and the others arrived back at the room. Vital. Bulma shouted happily. Hey, glad to see you're up. We were worried about you. Yamcha added as the trio circled around the bed. How are you feeling? Tien asked. A bit sore. Vital replied, still a bit woozy. She then thought to herself. There was one question that she needed to ask now. What happened to me? At first nobody responded, but a few glances were exchanged. Well, Mr. Satan spoke up. While it was certainly going to be hard to tell her about her surgery, her father didn't even know where to start because he didn't quite understand the dynamics of everything. You know what? Let me get the doctor, he can explain better than any of us. We'll give you guys some space. Bulma said as she and the others followed the world champion out of room, leaving just the husband and wife pair. Silence permeated the room, and Vital was starting to get the suspicion that this nightmare was not over for her. She grabbed her husband's hand, who held back with a firm grip. One look into his eyes and she knew, something was still wrong. She was about to speak up when her father came back into the room. Found him, he announced, practically dragging the doctor behind him. Once he was in front of his patient, drive. Horika. Wa took out a small flashlight and tested Vital's eyes. I see that you are finally awake. How are you feeling? he asked as he continued to examine her. A little bit groggy, and somewhat sore. Those are typical feelings after surgery, he said without thinking too much about it. Surgery. She jumped. This was the first time she was hearing about anything so invasive. Realizing his mistake, drive. Horikawa pocketed his flashlight and focused his attention on answering his patient. Yes, when your husband brought you in we discovered a bacterial infection in your fallopian tubes. We believe that you contracted it during your accident a few months ago, but it remained dormant until recently. This specific strain of bacteria usually comes out of its dormant stage when in the presence of hormones attributed with the menstrual cycle. Your husband informed us that you have been experiencing rather severe cramps. Somewhat, but I just assumed that they were a bit more severe because I recently had my baby. Then it struck Vital, if she was affected with this then it was possible her son might be infected as well. What about my son? What if he is infected? The doctor shook his head. We ran a few tests and found that your son most certainly does not have it. Vital was about to interject with another question, but the doctor knew what she was about to ask. And even though it would be next to impossible, we also tested your daughter and husband and their results were also negative. I am just sorry that we didn't catch this earlier, but after your accident you weren't tested for this type of bacteria because it is so exceedingly rare. Vital moved on to the next question. You mentioned a surgery. The doctor sighed. Now for the difficult part. Another attribute of this bacterial strain is that it is very damaging to the tissue it comes in contact with. We had to operate, not only to remove the bacteria, but also to remove any damaged tissue. While operating we found out that the bacteria had actually spread to your uterus and ovaries and so we had no choice but to perform a full hysterectomy. What? Vital gasped, not believing what she was hearing. She looked down past her abdomen where she felt a series of stitches through the hospital gown she was wearing. I'm extremely sorry to have to deliver this news. I know it must come as a shock, but if we did not perform this procedure you would have died. She managed to maintain composure for a short time, but as reality soaked, the situation started to become unbearable. A few tears made their way down her cheeks before she hurled herself into Gohan's arms and began sobbing. Once again, I am very sorry. The doctor added, even though he knew it wouldn't do much to help. He had delivered news like is to many patients before Vital and the only thing to soothe both the physical and emotional scars of something like this was time. Thank you doctor. Mr. Satan said as he joined his daughter's side to help calm her. Understanding that he was no longer needed, Horikawa quietly left the room to give them some peace. It was several minutes before Vital was able to regain some sense of composure, and even then, tears continued to trickle down her face. Dad, she sniffed. Can I speak with Gohan alone? Mr. Satan nodded. He gave his daughter a tight and kiss on the forehead before heading out of the room, tears of his own falling down as he went. Vital was trying to summon up the courage to a question she already knew the answer to. I don't sue. PPOSE we can make a wish to Shenron to fix what has been done. Sadly, Gohan shook his head. No, he replied solemnly, it would be considered a natural death of the tissue and organs. We can't wish it back. Vital choked behind her tears. She was not prepared for this news. She was not prepared to deal with losing a part of herself. Listen to me. Gohan scooted closer to her. The most important thing is that you are alive. We can get through the rest together. He paused as he pulled out a senzu bean from his pocket. Here. He held his hand out. Take this. Heal your wounds. She looked the senzu in her husband's hand and then back up at him. No. Gohan was taken aback. There are some things that the senzu cannot heal and I don't feel like it would be right for one part of me to get instantly better while another part is still wounded. Vital broke her eye contact with him. I want to heal naturally this time. I need to heal naturally this time. Gohan still had his hand ended when the door to the room burst open. Mommy. Pan cried as she ran towards her mother. Behind her were the distant calls of Chi-Chi telling her granddaughter to come back, and to not enter the room. While Pan clung to her mother, Gohan put the magical seed back in his pocket. Careful Pan-chan. Vital winced as her daughter squeezed her in a big hug. I'm very sore. Pan looked up at her with tears in her eyes. She was so happy to see her mother again and hear her voice. By this time, Chi-Chi had reached the doorway with her grandson in her arms. "I'm sorry," she huffed, catching her breath. "I told Pan to wait but she was insistent on seeing you." "It's okay," Gohan replied as he got up to take his son from her. Vital looked down at her daughter and ruffled her hair. "I hope you haven't been giving your grandma too much trouble." She was trying to put on her best face as if nothing was wrong. Rather than responding directly, Pan gave her mother another heartfelt hug. The woman smiled and turned toward her husband. "Can I see him?" Gohan gently placed their son into her arms. It was a bittersweet moment for her. She was so happy her son was okay, but at the same time she was deeply saddened by the fact that he would be her last child and not by choice. Seeing her children by her side, she began to cry again. "Mom, what's wrong?" Pan asked. "Vital," Gohan said in a soothing voice as he tried to comfort her. But he had no words past that. "I'm sorry," she struggled through her tears as she continued to hold her children close to her. Their presence made her both happy for what she had, but also sad for what she lost. The conflicting emotions she was battling with caused her to cry even harder, which was starting to upset both her children. Gohan didn't know what to do or say. Fortunately, Chi-Chi took action. "Gohan, could I talk with Vital alone?" He nodded and took his son back, but not before Vital laid a gentle kiss on the infant's head. "Come on, Pan," he said, motioning for her to follow. The child looked up at her mother, not wanting to let go. "Don't worry, I'll be alright," Vital said as she wiped tears from her eyes. She gave her daughter a gentle kiss. Then Pan followed her father out of the room. Blank. Leaving did not please Gohan. His wife was upset and he wanted to be there for her, but, he thought, perhaps his mother would be able to relate and comfort her in ways that he couldn't. Trying not to dwell too much on the issue, he made his way back to the lobby where Bulma and the rest were waiting. "Is something wrong?" his father-in-law asked. Noticing his forlorn demeanor. "My mom just wanted to talk with her," he replied as he sat down next to everyone. For the next half hour they talked as he informed them what had happened right before Chi-Chi came in. He explained how Vital was taking the news rather hard and how she even refused a senzu bean. He also described the reasoning that she gave him. The longer he went on, the more everyone realized that there was nothing they could say to make the situation better. In addition to explaining everything to his friends, Gohan tackled the additional task of explaining to Pan what was going on. While his daughter was certainly old enough to understand the situation once it was explained to her, it didn't make the discussion easier. Even though Pan took the news rather well, it still struck a chord with her that her mother was, in some ways, forever changed. It wasn't until Chi-Chi came back that they halted their discussion. Watching her walk down the hallways with the look of defeat, Gohan immediately knew things did not go well. She walked up to her son and started to apologize. "I'm sorry, Gohan, but there's nothing I can say to reassure her. She is still very much in a state of shock. I think we just have to give her some time." She said that she actually wanted to be alone for a little bit. There was that theme again, time. Wanting to respect his wife's wishes, he turned to the others. "While I very much appreciate you all staying here, I don't think there is much anyone can do at this point." Bulma furrowed her brows. "Perhaps it would be best if we headed home then." She had verbalized what Gohan was thinking, but thought too rude to say himself, but she understood, as did everyone else. After saying their goodbyes, the group dispersed. "Are you sure you don't want me to stay?" Piccolo asked. "I'm sure. But thank you," Gohan replied. He held out his arm for a handshake, but Piccolo embraced him in a hug instead. After a few moments they broke from the embrace and final goodbyes were said before the Namekian headed back to the lookout. Focusing back on his family in front of him, Gohan asked the three of them, Goten, Chi-Chi, and Mr. Satan, if they could take his kids back home and watch after them until he got back later that night. "I want to be here for her just in case she needs me." The trio respectfully obliged. They knew it would be helpless to convince him to come with them. With his family gone, Gohan was alone in the hospital lobby. He was left thinking about his wife, thinking about his family, thinking about everything that had led up to this moment, this tragedy. The past few months flashed before him and he thought deeply as to why all this happened, and it kept going back to one person. As the hours went on, he became more and more frustrated from his own thoughts until he eventually decided that he did not want to reflect on it anymore. He got up and made his way back to Vital's hospital room. He knocked before slowly opening the door. "Vital," he said lightly as he entered. The woman sat back up in her bed. "Gohan, you're still here?" It seemed like an odd question that was made even more peculiar by the fact there seemed to be no emotion behind it whatsoever. No surprise, no happiness, just monotone. "Of course. Your dad, along with my mom and brother, took the kids home and are watching after them. But I wanted to be here for you." Vital looked at her husband for a few seconds. "Gohan," she started. "Go home. What? There is nothing else you can do, and besides I want to be left alone right now." As she said this, she laid down in her bed with her back facing him. Vital. He tried to protest. "Please," she asked, a tear falling down her face. Silence once again filled the air as he stood there, not quite believing that his wife was asking him to leave. He could sense the depression in her voice, but ultimately, he knew there was nothing he could do. If he stayed, he risked upsetting her even more. Fighting again his desire to be by her, he quietly surrendered to her demands. He slowly made his way to the door before he turned back towards her. "I'll come back tomorrow morning," he said solemnly, then turned and left the room. Gohan gave the hospital one last look before he discreetly took off into the air. The feeling of defeat weighed heavily on him and he wanted nothing more than to go back to Vital and be by her side. However, he knew he couldn't. He had to respect her wishes and let her be for now. Within a few minutes, he landed in front of his house. Standing on his front steps, he wondered how he was going to get through the rest of the day. He felt as if he had failed his wife by not being able to console her. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself of his children. They still needed him. Summoning up courage to continue on, he opened the door. "Hey everyone, I'm back," he said, announcing his presence. "Dad," Pan shouted as she came rushing down the stairs. She embraced her father in a tight hug, which almost threw him off balance. At first, he was surprised by the display of emotion. He hadn't been gone long, and it's not like Pan was alone. But, as his daughter held him closer and started to softly weep, it occurred to him that perhaps all she wanted was someone to comfort her. Someone who understood her, someone like him. As he stroked her hair and attempted to calm her down, he realized that he couldn't be downtrodden about leaving Vital. His children need him right now just as much as Vital needed her peace. And he was more than happy to be there for them. Mr. Satan came from the family room to greet his son-in-law. "I thought you were going to be staying at the hospital." Yay. Vital said that she wanted some alone time. "She asked me to come back here." He looked back at Pan. "Which I think is the right place for me to be." Pan gave her father another hug. She needed him and he needed to be able to show her that he was there for her. Blank. For the rest of the day, the family spent time in each other's company in an effort to boost morale. They played games, talked, and watched movies, doing whatever they could to occupy themselves so as not to dwell on the negative aspects of recent events. During the entire time, Gohan was adamant not to leave his kid's side. He realized that he might not be able to do anything right now for Vital. She had her own process of handling hard issues, but he could certainly do something for his children. While it was tough to spend joyful times with his family without constantly worrying about his wife, the Demi-Saiyan eventually loosened up to the premise. And it wasn't until he did so that it dawned on him that perhaps Vital had sent him home for this sole purpose. She knew how upset he had been over this whole thing, and that he would continue to stress about it. But since there was nothing more he could do for her, she wanted him to go back and take care of their family as well as himself. Time seemed to speed by because before anyone knew it, night had descended upon North City. Looking outside the window, Gohan made a comment to his mother. "You and Goten might want to start heading home. He has school tomorrow, doesn't he? He can certainly miss a day or two if you would rather stay here and help out around the house with the kids." His mother replied sympathetically. This quickly caught the attention of Goten. "Miss school," he thought to himself. While the circumstances certainly warranted it, it was still a surprise to hear his mother suggest such a thing, being as strict as she was about studying. Gohan chuckled silently to himself as he observed his brother's reaction. No, I'll be fine. Mr. Satan has agreed to stay here with us until Vital gets better, and I will be off work for quite some time, so it really isn't necessary that you stay. You two should go home and take care of things you need to take care of. Okay. Chi-Chi agreed. She then started to ponder. The only thing she really needed to take care of was inform her husband of what had happened, but he remained elusive. It was troubling, not knowing when she was going to be able to speak to him again. Mom, are you okay? Gohan asked. All of a sudden, his mother was staring into space and he wondered if he had offended her in some way. Oh yeah, I'm fine. Just a little tired. She lied, trying to get back to the present. Well Goten, I guess we better get going before it gets too late. Her son nodded in agreement and followed her lead as they prepared to depart. Hugs and goodbyes were shared as Chi-Chi and Goten gathered their things and headed out. Goten threw a capsule onto the ground that, after bursting into a big cloud of smoke, revealed a small car-like jet. He faced his brother and gave him one last hug as Chi-Chi made her way into the aircraft. Take care of yourself, he whispered. I will. Goten looked down at Pan. Watch after him, will ya? He said with a wink. Pan gave him a thumbs up. You bet. She replied enthusiastically. The younger Demi-Saiyan gave a final wave and joined his mother. With little hesitation, they lifted into the air and zoomed off towards their home. With his mother and brother gone, Gohan was now aware of just how tired he was. And by the looks of those around him, so was everyone else. With help from Mr. Satan, he put his kids to bed and, after a quick clean-up around the house, headed to bed himself. After saying goodnight to his family, he shut the door behind him and stared at the bed he and Vital shared. It would be another cold night spent alone, without her by his side. With a gentle sigh he climbed under the covers, turned out the lights, and closed his eyes. Sleep came almost instantly, but this time it wasn't so merciful. Blank. Gohan Street. Ood in the middle of a room he was not familiar with. There wasn't much light and the walls had a metallic feature that contributed to the overall feeling of unease, like he didn't belong there. Before he could take any action, he heard a faint whimper from behind. He looked around trying to locate the source. In one of the corners of the room he spotted Pan, buried beneath a small pile of miscellaneous junk. As he ran towards her and, as he started to toss the debris away, he noticed that most of it seemed to be composed of various toys, clothing, and other things from his childhood. Once he finally cleared it away, he placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder. Pan-chan, what's wrong? Pan looked up at her father, teary-eyed. Mom is sick. I'm scared. He pulled her in close to him. It's going to be okay, she is going to get better. It just may take some time. He pulled the child back, cradling his son in his arms. Everything is going to be okay. Son Gohan. Doctor Horikawa questioned. Yes. The father looked up from his child to the doctor. They were in Vital's hospital room. You understand that your wife will no longer be able to have children? I do. And, you understand this as well, Vital? The doctor said, turning to the woman lying in her hospital bed. I do. Her voice was without expression. Vital, it will be okay. We will make it through this together. Gohan grabbed her hand. The baby no longer in his arms, or anywhere near. His wife remained silent while the doctor began to leave the room. Only when she heard the door shut, did she finally speak. I should never have met with your father at East City. If I hadn't, maybe everything would have been alright. Don't talk like that, none of this is your fault. Gohan replied. In truth, he was starting to see his father's role in all of this. Had Goku just stayed away from his family, none of this would be happening. He knew Vital was just trying to help, and he knew he wasn't entirely innocent himself. Had he been honest with his wife from the beginning, it's possible that she would never have went out of her way to try and restore the father-son relationship. At the same time, he didn't want to upset her. He felt that his past was his burden to bear. That was, at least, until all this. Damn it. He cursed to himself as a void surrounded him. Why did everything have to turn out this way? It was like fate was against them. Had he told her the truth about his father from the beginning, she would have had to share the burden of his past with him. Instead he opted to hide it, in order to protect her. But that ended up backfiring with horrendous consequences. He thought more of his father. He was the problem behind all of this. If he had just stayed away like I told him, none of this would have ever have happened. It shouldn't have been too hard, after all he was absent most of my life anyway. His anger was flaring up. Why does he always have to mess things up? Why? Just when he thought he couldn't take it anymore. Krillin ran into the hospital room. Hey guys, you'll never believe who's here. Hey everybody. A voice called from the other side. It was the last voice Gohan wanted to hear. He swung his head around to see Goku surrounded by their family and friends. The scenery had changed to outside his parents' house. Vital was no longer in front of him, or anywhere else in sight. His group of friends were focusing all of their attention on the Saiyan. Goku, you're back. We've missed you so much. Tell us about your adventures. Once again, nobody was questioning the fighter's absence. All that mattered was that he was back. Oh hey guys. Goku chuckled whilst scratching the back of his head in a typical son fashion. Yeah, I just came back for some of Chi-Chi's cooking, then I gotta run off again. The consistent laughter from him began to sound like nails on a chalkboard to Gohan. Everything about the scene in front of him was driving him mad. Hey, he shouted, causing everyone to halt their conversations. Oh hey, Gohan, I didn't see you there. Goku spoke, still chuckling. Did you know that Vital is dead because of you? She died from the injuries she suffered from the car accident. The one that she was in just after she met you, after I told you to stay away from us. The same accident that you could have protected her from, had you been paying attention. He was seething with rage, but it went completely unnoticed by his father, who continued to laugh throughout the entire ordeal. Oh, well, he replied, we can always wish her back with the Dragon Balls. I'll go search for them after dinner. It will be another adventure. The insanity of the situation pushed Gohan over the edge. Did this man have no respect? Did he care about anyone but himself? With that last remark, he became enraged to the point where he lunged after his father. You bastard! He screamed. Gohan sprung upright in his bed, covered in sweat with his fists clenched. Huh, he said to himself quietly, questioning what had just happened. He looked around and noticed he was back in his room alone. He then looked down at his hands as he loosened them from their clenched position. A dream, he spoke softly to himself. He glanced at the clock on the nightstand. 7 a.m. It was just a dream. He sighed before burying his hands in his face. It was only a few seconds before he started to weep. While it was only a dream, it had managed to stir up a lot of emotions about his life and his father. As he continued to gather his thoughts on the order of events that occurred in said dream, he realized what he had said towards the end. Vital, why did I tell him she was dead? There was a sudden pit in his stomach. He felt that he had to see her, immediately. Gohan jumped out of bed as his anxiety grew. He didn't know why he was feeling this way. He knew it was just a dream, but nonetheless he couldn't shake the panic that was surging through his body. No matter how many times he told himself, it was just a dream. It was just a dream, he was unable to calm himself down. Getting dressed in record time, he opened the door to his bedroom and began racing down the hall. He had only taken a few steps before he collided with his father-in-law. Oop, sorry, I was just, he halted his speech when he looked down at the man he had run into. There were tears in Mr. Satan's eyes and he seemed heavily distressed. Hey, what's wrong? GG Gohan v Vital, Mr. Satan struggled through his words. V Vital, she's dead. What? Nightmare had become reality. Blank, underscore, blank. It seemed like before Gohan was even able to register what had been said, he was standing in front of his wife at the hospital, surrounded by friends and family who did their way to his side following the news. V Vital, he muttered as tears made their way down his face. Stroking back her hair, he noticed how white she looked. It was something he had seen too often in his life. It was the look of death. His wife, Vital Satan, was dead. I'm terribly sorry for your loss. The doctor spoke up as Gohan continued to break down. He couldn't handle this. He didn't want to handle this. It was all too much. How could his wife be dead? Feeling his emotional state start to wither, he collapsed, laying his head by his wife's body and sobbing relentlessly. Krillin walked up to his friend and laid a hand on his shoulder. It wasn't much, but it was the only sentiment that he, or anyone else, could think of at the moment. For what seemed like an eternity, the only so Und in the hospital room came from the grieving collective. No discussions, no doctors taking notes, no heart monitor sounds, just cries of grief and sorrow. "Mommy," Pan whispered as she watched her father collapse into a heap by her mother's side. With the scene before her too much to bear, she turned away and clung to Mr. Satan. The former world champion patted her back lightly in an act of comfort, trying his best to hold what little he had left together. Like her father, Pan couldn't believe this was happening. She had just seen her mother less than 24 hours ago, how could she be dead? She continued to cry, thoroughly soaking her grandfather's shirt. It wasn't until she picked her head up to wipe away her tears that she noticed someone approaching from the other end of the hallway. She wiped her eyes once more to make sure it wasn't just a hallucination. "Grandpa." "Yes, Pan." Mr. Satan turned his head slightly towards her. "No, no, Grandpa," Pan restated as she started running down the hall. "Huh." He turned and followed his granddaughter's movements until he spotted what she was running towards. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Grandpa!" Pan screamed, although it came out rather hoarse due to the excessive crying she had just done. "Hey Pan," the familiar man greeted, picking her up. "Gee Goku." Mr. Satan exclaimed without much thought given to whether or not anyone could hear him. "Goku. Goku." The crowd began to question upon hearing of the famous Saiyan's name. It wasn't until now that Gohan had realized what was going on. He turned swiftly to see everyone greet his father as he approached. "Hiya," Goku said rather cheerfully, unaware as to why everyone was gathered in this hospital room. "Goku, where have you been?" Chi-Chi cried out as she smothered her husband in a tight hug. "Training with Oob. I came home to pick up a few things, but nobody was around. I ended up sensing Goten's ki and made my way here. What's everyone doing here?" Chi-Chi continued to cry into his chest, which confused him. "What's wrong, Chi-Chi? Was I gone too long?" "No, Goku," Bulma quickly interjected. "It's vital, she's dead." Gohan shouted with a mixture of emotions running through him. He was grieving for his lost wife, but at the same time he was anxious with his father now being there. He was in so much pain he didn't quite know what to feel. The last thing he wanted to do was start a fight with him given the situation, but still. Goku's face suddenly became serious as he set down his granddaughter. Gohan had stepped to the side with his arm extended towards the hospital bed. The Saiyan now had a clear view of Vital lying on the bed, motionless. Taking a few seconds to digest what he was seeing, Goku eventually turned towards Gohan. I'm sorry son, I'm so sorry." It was so simple, yet there was something about the way he said it that sounded so genuine and sincere. It somehow conveyed unparalleled sympathy and, while he wasn't crying like the others, Gohan suddenly saw his father as someone caring and at the same time, a figure of strength. Maybe it was all the emotions he was going through, but something had clicked inside his mind, and it was like time was instantly reversed. He felt like he was a toddler again, in need of comfort from the man he looked up to. He then took a step forward to embrace his father in a hug, to take comfort. Something he never thought he would do ever again. But right before he did so, Goku turned his back to him, and faced Chi-Chi. "Will this affect my training?" Everybody froze and the world stood still for Gohan. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Yet the words echoed tortuously around him. "Will this affect my training? Will this affect my training? Will this affect my training?" He had just showed his most vulnerable side to this man, and he completely abused it. How could his father say something like that right now? He immediately felt violated. Before he could say anything, his father was far away from him. "Goodbye," he said without care. And with that statement the world around Gohan began to literally fall apart. The hospital around him crumbled and those close to him shattered like glass and fell into a dark oblivion. That word, goodbye. It brought about the absolute worst feelings in him and suddenly he felt himself reliving every horrific moment from his childhood. From being kidnapped by Raditz, to watching his many friends die before his eyes. Everything came flooding back to him in one tremendous wave. As fast as everything seemed to be moving, he only moments that were prolonged were the most traumatic ones, the ones that affected him the most. And it was not a coincidence that they all involved Goku. "We wish for Son Goku to be brought to the Earth's check-in station." Bulma yelled up at the mighty dragon. Piranga concentrated for a moment. The dragon then replied with something nobody was expecting to hear. Your wish cannot be granted. The one called Goku cannot be brought to the Earth's check-in station because he is still alive, doing so would kill him. What? Alive? Goku's alive. The huddled masses began to speak. While there was some confusion as to how he could still be alive, it was determined that he must not be able to get back home. Well, the solution for that was simple. The wish was to be. Alright, bring Son Goku back to Earth. Once again Puranga concentrated. Your wish cannot be granted. Everyone's spirits quickly diminished. What? What was going on? Why not? The one called Goku does not wish to be brought back right now. Puranga stated. There was even more confusion among the crowd. None of what was being said made any sense. Goku was alive but he didn't want to come back. Amongst the grow-up was a young boy with just as many questions. Why? Gohan thought to himself. If he's been alive all this time, why hasn't he come back? Why hasn't he tried to get in contact with us through King Kai? Why won't he come back now? We need him. I was just a little boy, Gohan told himself as the memory he was reliving melted around him and transitioned to the next, and the next, and the next. Until it ended up at the event that haunted him the most, the Cell Games. He wasn't just reliving this memory, he was feeling it. Every excruciating detail, every punch, every kick, all while Goku looked on and did nothing. His father had turned him over to this monster, and what did it culminate to? No, Gohan shouted. He didn't want to relive that part again. Anything but that moment, anything. But he couldn't stop it, not now and not then. He beat his hands into the ground at Cell's declaration that he was about to self-destruct and take everyone with him. He lost and there wasn't a thing he could do about it. Then, suddenly, his father appeared in front of him and placed a hand on Cell. Hey, you did good, Gohan. Dad, take care of your mother for me. And tell her I'm sorry, but I had to do this. Goodbye, Gohan. And then the two were gone. Daddy. No. Gohan screamed loud enough that he finally woke himself up. He sat up in his bed with his arm outstretched, the same way it had been those many years ago when his father had teleported with Cell. He heaved greatly, completely out of breath, eyes now wide open, as cold sweat dripped down his body. For a few seconds he remained still, until all of a sudden, he scrambled out of bed and plastered his back to the adjacent wall. He was still heaving, gasping for air, as he stared at his bed. He looked upon it as a place of torture now, rather than a place of rest. But this wasn't the first time he had done so. Sliding down to a sitting position, he realized the upsetting memories were not over, because he now remembered the nightmares he had after the Cell Games. They had been similar to what he just experienced, and they were recurring, haunting him for years and years. Too often during those times would he find himself in the same position he was in now, sitting flush against the wall, knees to his chest, and shaking uncontrollably with fear. Fear that nobody should ever have to experience. Gohan rested his head down on his knees, wondering what this all meant. Are they going to start up again? He questioned to himself, shivering more at just the prospect of it. It seemed that his past continued to haunt him. He thought he had gotten over most of it, but in reality, it still gripped him with a mighty hold. The demons of his past would not let him go. He felt that he was at their mercy. As he dwelled on this, something in him started to reject this notion of vulnerability. No, he said aloud, as if warding off a physical presence. Standing up, he wiped the tears from his eyes. Before he was just a child and had no way of confronting his demons. There was nothing he could do about it. But now things were different. He had matured into the man he now was. While he would forever harbor memories, there was a way he could get closure and finally put the past behind him. After calming himself down from the nightmare he had just experienced, Gohan sat on the edge of his bed, rubbing his eye. As he glanced at the clock on the nightstand, 8 a.m. It's time to get up anyway. He muttered to himself before standing up and getting dressed. While he went about his normal morning routine, he took deep breaths. He now knew how to confront the demons of his past, but the process wasn't going to be easy. As he made his way downstairs, he headed toward the kitchen. Due to his appetite not being very big at the moment, he indulged himself in a small breakfast. As he was finishing his meal, Mr. Satan drearily made his way down to the kitchen as well. "Ah, I'm glad you're up. Gohan said as he put his dishes in the dishwasher. Before Mr. Satan could respond, his son-in-law continued. There is something I have to go out and do. I should be back later today, but I was wondering if you would mind looking after Pan and the baby while I'm gone. UGHH I guess. The old man was caught off guard and confused as to what errand his son-in-law had to run that seemed so pressing. I mean sure. It's no problem BU. He was going to ask where Gohan was going and why it seemed so urgent, but before he could do so he was interrupted. Thanks, I wouldn't be going unless it was necessary. You're the kids will be asleep most of the day anyway, with everything that's been going on within the past few days. But I will still be back as soon as I can. Opening the door, he gave one last wave. I'll be back later. When the door shut, Mr. Satan stood in place for a long moment. Having just woken up, he was still trying to understand what just happened. There were many questions he still had. Where was Gohan going? Why was he going this early? Was it work? Did he really need to go? Why was he wearing his GI? Blank, _ blank. How are you feeling this morning, Vital? The nurse asked gently as she made some notes from the various monitor readings. Doing all right. My wounds are starting to become a bit itchy though. Vital replied. That happens from time to time. I'll ask the doctor if there is anything we can do to help that. The nurse then looked at the empty breakfast tray by her patient's bedside. If you're done, I can take that for you. Oh, yes. Thank you. I'll be back to let you know what the doctor says. The nurse mentioned on her way out, after picking up the tray. Vital just smiled and nodded. After having gone through such a rough time physically and mentally, she was glad that she was receiving exceptional care from the hospital staff. She laid down on her bed and stared out the big pane glass window. The snow had turned the city landscape into a winter wonderland. She sighed as she took in the view. Her concentration on the scenery was only disturbed when she heard her hospital door open. That was Key, she started to say, expecting it to be the nurse back with news from the doctor. Instead she found somebody else. Gohan. Good morning. He smiled as he grabbed a chair next to her. I wasn't expecting you this early. Listen, I'm sorry about yesterday. Her voice was gentle, but still held a sorrowful tone. It's okay. I understand. He was averting eye contact, which gave Vital the hint that something was on his mind. What's wrong? She asked. She then noticed what he was wearing. Brown boots, baggy purple pants with a matching shirt that had partially cut off sleeves and a deep neckline, all held together by a navy blue wraparound belt. Underneath of the purple shirt was a light blue, long-sleeve shirt he often used for colder weather. Is that your GI? Gohan finally faced her. Looking into her eyes, he nodded in confirmation. Why are you wearing it? Because there is something I have to do. His wife looked at him puzzled before he continued. Last night I had a nightmare. It was the same nightmare that I told you recently about that I experienced on and off throughout my teenage years. It was just as horrifying as those times, and I know they will be recurring if I don't do something about them, if I don't confront them. Vital was starting to see where this was headed. Right after her accident, when Gohan had told her everything about his past, he had also mentioned the nightmares that came with it, which only served to rub salt in the wounds. They were so detailed and horrifying that they had brought him to the edge of insanity. And the one person persistent in the nightmares was Goku. I have to see him. I have to talk with him and confront him about everything that I have been holding in all of these years. I have to let him know exactly how I feel about everything. I won't be able to rest until I do so. Quote. Making further connections between what her husband was saying and what he was wearing, Vital had just one question for him. Are you going to fight him? If so, what will that prove? Gohan remained silent for a long time before eventually responding. It could show him that he's wrong. That he doesn't have to sacrifice family life for training. That he doesn't need to be gone in order to protect his family and friends. Right now your dad is watching the kids, and I plan on being back before evening. That is unless you don't want me to go. I won't leave if you feel you need me here. It was one of those moments in Vital's life where time seemed to stand still. She didn't really want him to leave and confront his father if it meant there was a possibility for a fight. She would have preferred him to stay home and for them to get over these problems together. But deep inside, she knew it wasn't that simple. There were some things that she could not help him with. If the world were a perfect place, maybe she could have, but if the world were a perfect place, then he would never have gone through these things to begin with. She thought long and hard before coming up with an answer. Go, she muttered. If you feel this is what you need to do, then you need to do it. I hope that talking with him will help and it can give you both some closure. But no matter what happens, I want you to know that I will always love you. A tear slid down her cheek, which was quickly wiped away from him. I love you too. He then dug around his belt for a second before producing a senzu bean. I'm going to leave this here just in case you change your mind, or in the unlikely event that anything should happen. Know that if anything does happen, I will stop whatever I am doing and rush to be here. I know. Vital responded with a weak smile. Gohan placed the bean on the side of the table, kissed his wife, and headed towards the door. Before exiting, he gave her one last look. I'll be fine, she reassured him, giving him a final reassurance. Then she watched as he left, wondering what the outcome at the end of the day would be. For that, only time would tell. As she thought about the future, as well as the past, she closed her eyes and whispered a prayer of hope and healing for everyone involved in this. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself staring at the senzu bean Gohan had left behind, thinking about its power but also its limitations. Blank. Piccolo stood at the center of the lookout. He was waiting for someone. For the past several minutes, he felt a familiar key headed towards his direction. As the person approached, he closed his eyes and took deep breath. When he opened his eyes back up, the man he was expecting was standing in front of him. Good morning, Piccolo. Gohan greeted. The Namekian didn't respond but rather eyed him up and down. Gohan knew Piccolo had sensed him coming. He also knew that his mentor had probably already deduced why, especially after seeing him. I trust you've gathered why I am here. I have my suspicions, Piccolo commented. Truth be told, he had been suspecting this day might come ever since he left the hospital in North City. Then you probably know what I'm going to ask you. I may be observant, Gohan, but you know I'm not a fan of word games. You came here. Now you ask me directly. Don't have me guess. The Demi-Saiyan sighed. I have to see him, Goku that is. I can't keep hiding from my past. He's training with Oob, so it shouldn't be hard to find him. But there is somewhere I would like you to meet us. Where is that? Although Piccolo already had a feeling where this was headed, he wanted clarification. When Gohan supplied him with the location, his suspicions were confirmed. As it was elaborated on what his role was to be, he understood the thought that went into this decision. He listened intently, and when all was said and done, he responded. I can do what you've requested, but no more than that. This is between the two of you. Are you sure about this? We all make choices that we have to live with. This is a choice I am making in order to live. Gohan then took to the air. I'll see you soon, he said before taking off. Okay, Oob, let's take a short break. Goku exhaled deeply after their morning warm-up. A break already? Oob asked. When he first met Goku, he remembered these morning rituals to be quite exhausting, but now he felt himself not being able to wait until the next activity. Goku laughed. I know, but we've had some extensive training these past few days. If we don't take things easy every once in a while, we could stress our bodies out too much and do damage. Oob sighed, slightly disappointed. I understand. He then laid down, arms stretched out, in the shade of a huge rock formation. The forest scenery they had started in was starting to change into a rougher terrain. His mentor sat next to him and opened up his backpack, fishing out a water canteen. After quenching his thirst, he handed it to the younger warrior. Here, Oob grabbed the canteen and took a few big gulps. Ah, much better, he said, wiping his mouth. I feel like all my energy is restored now. Goku chuckled again. Haha, sometimes all you need to regain your strength is something to drink and sometimes, a good meal. Oob smiled. Speaking of strength, he was surprised how much progress he had made since they first met. With the help of Goku, he had become stronger than he ever thought was possible. But still, he wondered. Hey Goku. Oob sat up to face the Saiyan. You told me that I am the reincarnation of Kid Buu, that bad guy you all fought years ago. And you also told me that you had hoped to train me to become as strong as he once was. Yes, I remember. Goku replied, thinking back. So I was wondering how long do you think it will be before I am as powerful as him? This was a question Oob had asked a few times, but had never received a direct answer. He desperately wanted to be powerful enough to protect the Earth. After all, was the whole reason Goku was training him. Well, Goku chuckled once more as he scratched the back of his head. He was trying to think of a response when he found someone else answering for him. You already are. The two said collectively as they turned towards the direction of the voice. Goku's eyes widened. GG Gohan. Approaching them, Gohan remained stoic in his demeanor. You already are as powerful as Kid Buu, Oob. Oob immediately stood up in a defensive pose. Hey, how do you know my name? Goku, do you know this guy? Before his mentor could respond, Gohan spoke up again. I don't believe we were ever introduced, but I was at the last Tenkaichi Budokai watching you fight. I'm Goku's oldest son, Gohan. Oob's eyes widened. Why you're Gohan? He remembered Goku telling him a bit about his family and he soon realized the mistake he had just made. Clasping his hands together he bowed apologetically. Please forgive me Gohan-san. It's quite alright. You have never seen me before so I didn't expect you to know who I was. I'm sorry if I startled you. Oob smiled with the knowledge that his faux pas was forgiven, but after their brief introduction, what Gohan had said began to hit him. Wait, what do you mean I am as powerful as Kid Buu? Gohan lifted up an eyebrow. Well, truth be told, you aren't as powerful as him, you've already surpassed him. What? Like your trainer? I can sense your energy right now. I would say your power surpassed that of Kid Buu's some time ago. My father probably didn't tell you because he wanted to see how strong you could get if you always thought you had not yet obtained this power. Oob stood jaw dropped. He turned to Goku. Sensei, is all this true? The Saiyan, who had just gotten over the shock from seeing his estranged son, smiled innocently at Oob. Haha, well when you put it that way, I guess it is. Haha. Oob narrowed his eyes and smirked. Goku, you trickster. Using my power for your own curiosity. Gohan glared at his father. Yay, he does that. Goku's laughter at Oob's playful comment came to a halt when Gohan had spoken up. He quickly regained his composure to question his son. Gohan, what are you doing here? His voice conveyed a sense of bewilderment. We have talk, but not here. Where then? Goku questioned further. Gohan hovered into the air. Follow me. Initially hesitant, Goku realized that he may not get another chance like this to talk with his son. He turned back to his protege. Oob, why don't you go back to the village? I will meet up with you there later. The Ong warrior looked from Goku to Gohan and back again. He could easily tell this had to do with something serious, so he nodded in agreement with the orders just given to him. All right, let's go. Goku said as he hovered in the air. Gohan powered up and shot off into the sky, quickly followed by his father, leaving Oob alone. I wonder what that's all about, he thought to himself. A few minutes passed before Goku began to question where his son was taking him. If Gohan wanted to talk in private, away from Oob, they could have landed anywhere by now, but they didn't. Instead they just kept going. Obviously, his son had a specific place in mind, but where? And perhaps more importantly, why? What was this all about? It had been months since the two had spoken, and that last time had not ended well. So why was he sought out today? He wanted to ask these questions while they were flying, but anytime he managed to get close to Gohan's side, the young man sped up. Taking the hint that a mid-air discussion was not welcome, he eased off and decided to be patient. It appeared he had no other choice. It ended up being another half an hour before Gohan finally started to descend. Goku followed and they landed at their destination. They stood several meters apart on a grassy patch of land that, to Goku, seemed to be like any other place around, in the middle of nowhere. He gazed around as his son kept his back to him. For a long moment the only sound was that of the gentle winter breeze that flowed through the air. Rubbing his arms for warmth, he continued to wonder why he had been brought here. All he could see was empty landscape around him. You don't remember this place, do you? Gohan asked, quickly drawing his father's attention back to him, and away from the scenery. He turned around to face his father. Goku gave another quick look over at the surrounding area. There was something familiar about this place, something very familiar. He had been here before, a long time ago. He just couldn't place when and for what reason. His thoughts quickly focused back onto his estranged son before him, rather than the place where they had landed. Gohan, what's going on? Why did we fly all the way out here to talk? I haven't seen you since we moved to North City, I know. Gohan completed his sentence for him. Goku nodded. I guess I should explain, not only as to why I came searching for you, but also what's happened recently. After all, I overheard Mom tell Bulma that she had tried to call to get a hold of you, but you've been out training with Oob where your priorities lie. Goku was a bit surprised by this. He thought he had told Chi-Chi that he wouldn't be in Oob's village this weekend, rather that they would be training far away and he wouldn't be able to be reached by phone. Regardless, the jab that had been made about where his priorities lie made him realize that his son's animosity towards him was still very present. Rather than argue about priorities, he sidestepped that issue to address why Chi-Chi had tried to contact him. Why was your mom trying to get a hold of me? What's happened? He asked with a bitter urgency in his voice. It is fairly obvious that something had occurred. After all, his son, who once said that he never wanted to see him again, had searched for, and found, him. Any normal day would not have brought this on. Vitals in the hospital, Gohan stated rather bluntly. Even though he knew his father was going to react sympathetically, he had become so jaded from previous experiences that he felt as if any type of empathy from his father was not entirely genuine. The hospital. Goku's eyes shot wide open. Is she alright? She's alive, but I certainly wouldn't say everything is alright. What do you mean? Gohan sighed. He had to retell this horrific scenario once again. 2 days ago she collapsed in our kitchen with blood running down her leg. I quickly flew her to the hospital where the doctors told me that she had a deadly bacterial infection. It originated from the car accident she was in a few months ago in East City when she was meeting you. A small amount of bacteria went unnoticed and hibernated inside her until just recently. By the time she collapsed, the infection had spread across her entire uterus and the only option the doctors had was to perform an emergency hysterectomy. They had to cut it out of her. They managed to save her life, but at a cost of something Vital cared very much about, the ability to give birth. I cannot begin to describe to you how distraught she was when she heard the news. While we were both happy that she was alive, she was soon beside herself with grief over having lost the gift of producing life. That is why Mom tried to call you. But just like when the accident occurred, you were nowhere to be found, even though if it wasn't for you, none of this would be happening. Goku had been trying to process everything that he was hearing. His daughter-in-law had almost died 2 days ago and he never knew. And his wife had tried to reach him, but since he was out training with Oob in the wilderness, she couldn't. He was about to express his condolences when the last bit of what his son had said hit him. Wait, what do you mean, if it wasn't for me? Gohan grew a bit agitated at this point. He had given his father one simple rule to follow when he moved to North City. I told you to stay away from us. I asked for one thing and you went against it. I didn't want anyone in my family to suffer from your actions the way I have, so I asked you to stay away. But you couldn't do that. If you had just left us alone, none of this would be happening. You can't see this as my fault. Goku shot back. If you hadn't met Vital in East City that day, she would never have been involved in that accident. If you had just listened to me. Vital called me and told me to meet her there. Goku interrupted, feeling his own agitation rise. He felt as if he was being falsely accused for something beyond his control. She was only trying to help us mend our relationship. That's only because she thought it could be fixed. It's only because she never knew the things you did. The decisions you made, the events that happened here. Gohan flung his arms as he emphasized that last word. What do? Goku started before it suddenly dawned upon him he knew where was. You finally remember now, don't you? Goku just nodded in response as he looked around once more. Things had changed a little bit. The craters and marks in the earth caused by the epic battle there many years ago were now evened out and covered in grass. While time had altered the terrain slightly, there was no denying that this was the same spot. This was where the Cell Games had been. As Goku faced his son again, Gohan continued, do you have any idea of what that day was like for me? Do you have any idea what it's like for an 11-year-old boy to be beaten and then slowly EZED to near death by a monster while his father just looks on? Tears began to run down his face. They both immediately had flashbacks to Gohan's fight with Cell, and the time that the latter caught the former in a death grip and began to squeeze. Do you want to know what I was thinking at that moment, when Cell had me in his grasp? Goku remained unresponsive. Piccolo had asked him that same question that day. The only thought in my mind at that moment was, why isn't he helping me? Why is my father just standing there doing nothing? I screamed louder and louder hoping that you would realize that I needed help, but you never moved an inch. Standing there shocked, Goku remembered Piccolo saying the same thing to him. He never got to talk about it with Gohan because he sacrificed himself later that day. It wasn't until now that it was finally being brought up, nearly 20 years later. He began to think that this was the sole reason behind his son's animosity towards him, but Gohan was only getting started on his father's faults. That day you rested the fate of the entire world on my shoulders. One minute you were fighting Cell and the next you were surrendering, pushing me onto the battlefield. I can't say that I wasn't expecting to fight, after all that is what we had been training for. But for me to go one-on-one with someone even you couldn't beat, I was scared out of my mind. I didn't say it at the time because I trusted that you knew what you were doing and I wanted you to be proud of me. I actually looked up to you. And what did you end up doing after sending me into the lion's den? You gave Cell a senzu bean to make things fair. It's like you didn't care about the danger he posed to me, or even to the earth. All you wanted to do was to see a good fight and for me to get angry. Then when Cell produced his offspring you acted surprised that he wasn't fighting according to your standards. Tears flowed down the Demi-Saiyan's cheeks. He had kept these memories and emotions bottled up for years in an effort to protect the image of his father from their friends, who saw Goku as a hero and a symbol of hope. Goku was trying to search for something to say. Something to redeem himself to some degree. But you ended up beating him. You ended up becoming stronger than all of us, and you saved the earth. And look what it cost me. When I finally transformed, my Saiyan side took a hold of me. I became like you and Vegeta, in that I thirsted for battle. I wanted to make Cell suffer, and in doing so I let him turn the tables on me by self-destructing. And that's when you came in. Son Goku was going to be a hero once again and pick up the mess that his son had created with a noble sacrifice. You know, all of these years I have always wondered why you chose to die at that point in time. Did you feel you made a mistake when I transformed because it hit you that you were no longer number one? Was your ego too bruised that you decided that making yourself a martyr was the best option for you, despite the effects it had on your family? Gohan, I transported Cell away from the earth to protect everyone. I didn't have enough time to transport back. And when I was killed I realized that perhaps the world would be better if I stayed dead. It had nothing to do with any mistakes I felt I made or feeling inferior to you. Gohan gave him a cold stare. Who are you trying to convince, me or you? He wasn't having any of it. He was finally calling out his father. We both know that you chose death as soon as Cell started to self-destruct. It was the only way that you could still be seen as the hero because, heaven forbid someone take that away from you. I can only imagine your delight when you realized your way out to become the altruistic savior once again. If you couldn't be the most powerful, then you were going to go out being the ultimate hero. That's not true. Goku yelled, getting more defensive. Yes it is. Gohan yelled back. We both know you had ample time to transport Cell to King Kai's planet, pick them up, and then transport them back to Earth. You made your plan when Cell started to self-destruct. But took your time to say a long goodbye to everyone so it would be remembered as the last noble deed of the glorious Son Goku. They all told me exactly what you said. Word for word. Instead of making a goodbye speech, you could have teleported to Cell, teleported him to King Kai's planet, grabbed everyone there, and teleported back. For the first time during their talk, Goku was truly stumped. He had taken his time to say goodbye rather than teleport to and from King Kai's planet. Desperately, he was trying to go back through his memories to remember what was going through his mind at the time. However, Gohan continued with his onslaught. You only stayed dead because it made you the hero. The only reason why you're here now is because it benefits you. You advanced as far as you could in the afterlife. And you even succeeded me by becoming a Super Saiyan 3. If your original intentions were true, you would have found a way to give Elder Kai his life force back and remained dead after the battle with Buu. Goku looked back up at his son, again not knowing what to say. Of course once Buu was destroyed, you knew he would come back reincarnated. He was a warrior like no other and you wanted to train him. So you stuck around for a while, letting us trust that you would be there for us. But that wasn't true, because as soon as Oob appeared you discarded us like trash and ran off with him. Gohan, stop. I care about you and everyone else. That is why I made the decision to leave with Oob. I'm only training him so he can take my place. Don't you get it? Nobody can take your place. That is why Oob is now more powerful than Kid Buu and it's also why you're currently more powerful than him. Goku's eyes widened. It can't be how had Gohan known he had superseded Oob in power. Oob is simply another person you are using as a tool for your own selfish reasons, the same selfish reasons that caused you to leave us for 7 years. Gohan was growing angrier, but at the same time there was a part of him that grew calmer. He was finally getting everything out in the open. Trying to find something to say, Goku focused on the time he left after the Cell Games. Then the NY did say that you were okay with my decision after the fight with Cell. Gohan's eye twitched with frustration. I was 11 years old and I looked up to you. I trusted any decision you made then. Besides, you barely gave me a moment to respond. You told us you were leaving, you didn't ask. He took in a deep breath before continuing. And that's when the guilt enveloped me. I was so young and blamed myself for your death. I thought it was because of me that you didn't want to come back. You cannot even begin to imagine what it's like to deal with that type of pain for years on end. On top of that, I was the one who had to deliver news to Mom that you were dead and weren't coming back. I listened to her cry herself to sleep every night for the next month. But I had to stay strong for her. Especially once she found out she was pregnant with Goten. I was going through so much grief that I wanted to kill myself, because all anybody talked about was you. However, I knew I couldn't. If I had killed myself, then Mom would have been left alone with her unborn child and, unlike you, I couldn't do that to her. Instead I suffered in silence. I thought things would get better once the baby was born. But when Goten turned out to look like a carbon copy of you, that's all anyone could comment on and I was back in hell. For years I suffered because of what had happened. Any good night was a night that I didn't have a horrifying nightmare that caused me to relive the events of that day. I blamed myself for your selfish decisions. Remembering the intense mental anguish that was his teenage years was not fun. But disclosing this information was cathartic. He wiped his eyes and sniffed back a few strangling tears before regaining his composure. I was alone, he muttered softly, although loud enough that his father could still hear it. I was all alone. I had to take care of Mom and Goten by myself. I had to be everything because you weren't there. I had to explain to Goten why you weren't around and answer questions about you. I had to suffer through my guilt in order to take care of them. Goku stood in awe at this revelation. He had no idea his son had suffered this much during his absence. He had never bothered to ask. For the first time in a long time he felt regret. Years passed before I was able to forgive myself for what I had done, and just as I was doing so, you came back into the picture. I actually cared about you again. I trusted you, only for you to do the same thing that you have always done. Leave. You left us after the fight with Frieza so you could train. You left us after the fight with Cell so you could train, and you left us for Oob so you could train. That's all your life has been about, not family, not friends, training. The last word Gohan yelled out echoed throughout the land before there was silence. Eventually, Goku sighed. You're right. He felt defeated and broken down. You're right. I haven't been around as much as I should have. He crossed his arms thinking back to his childhood. Even when I was younger I would often leave on a whim and nobody would ever say anything. Perhaps that is where this all stems from. You can't blame this on other people. Gohan shouted. He felt as if his father was trying to make excuses. Goku looked back up at his son. There was obviously more he had to say. I'm half Saiyan, thanks to you. I understand that desire for adventure, but I have made a conscious choice to put my family and friends first. Unlike you, I have taken responsibility as a father and as a defender of Earth. Gohan paused to recollect his thoughts. You say that you want to protect Earth, but for my entire life you have made decisions suggesting otherwise. You have constantly abandoned us to fulfill your own satisfaction and you have made decisions that have put everyone's lives in jeopardy. He didn't wait for to be asked what decisions had been made that put people's lives at risk. He had already talked about this the night of his birthday. Almost every battle I have witnessed you fight in, you have had complete disregard for the severity of the threat before you. How many times have you asked for an enemy to power up to their max level before you fought them? Once again Goku gave a blank stare. It was the answer Gohan needed. Decisions like these have led to people getting injured or killed. And yet you've always been surprised when an enemy didn't play by your rules. This hit Goku hard. How many bad decisions had he made? How many people besides his son had he hurt? But I will not be like you, Gohan said as he let out a wave of power that caused the ground underneath him to crack. I will not make the same mistakes you have made or even the same mistakes I have made with Cell and Buu. This release of energy startled Goku as he partially covered his face to protect himself from the dust spun up. He was about to ask his son what he was doing when he saw someone land close by. Piccolo, what are you doing here? He raised his voice so the Namekian could hear him. Gohan asked me to meet the two of you here, Piccolo answered. Calming his energy down, Gohan elaborated. I explained to Piccolo that if he's here, but not powered up, then the others will be able to sense that and won't misinterpret the situation. They won't think we are under attack. He's also here to make sure neither of us gets too hurt, but he's agreed stay on the sidelines. This confused Goku. I don't understand. What are you talking about? I want you to fight me. Gohan replied. What? I want to prove to you that you don't have to run away from your family to train in order to be the best that there is. He let out another power surge that further disrupted the ground he was on. I want to prove to you that I, along with the others, can take over your role as Earth's protector any time, without abandoning family or friends. His power continued to steadily rise, but what surprised Goku was that his son was not even breaking a sweat. At that moment two things became very clear. 1. Gohan had been training. And 2. He was just warming up. I want you to fight me with Eve. Writhing you have so I can show you what it truly means to fight to protect the ones you love rather than to fight for the pleasure of a challenge. He then halted his power increase and the surrounding area began to settle. After everything you have done you owe me this one thing. He concluded with a single tear making its way down his face. It would be the last tear he shed that day as he prepped to battle his father on the exact spot where the Cell Games arena once stood. As Goku and Gohan stood there, snowflakes began to dance through the air, making their way delicately to the ground. The cold air and gray, overcast sky provided an adequate backdrop for the battle that was about to commence. It was a battle that had been a long time coming. Years of angst, frustration, and sorrow had culminated into this moment and Gohan felt as if he was finally going to get some type of closure with his father by showing him just how competent he was as a warrior, all while maintaining a family life. There was just one small problem. Gohan, I don't want to fight you. Goku finally replied to his son's request. It was not the answer the Demi-Saiyan wanted to hear, but it wasn't unexpected. Gohan shut his eyes and grimaced. Consider it a training session. Besides, after everything that has happened you owe me this. You owe me a chance to show you where you have been wrong all of these years. He was determined to best his father in battle to prove his point. He didn't want this charade to continue any longer. Today, things were going to finally come to an end. Then let us talk this out, son. Goku pleaded. No. Gohan quickly barked back. He wasn't falling for his father's tricks anymore. He felt that, despite his simple nature, Goku had a way with words that attributed to his charm, which lead those around him into that false sense of security. You never truly listen to anything anyone has to say. This is the only way I can show you once and for all that you are wrong. That your choices affect others and have consequences. He let out another burst of energy. While Goku remained stoic in his stance, inside he was anxious. This wasn't like any of their previous encounters. Gohan was in full control of his emotions and his power. He was serious, perhaps more serious than he had ever been with him. And deep within his eyes, Goku could see sheer determination. He knew this wasn't something his son was willing to negotiate about. His mind raced as he continued to take in everything that had said, including the declaration of combat. Had his actions really lead to this? Had he really been so careless in his decisions that he pushed his son to this point? Sensing further hesitation in his father, Gohan decided to take a slightly different approach. His golden aura dissipated as he relaxed his body. Do you remember the first night you came back from training Oob? When you crashed my birthday party? I never meant to. Do you remember? Gohan interrupted. Yes, I remember. Then I'm sure you remember what happened after you barged in. Goku remained silent. How could either of them forget? After announcing yourself nonchalantly, you had me so upset that I lost control of myself and knocked you unconscious. Then I fled. I wanted to be as far away from you as possible. My anger towards you at that moment was unlike anything I had experienced in a long time, and the result almost became catastrophic. Because in that moment of complete frustration, I defied something that Elder Kai told me before I left to fight Buu. Goku's interest peaked. Do you remember how he said that I would no longer need to become a Super Saiyan? That it would simply be a waste of energy. Again, remaining silent, Goku nodded. Well, he was wrong. That night, I transformed, and the power that enveloped me made it feel like it was my first time reaching Super Saiyan. My ki was unstable, but more surprisingly, it increased. Transforming wasn't a waste of energy, it was a catalyst. This revelation shocked Goku. He remembered feeling Gohan's intense ki after he fled, but he had no idea it was because he had transformed for the first time in over 10 years. Based on what Elder Kai had said, he questioned if it was even possible. Sensing his father's bewilderment, Gohan continued. I don't know if he told me those things to keep me from unleashing a power that could have disastrous consequences. Or if he simply didn't know that my genetics would play such a large part in the outcome. As you know, being part Saiyan has led me to achieve a physical strength that I could have never accomplished if I was 100% human. However, it is my human side that has consistently driven this strength beyond my limits. It took me a while to realize it, but this hybrid mixture is what allowed me to tap into exceptional power during brief moments when I was a child. It wasn't until I was older that I began to have some control. Goku's memories flashed back to several instances of his son's sudden burst of power, from the time Gohan was in a runaway stroller, to the battle with Raditz, and so on. Like he just said, it wasn't until years later that he was able to control it, in which he became one of the most powerful fighters among them. And even then, there was still evidence of higher levels that could be achieved. Your blood runs through my veins. As half Saiyan, I deal with those feelings of wanting to fight. I understand the mindset that you have described about constantly yearning for adventure, because I have some of those same desires. But I have made a conscious decision to find those adventures within my everyday life, with my family. I have found alternative outlets for all of my Saiyan urges, to bring myself to a nice medium between my human side and my Saiyan side, without emotionally damaging those around me. Immediately, Goku thought back to that night he visited Vegeta at Capsule Corp. The Saiyan Prince had mentioned the unbalanced lifestyle his Saiyan counterpart was living. He also discussed the differences between Saiyans and humans and how that played a role in both of their lives as they continued to live on what was technically an alien planet to them. What Gohan was saying mirrored what Vegeta had told him. Everything revolves around choice, and that's what has helped me obtain my stability. That is why I have been training not only my body, but my mind as well. Vegeta chose to incorporate a human life into his Saiyan life when he had a family with a Bulma. Your genes may contribute a great deal to your nature, but in the end, you always have choice. And this is why I am asking you to fight me right now. I need to show you that you have made the wrong choices when it comes to training and family. I need closure for everything you have put me through. Without this, I cannot move on. The snowfall began to steadily pick up as Goku took a moment to absorb everything his son had just said. But what happens if you experience something like you did before, when you lost control that evening? He was still trying to find a way out. I had that reaction because I hadn't been training my mind. For the past several months I have made a conscious effort to correct this. As it stands right now, I have much more control over my emotions, and thus my transformation. All of this is what I want to show you. All of this is what I need to show you, that I can manage training and having a family life. Staring intently into his son's eyes, Goku took a few deep breaths. The person before him was no longer his little boy, but rather a strong and confident man. Gohan had spoken without fear or uncertainty in his voice, and he had made his points strong. This gave the Saiyan little room to argue against the proposed match. It was clear that his son wasn't going to take no for an answer. He closed his eyes as he took another moment to reflect on the conversations he previously had with Vegeta, Goten, Chi-Chi, and Vital over the past year. So much had been said to him, and yet he never truly seemed to heed the advice of others. If he had, he didn't think he would be in this situation right now. As those discussions flooded through his mind, he began to finally see his mistakes. Like Vegeta said, he had created instability in his life. He had constantly been running away from family problems, either literally or figuratively. And now was the time to change that. Despite that fact that he didn't want to do it, he saw where going along with Gohan's proposal could be the end to his running away. And even if this fight didn't help him reach some stability right away, it could perhaps help Gohan reach some of his own. He opened his eyes back up. His son deserved that much. Okay, he muttered. I'll do it. I will fight you on one condition. If I beat you, you will give me another chance. Gohan anticipated this request. He thought it was an appropriate wager given the situation. After all, if his father won, he would be proven wrong about his abilities to properly juggle training and family life. While he could never say that what his father did in the past was okay, being B10 by him would open the door to admitting he was wrong. This could potentially allow them to meet each other halfway. That being said, everything that he had said before still stood. He was confident in his abilities. And confident he would win. Agreed, he finally replied. With pride on the line, both father and son had one thought on their mind. I will not lose. Blank. The silent winter air began to tremble ferociously. Here we go. Piccolo muttered to himself as he flew back several hundred feet to give the two space. Ah! Father and son SC reamed as they began to charge up their ki. Despite their distance on the old battlegrounds, their auras met with a thunderous clash. The power from the impact created sparks that broke into the ground, shredding parts of the land around them. As Goku powered up to Super Saiyan 3, he released a shockwave of energy from his body that further exacerbated the electrical discharge between their auras. This was repeated when Gohan powered up to Super Saiyan 2 while still in his ultimate mystic form. Shortly thereafter, the ground underneath both of them began to buckle under the enormity of the power they were releasing. By now both of their powers had reached the level of Kid Buu. As the two continued to call forth energy deep within them, they realized that they were starting to plateau, reaching their highest level they could at the moment. Without notice, they jumped back a few meters from their original position, their auras no longer violent bursts but rather concentrated within their bodies. Taking a few deep breaths, they stood there for a moment, watching each other. Finally, it was Gohan who decided to make the first move. After instantly disappearing, he came around to his father's side, striking at him towards the face. Goku blocked it, but in doing so left his stomach open. Gohan quickly took the opportunity and swung his knee around, making contact. The force was strong enough that it sent Goku flying towards the base of a nearby cliff with Gohan in hot pursuit. However, just before crashing into the rock, the Saiyan managed to regain his control and used a two-handed ki blast to propel himself up into the sky. Gohan adjusted his course and followed. From there, the two engaged in mid-air battle, trading punches and kicks. Any impact, whether it was a block or a successful hit, created a tremendous shockwave, disrupting the increasing snowfall for several meters around their bodies. It was a fight between two of the most powerful people on the planet, and quite possibly the universe, and thus every move held unimaginable force behind it. Several minutes of close combat followed until Goku was able to grab hold of Gohan and toss him back towards the ground. The Demi-Saiyan caught himself, landing upright on one knee. He charged up his fists, flung his hands into the air and unleashed a barrage of ki blasts. With expert precision, Goku was able to dodge each one. He looked down at his son who was wearing a smirk on his face with his arms still outstretched. Before he had time to react, one of the ki blasts that he had dodged came back from behind him, skidding across his ribs, before exploding in front of him. The other ki blasts were close behind. While he managed to cancel out most of them with his own blasts, the last few made contact. Bye. The time the smoke cleared, Goku was hovering mid-air in a defensive stance with his legs curled up and his arms crossed in front. He opened his eyes to find an empty landscape. Where did he go? He asked himself aloud. He was desperately looking around through the screen of white snow that was now coming down quite heavily, skewing his vision. Behind you. As soon as he turned around, Gohan had hit him with two fists clenched together, sending him hurtling diagonally towards the ground. He skidded across the frozen land, only coming to a stop when he crashed into a boulder. As the dust settled, he struggled to his feet while he saw his son slowly land several meters in front of him. You really have been training. He winced through his words with a slight smile. While he was certainly taking a beating, he couldn't help but feel somewhat proud of his son for the strength he was showing. Gohan glared at him, wondering if his father was taking this fight as seriously as he was. Quote, "But," Goku continued as he wiped blood from his chin. "You've left an opening." He quickly leapt into the air towards Gohan, who in turn shot another ki blast directly at him with his left hand. The blast seemed to hit Goku, but then went right through him as the after-image the Saiyan created dissolved in the air. Here. Goku suddenly came up from Gohan's left side with his knee aiming for his ribs. But with incredibly speed, Gohan brought his right hand around, blocking the attack. "Do I?" he asked a very surprised Goku. The speed at which Gohan blocked his kick was unlike anything he had ever seen. His son proceeded to elbow him in the face, once again sending him skidding across the snow. This knockdown took him significantly more time to recover from as he struggled to get to his feet quickly. The surprise counterattack had left a nasty welt on his face that he held in pain. He glared angrily back at him. "This isn't good enough," Gohan said as he took a few steps toward him. "You're not trying your best." "Huh?" Goku responded, a bit taken aback. Gohan's eyes narrowed. "At the level you are fighting right now, I'd say you are only showing me half of what you have." Goku's eyes widened in shock. How did he thought to himself. Gohan did not break his gaze with him. The snowfall increased in intensity, a blizzard was coming. Goku stared at his son through the white haze of snow. It was just as Gohan suggested, he had been holding back. However, the strange thing was that he wasn't too sure as to why he was doing so. Perhaps a part of his subconscious was telling him not to unleash his full power since he was fighting with his son. Or maybe he didn't want to fight at a power he had little experience training with. Regardless of the reason, the truth was out now, and it was clear that Gohan wouldn't accept a victory or defeat unless both parties were at their best. He let out a heavy sigh. "How did you know? How did you know I was holding back? When it comes to sensing ki, you and Piccolo trained me exceptionally well. That is how I could also tell that Oob had already surpassed Kid Buu, and that you had surpassed Oob. I'd ask why you are still training him if you had already exceeded him in, but to be honest, I don't really care to hear the answer. The only thing I want right now is for you to battle me at your full power, no reservations. The fact that all this has come to light makes me want to prove to you now, more than ever, that it is unnecessary for you to live this kind of life." He spoke with the same determination that he had when he proposed the fight earlier. Knowing further discussion would be pointless, Goku breathed deeply before slowly widening his stance. Drawing his fists to his side, he began to tap into the energy deep within him. A yellow aura surrounded him like a fire before it developed to a glow that fully encompassed him. This was followed by strong winds emanating from him. Gohan watched, arms crossed. "Cain, ow, that I would never ask this of a true enemy," he shouted over the sound of his father's grunts. "I would not make the same mistakes that both of us have made in the past. If an enemy were to come to Earth, I would take them down quickly. With no hesitation. The only reason I'm asking you to power up is to show you that I can beat you, even at your best." Focusing on his ki, Goku continued to unleash the power within him. The winds around him picked up, causing Gohan to move out of the way and jump to higher ground. Out of the corner of his eye he could see Piccolo do the same. Both watched as he continued to power up for the next 30 seconds before he unleashed one final yell. With this yell, a blinding light filled the area, causing Gohan to shield his eyes. When he lowered his arm, he saw his father standing on the ground below, surrounded by a golden aura. His muscles had increased in size and he looked more menacing than before. Gohan was in awe at the power being displayed. Since Goku had been suppressing his ki, He could only estimate as to just how powerful his father really was. As it turned out, that estimation was lower than expected. His father's powers exceeded his expectations. With the wind generated by Goku now ceased, the snow began to fall on the land as normal, obscuring Gohan's vision. Suddenly, his father vanished. He looked around, expecting it to be the instant transmission. He held a strong defensive stance for a few seconds before he realized that he wasn't being attacked. What? He asked himself aloud. He then started to scan the surrounding area. Where did he go? The blizzard was limiting his vision, but he couldn't even sense his father. The raw power released by Goku during his charge-up created a cloud of energy that made it impossible to pinpoint his location. A new technique, he thought to himself as he continued to desperately scan the landscape for signs of movement or sound. But the only thing around him was the cold winter silence. For several seconds he hovered there waiting. Suddenly, Goku appeared out of the thick snowfall like a fish emerging from dark water. It caught Gohan by complete surprise, leaving him no time to block the elbow aimed for his face. It was the first good hit Goku had gotten in during their fight, and the Saiyan quickly took advantage of it. As his son was sent flying upwards from the strike, he swiftly came around at his side, kicking him in the ribs, changing the younger man's projection. With great speed, he once again caught up to him. Using all of his force, he proceeded to knee Gohan in the back, sending him rocketing skyward. The momentum was enough to send the Demi-Saiyan through the cloud line into the clear sky above. Goku followed suit, planning an additional attack, but before he could land another hit, Gohan dodged out of the way and flew backwards to create some distance between them. As Goku regained his balance from his missed attack, Gohan took the opportunity to catch his breath. As he did so, he held his ribs and wiped fresh blood from his mouth. Goku hovered in the air, his new aura radiating pure energy. Better than I thought, Gohan commented as he gasped for air. He then straightened his body, taking in a deep breath. His father's attack had knocked the wind out of him, but they both knew it was going to take a lot more than that to beat him. Tear relaxing his body and catching his breath, he looked back at his opponent. I guess we can finally get started then, he said as he cracked his neck. Goku let out a slight smirk. Warm-up's over then. Gohan nodded. Yes. And for what it's worth, thank you. This sudden proclamation caught Goku by surprise. Thank you for finally fighting at your true potential. I wouldn't want anything less. I know. Goku finally replied. The two stared at each other, taking in the moment, but also strategizing their next move. After several seconds, they simultaneously vanished from their spots. Immediately afterwards, the atmosphere was filled with the sounds of the two battling at incredible speed. Punches and kicks sent powerful shockwaves rupturing the otherwise calm sky. The warm-up was certainly over. Gohan shouted as he shot a large and powerful, one-handed ki beam. Goku, who had been charging upwards towards him, suddenly braced himself for the incoming attack. Holding both hands, he managed to catch the beam, but not without being pushed back several meters. He finally managed to maintain his ground, but he was struggling to deflect the beam. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan powered up another ki attack using his spare hand and flung it outwards, curving towards his father. The blast made a direct hit, causing Goku to also lose control of the beam that he was trying to deflect. Both ki attacks made contact, resulting in a huge explosion. As the smoke cleared, Goku was revealed to be in a crouching, defensive stance. His shirt was shredded in the side from where the second ki attack had stuck him, and the rest of his clothes were singed from the heat of the explosion. Blood dripped down his forearms from where he attempted to shield himself last minute. Damn, he grunted under his breath. He then winced slightly as the pain set in. Before he had much time to recover, Gohan came at him from the side, landing a kick on the same spot where his second ki blast had hit. This incredibly painful attack sent him soaring through air with Gohan quickly behind. Goku knew he had to plan a counter-attack quick if he didn't want to be significantly more weakened from his son's assault. He decided to rely on a technique he had not used for some time, knowing Gohan would not expect it. Kaioken, he shouted, turning his golden aura red, and greatly increasing his speed and strength. He knew the limitations of his body would only provide him to use it for a brief moment, but that was all he needed. Widening his eyes, Gohan quickly realized his father was about to turn the tables on him. Before he could act defensively, Goku, who had moved at incredible speed to attack from under him, kneed him in the gut. The force sent him skyrocketing, but his path was interrupted when Goku used his instant transmission to appear above him, landing a kick that sent him downwards, back to the ground. Gohan flew with such force that he created a half-kilometer clearing among the clouds when he broke the cloud line. By the time he reached the ground, he managed to regain enough control to land on his hands and knees. He made contact with the earth, creating a large crater with the force of impact. Immediately, he looked up at his father. As the clouds began to converge to fill up the hole he had created, he could see his father's silhouette against the afternoon sun. The red aura surrounding him was gone, meaning that he had just used up a lot of energy on that attack and he was now weakened. Jolting himself upwards, he flew directly at his father, trying to get to him before the clouds finished converging. If he lost visual, then Goku could use that to his advantage and create another surprise attack. Realizing he was in a weakened state for the temporary moment, Goku quickly thought of his options. As Gohan charged upwards towards him, he noticed the light behind him casting a large shadow on the ground below. He looked and realized he was directly under the sun. That was it. With the young warrior almost upon him, and the clouds close to converging, he put his hands to the side of his face to use yet another technique that he hadn't utilized in a long time. Solar flare. And with that, a blinding flash of light was sent towards Gohan. Ah! The Demi-Saiyan yelled as he stopped in his tracks, just below the cloud line, to cover his face. Damn it! While his son was incapacitated, Goku took the opportunity to attack. Using his instant transmission technique again, he teleported right behind Gohan and delivered a devastating sidekick Hat sent the younger warrior hurtling towards a mountainside. As he crashed into the ice-covered rocks, Gohan knew that he was in trouble. He could sense Goku charging at him again. His father planned to take full advantage of his temporary blindness. Curse him, he thought to himself, as the pain from the solar flare still radiated through his eyes. Wait! He was coming to a quick realization. He could sense his father, he knew exactly where he was. Relax your mind, Gohan, he told himself. If you relax your mind and focus solely on his energy, then you can defend yourself against his attacks without your eyes. The charging Saiyan struck out his fist, aimed for his son's face when, at the last second, Gohan threw up his hand to catch it. Goku was amazed at Gohan's recovery from the solar flare. But upon a closer look he saw that his son's eyes were shut and still twitching from the assault they were just given. Swinging his other fist around, he attempted a second shot, but it was quickly blocked as well. Freeing his fists from Gohan's grasp, he attempted to deal one punch and kick after another, all without success. The onslaught caused Gohan to back up, deeper into the mountain. The rough rock was constantly shattering upon contact with his back, but the entire time he managed to block all of the attacks aimed at him despite being blinded. The fight continued until the two fought their way out from the other side of the mountain. Once back in the air, Gohan lost his footing and just barely dodged out of the way from a heavy punch aimed towards his chest. He decided to go on the offensive and released a surge of ki, which created a shockwave, ejecting Goku away. The Saiyan was projected at an angle perpendicular from the mountain they had just fought through into another mountain 300 meters away. It crumbled on top of him, giving Gohan the time for his vision to be restored. Several seconds went by before the effects of the solar flare wore off. By that time, all the rocks from where Goku had crashed settled. Gohan caught his breath while he waited for his father to emerge. The back of his shirt had been torn, exposing his back, which was raw from being grinded against the rock. Every flake of snow that hit it caused a stinging sensation, but he couldn't lose his concentration. Suddenly, golden light began to emerge from underneath the boulders from where Goku was. The light increased in intensity until, finally, the residue of the mountain scattered in all directions, revealing the Saiyan in the center. Gohan managed to protect himself from the boulders he was in the way of by using a simple ki shield. It wasn't until all the rocks had cleared his path that he made a direct beeline for his father. The two engaged in hand-to-hand combat once again, causing massive destruction to the land underneath them. There was no let-up in their battle. After another 30 minutes of non-stop combat, the strain was starting to get to both of the warriors as their attacks became slower and sloppier. However, the stress of battle appeared to be affecting Goku more than his son, and both parties knew this. Defeat seemed imminent, but Goku knew he had one more card up his sleeve. It was his signature attack, the Kamehameha. After constant fighting, the two distanced themselves for a break. Soaked in sweat and blood, they stood approximately 5 meters apart from each other on the rugged terrain that had served as their battlefield. The snow was starting to let up, giving them a clearer view of each other. Goku stood up straight. "You've done well, Gohan. You've done very well." Gohan narrowed his eyes. Was his father patronizing him? "You've exceeded my expectations today in more ways than one. I'm proud of you, son." His speech was interrupted. "Stop it!" Gohan shouted, catching Goku off guard. The puzzled look on his father's face told him the significance of what was just said was unintentional. Although he wasn't sure if this made things better or worse. He elaborated. "Nearly 20 years ago you stood on this same location and said almost the exact same words to me before you teleported away with Cell. I wouldn't see you for the next 7 years and those words would play in my head on repeat during that time. You don't get to have the moral high ground this time. You've done too much damage. Not just to me, but our entire family. I was hoping you would have learned something from our fight today." Goku took a deep breath. "I'm sorry. For what it's worth, I did. Mean to bring up bad memories for you. I really am proud of you, son, both back then and today. I've made mistakes, but when I beat you, and you give me another chance, I'm hoping to show you how I've changed. And when exactly is that supposed to happen? You've shown me your power to be beyond what I expected, but I've been keeping up with you. Your stamina is decreasing faster than mine. You can't last much longer at this rate." "You're right," Goku confirmed. "That is why it is time to end this now." He flew back several meters before taking his iconic stance to prep his final attack. Upping both of his hands, he slowly placed them to his side as he concentrated all the energy in his body. Gohan's eyes widened. His father wasn't kidding. Goku was quickly draining almost all of his energy and placing it into this attack. It was certainly a risk, but then again, this was really the only option his father had left. As he just implied, had they continued hand-to-hand combat, young warrior would have been the clear winner based on stamina alone. This was Goku's last resort. Gohan flashed back to his battle with Cell almost 20 years ago, when Cell started his final Kamehameha. The Demi-Saiyan was weakened from battle, just like he was now, and the only way to save the planet was to counter with his own Kamehameha. Bringing himself back to the present day, again that history would be repeating itself, albeit with some changes. The Earth wasn't in danger from Goku, and even with both of their powers combined, one would be unable to kill the other. Still, it remained appropriate that he counter with an attack of his own, rather than attempt to dodge it, which would have been a challenge itself given Goku's expertise. This time, however, he would not be able to pit his Kamehameha against his opponent's. Even though he had more energy left, Goku's attack was far more advanced. Instead, he had his own move, but he didn't know if it would be enough. A day's worth of battling had come down to this one moment. Placing both of his hands, palms open, facing outwards, together on his forehead, Gohan began his own chant. M-A-H-A, Goku continued. S-E-N, me, K-O, ha. They both yelled simultaneously, unleashing their attacks at each other. Still observing the fight, Piccolo braced himself for the cataclysm that was to come. The beams flew across the land and quickly met in the middle of the two fighters. The impact created a powerful wave of force that leveled the area in between them and shook the ground for miles. Both maintained their position as the energy from their attacks changed the surrounding landscape. With such an awesome display of power, they knew the fight would be finished after this. From the start, their powers seemed to be matched, as neither side appeared to waver. In an effort to gain a quick upper hand, Goku pushed forth a small amount of extra energy. He could immediately feel the drain it put on his body, but it provided him with results. His Kamehameha started to move closer toward Gohan. Damn it! The Demi-Saiyan swore under his breath, forcing more power into his attack, to counteract the gain his father had made. Gohan's body was draining itself at a rate now faster than Goku, and, while his beam was now getting closer to his opponent, it was traveling at a painstakingly slow rate. It took Goku Enough to even realize that Gohan's Masenko was, slowly but surely, overpowering his Kamehameha. Despite its weak approach, the only thing that mattered was if it came into contact with him. He had Veer. Why little power left and his stamina was low. Even if he somehow managed to hold his own, he estimated he would lose the battle within the next 5 minutes if he didn't do something. Sweating profusely, he knew he had to act. Channeling the very last bit of his energy he added more fuel to his Kamehameha. That provided enough power to switch the direction back towards his son. Gohan felt he added force that Goku had just delivered into his attack, and he knew at that moment things were not looking good for him. It was taking everything he had to hold off the Kamehameha. He barely had enough energy to counter the extra push his father had given. And even if he did put forth that energy, he estimated that it would simply produce a stalemate. The two key attacks would not move in either direction. In addition, he could sense that the two had about the same amount of stamina left, meaning the stalemate in key attacks would lead to a stalemate in the battle as a whole, and he was not about to let that happen. Power alone would not win the battle, it was going to take wit and talent, but how exactly was not yet determined. He began to contemplate his options as the Kamehameha inched towards him. He thought about abandoning the attack altogether to fly around and catch his father off guard with hand-to-hand combat. He looked up just to see how far their attacks stretched from the radius. No, he told himself, the circumference is too large. I wouldn't be able to fly out of the way fast enough. The Kamehameha was now 3/4 of the way to him and he was quickly running out of time. Victory seemed imminent for Goku. Damn it. Gohan swore again. This seemed like the battle with Cell all over again, except this time he didn't have anyone to aid him in defeating his opponent by distracting them. And that's when it came to him an idea. That's it, he exclaimed. But do I have enough time? His plan was going to take away some of his power momentarily. In doing so, the Kamehameha was going to approach him at a much faster rate and he ran the risk of being hit by it before he could perform his alternate attack. His mind raced as he tried to estimate if his plan would work. In a split second, however, he decided that thinking about it was only wasting more time and he simply had to go for it. He closed his eyes and began to concentrate. As he did so, his Masenko began to lose some its power, making Goku's Kamehameha advance on him. With intense concentration, Gohan located the exact point where his father was standing, which was a lot easier said than done given the amount of energy surrounding them. Once he had the exact position, he focused on surrounding environment. Pick one too small, he thought to himself, and you could miss him. Pick on too large, and take away too much energy from keeping the Kamehameha from hitting you. That one. Suddenly, behind Goku, a boulder shifted from the pile of rubble from the mountain he had crashed into before. Come on, Gohan thought as he sensed his father's attack getting dangerously close to him. Almost there, Goku thought at the same time, while he was oblivious as to what was going on behind him. His attack was about to hit its target. With a little more effort, Gohan was able to withdraw the half-a-meter-long boulder from amongst the rubble and have it floating, stationary, in the air. But by now Goku's attack was only a meter away from him. This is it, they both thought in unison. As Goku prepared for the resulting, non-lethal, explosion his Kamehameha was about to make, Gohan, using his telekinesis, flung the boulder towards his father. Time seemed to slow down as Gohan contemplated which attack would hit first, his father's Kamehameha or his own telekinesis trick. He felt the Kamehameha literally centimeters away from him. Goku could feel it as well, but there was something else. He felt the harsh, jagged edge of a rock hitting the back of his head. The blow caused him to immediately lose complete control of his Kamehameha, and served to knock him headfirst into the oncoming Masenko attack, which now had nothing blocking its path. The explosion ripped rough the sky and decimated the surrounding landscape. Goku had been hit full on by the blast. With the settling dust, Goku found himself laying amongst a pile of rubble, beaten. His hair back to its original color, he could no longer manage his Super Saiyan form. Wincing from the pain he was in, he coughed as the dust around him continued to clear. His son's attack had been a direct hit. It was a devastating blow that had him bloodied and incapacitated. He could barely move a muscle, let alone continue to fight. There was no denying it. He had lost. He slowly opened his eyes as he continued gasping for air after the tremendous attack. He looked around him for signs of his son, but there were none. Gohan, he gasped, before struggling to sit up on the back of his forearms. Gohan, he yelled out this time. But all he could see was the falling snow around him, remnants the ferocious blizzard. No answer, there was only silence. Instantly, his son appeared right over him, grabbing a small part of his shirt that wasn't already shredded. Gohan was bloodied from the battle but showed signs of fight left in him. The Demi-Saiyan had his other arm drawn back, almost as if he was about to give a death blow. But the most surprising and disturbing thing about seeing his son over him was the look in his eyes. They were cold, emotionless, they were his warrior eyes. Fighting until the very end. Gohan! Goku shouted in a panic. He shut his eyes as Gohan thrust his fist forward. Gohan, stop! Piccolo came rushing in from the side. They both heard a loud crashing sound. After a brief moment, Goku realized that he had not been struck. Slowly opening his eyes, he found Gohan's fist to be mere centimeters away from his head, embedded deep into the rock underneath him. Staring wide-eyed, his focus shifted to his son's face, where Gohan's expression had gone unchanged. You lose, the Demi-Saiyan declared, calmly yet sternly. Without quite knowing how to respond, Goku nodded. He admitted his defeat. Blank. Piccolo and Gohan freed Goku from the rubble around him as the latter propped his father up in a more comfortable sitting position. Thank you for being here, Piccolo, but I'd now like to speak with Goku alone. Gohan said. Piccolo looked back and forth between the two. His services of playing referee were over. It was time for him to head back to the lookout. Before he went, however, there was something he had to say. Gohan, I know you asked me to be here to bear witness to this match and to let your friends know that the Earth was not in any danger, since they would be able to sense my ki with the two of yours. But I'm telling you right now, this is the first and last time I will be doing this type of favor for you. If the two of you decide to fight again, that is between you two. I'm to be left out of it. Gohan acknowledged his request. I understand, Piccolo. I apologize if I put you in an uncomfortable situation. It won't happen again. With nothing more to say, Piccolo turned his back towards them and took off. When his mentor was out of view, Gohan turned towards his father. I need to thank you as well. Thank you for letting me prove you wrong. Goku remained silent. He was still catching his breath. Gohan sighed as he leaned against the rock next to his father. I ever understood why you put training ahead of your family. You claimed it was to protect us, but you never considered the consequences it would have, the emotional trauma it would cause. Out of all my battles, the most painful experiences I've ever had were from when you left us. And you never seemed to seek any alternative. It was as if it was either one way, or the other. But today I've shown you that you can have it both ways. It's possible to adequately train while maintaining a family life. In fact, spending time with my family is what has made me stronger. Simply by being with them I realize just how precious they are. Every second I'm in their presence, I'm motivated to be the best fighter one can be. This is something I couldn't achieve by training alone. Instead, I've found a balance, fulfilling both my roles as a fighter and as a family man. That is why I will continue to train. I will continue to get stronger. That way, if Earth is ever threatened again, I will be there to defend the ones I love. Because if you have learned anything from this experience, be it this: there is nothing more important to me than my family and friends, and I will do everything in my power to protect them. He stood up, brushing dust off of his tattered clothes. He gazed at the sun, which was starting its descent in the late afternoon sky. The snow had now cleared up. Gohan sighed, turning back to his father. I suggest you stop your training with Oob and go home. You no longer have a reason to keep training at the intensity you have been. While you may have experience, your stamina has suffered because of your age. It showed at several points in this battle. Let me, and the others, carry on the torch as Earth's protector. He then dug into a pocket in his shirt to retrieve a small brown pouch. He opened it and poured the 2 senzu beans it contained onto his hand. After taking one, healing his wounds and replenishing his energy, he flicked the other onto his father's lap. I can forgive you for everything you have done, but it may not be too late for you to have a relationship with Mom and Goten. They want someone who will be there for them, someone they can rely on. They deserve that much. As he prepared to set off in flight, he addressed his father one last time. "Go home, Goku, and take care of your family." He turned away from him, facing the horizon, for once. He then proceeded to fly off into the sky, leaving his father behind. Blank. From that point on, things changed. Gohan no longer dwelled on his past. The angst and pain he had felt from his childhood had been expelled during the fight with his father, a type of resolution for all those years of suffering. He had said what needed to be said and done what needed to be done. Life was able to return to normal, except for one detail. Likewise, things changed for Goku as he took his son's advice. He halted his training with Oob, for whom he could teach nothing more, and dedicated his time to his family and friends. He would still train, but it wouldn't be as severe as it had been in the past, and it was always with Goten and or Vegeta and Trunks. No matter what, at the end of every day, he would end up home. He soon realized it was where he belonged, and he was actually happier for it. He was finally with his family, except for one detail. That one detail, for both of the men, was that the day of the fight was last time they ever saw each other. Each would continue to live their own lives, but they were indeed separate lives to be lived. It was something Gohan wanted. Because no matter what happened, he no longer trusted his father. Because sometimes time doesn't heal all wounds, sometimes there can simply be no more forgiveness. The end. Thanks for watching.